right? Yeah. Yeah, that. Oh,
That's why the outside of it caught fire long before the inside of it did. Like the
yeah,
hydrogen only caught after the whole thing was engulfed in flames from the outside. And it's really
yeah,
kind of extra tragic because that one ingredient was actually meant to be a safety feature. It was meant to reflect sunlight to keep the hydrogen gas bags cold because they thought that it would be less likely for something wrong to go, for something
yeah.
wrong to happen in that scenario. But they had no idea it was extremely flammable.
Well, they had to. Somebody knew that it was extremely flammable. I mean, hydrogen and whatever they coated, like diesel fuel or gasoline. They coated? Yeah, the exterior was some pretty.
The problem is that they built it with 1920s, mid 1920s chemistry knowledge. So
Right.
they didn't know quite that much about chemistry.
Yeah. I mean, they had to put the flame to the fire at some point and say, "Hey, man, is this shit flammable?" And they lay it on the table and they wrap it around a board or whatever, man. Right? And they put the shit on there and they light it on fire. And I go, "Oh shit, man, that's probably not such a good idea, man." I don't know. I mean,
But think about how far you could go with it today. Like, because we have, efficient solar panels and electric batteries and electric motors. And they even in the industry say that when it comes to at least electric motors and propellers of the regular sort, they can't make those more efficient. Like what the propellers you see built into your drone you have at home or
right,
any other light aircraft that are meant to carry people of a similar sort, like those electric motors of the electric sort, not talking about the gas powered ones, just the electric kind, like they can't make those more efficient. And this is, basically accepted as, true fact. I mean, in the far, far distant future, maybe they'd come up with something different. But as far as like actually efficiency, that's the limit. Like it's not going to change over the next 20, 30 years at least. And so the thing is that the thing that will change is battery technology. Battery technology has the potential
yeah,
to change. So it's not really that the motor gets more efficient, it's only that the batteries get more updated and have more charge and can last longer, go further. And so what I'm saying is, with how far we've come, it really just seems kind of silly to not use this potential with, lighter than air aircraft technology. So, like, take for instance, I have a car that is, really fast, has like maybe 140 top speed or something, gets up to 100 miles per hour really easily if you wanted to, if you got a straightaway, on the highway with no traffic. But the funny thing about it is it's a plug-in hybrid. So it's got the gas-powered motor, it's got the gasoline tank. But with
yeah,
the plug-in hybrid part, with the plug-in electric part, it can go so extremely fast and far still. It can go like 50 miles and such. And what's funny about that is I can plug it into just just a regular outlet. And so just imagine if you could take the same concept of being able to plug it into a regular outlet and like you had that, in a lighter than air aircraft design, maybe even a smaller one, and you could like land on what do you call it? Just land on the roofs of buildings where they have, outlets on the roof and then just plug it in and charge your Zeppelin, your little mini Zeppelin. And the security guard, breaks out the door and is like, "Hey, you're not allowed to be here," or whatever. You just quickly pull the wires out and jump off the roof with it or something.
awesome, man. Hey, here's a interesting fact. You guys can verify this, man. But Nikola Tesla invented the electric motor, according to the story, right? And the electric motor, he just put it together. He figured it out, man, by just fucking around in the shop. That's the story. He didn't figure out the math of the electric motor.
It was an accidental discovery.
He just took what he was observing and figured it out, man. He said, "Hey, man, if I spin this thing around the if I can add something here." This guy invented the electric motor, according to the story, right? So the
Right.
electric motor, man, is by far one of the greatest things that I've ever used in my entire life. I don't know about y'all, but
Oh
shout
yeah,
out.
it's been great. Yeah, using it for
But
your drills,
he
your toy
didn't work
slot
out the math,
racing.
man. He did not. My point is he didn't work out the math and say, "Hey, man, the math works out because of the magnetron of the refraction of the zipoid." Fuck, no. He didn't do that bullshit first, man. He just went ahead and built it, and I
Yeah,
respect that,
built
man.
it, trial and
'Cause
error, bang, there it is.
there it is.
Bosh.
Here you go, fuckers. Figure out the math, fuckheads, because I ain't gonna figure it out because that's not my job. He just saw the
Yeah, but
patterns,
at least it's
put the
working.
fucking
It's
thing
working.
together,
It's giving out power.
and it gave out power, and it was so simple, man. The electric motor is one of the most simplest scientific things you can fuck around with, man. It is absolutely amazing. Thank
I mean, look
you,
what they've got there.
electric motor.
A little motor the size
Thank-
of a grapefruit can power a car up to like 180 miles an hour.
Exactly. The electric motor wins. It's the greatest invention of all time. Prove me wrong.
Well, I don't know. I think the combustion engine is good.
Oh, no.
I like the
Okay,
combustion
okay.
engine. All the working parts and that,
It is a beautiful thing, man. It might be number two.
Beautiful
It
thing,
might
man.
be number
Definitely.
two, man. But the combustion engine is amazing too, as well. The
Yeah.
valves, the
Those
explosions
valves,
in the
connecting
cylinders.
rods,
Oh my
crankshafts,
goodness.
piston rings, yeah.
The rings,
Tablets and
yeah,
valves,
oil,
camshafts, double overhead cam, fuel injection, air
air
aspirated
intake,
carburetors, if you like.
explosion,
Pick your choice.
discharge. Oh my goodness. What a
Yeah, the
beautiful,
propeller shafts, boom, front
what
wheel
a
drive, rear wheel
beautiful
drive,
invention.
4-wheel drive. Yeah, man, all wheel drive all the time. Yeah, come on,
Yeah,
man.
man. Yes. I'm with you, Jen, man.
You got it,
It's up
man,
there, man. Anyway, my case for Tesla was, hey, man, he didn't do the math. He did the
No, he didn't
experiment.
do the math, man. He just made
He
the
did the
raw,
experiment.
the raw machine.
I'm
There
going to
it
do
is.
the
Bang.
experiment. Fuck your math. I'm doing the experiment. And I think there's a quote out there from Tesla saying, hey, man, these Mongos are out there like doing math and replacing experiments. And,
That's right. And they're
and
wandering
if
up
you
into
guys are doing
all
that, man,
manners of
that's
bloody
ridiculous. Come on,
formula.
fuck off. Fuck off. If you're not doing experiments, fuck off, is what he said.
Yeah.
That's all he said. And I'm going to leave it there, man. You guys fill in the rest. Go ahead, carry on.
He died a poor man, in the end. They robbed him, didn't they, of everything?
That's
They
the
robbed
story.
him of
That's
his
the story.
ideas.
I don't know if I believe the story, but that's the story. I do know for a fact that the electric motor and the combustion motor are one of the greatest things I've ever, could come across in my lifetime. Those
And
two
then
things.
Rudolph Diesel's diesel engine was another massive shock to the petrol engine because it
But
was running on sunflower oil, peanut oil. Peanut
I
oil.
can take this
Yeah.
off. I got a completely different set of tracks on this one, man. There was a guy named Adolf Saxophone.
Right.
His name was Sax, but they call it the saxophone nowadays. Adolf Sax. That guy invented the saxophone, man. And maybe you guys like music or you don't. I don't know.
Oh, I love music. I love saxophone music.
Saxophone is a great
Lonnie Liston
form
Smith,
of music. And
Grover Washington Jr.,
what,
just to mention two
That guy
masters.
sucks.
how the fuck did this guy come up with the saxophone, man? It just, every day I walk around going, fuck, I don't know what he was thinking, man, but he nailed it, man. The saxophone.
You got the alto sax, soprano sax. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Adolf Sax. Thank you.
He sucks, man.
Great instruments.
Oh, he sucks.
He sulks, man. He sulks. All right. Where you sound like you're down under the ground on the other side of the globe. Is that true?
Upside down.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm
Fact.
in Wales.
Wales.
Oh, he's in Wales, Boyle.
What about
Ah.
Martin?
Anyway,
Do you ever watch
Nice to meet you,
Martin?
sir.
You ever hang out with Martin?
Martin.
Yeah,
I love
Martin.
Wales.
He's in Wales.
I love Wales. We used to go camping there, and then I've been there on deliveries, and then they have the WRC rally in Wales, one of the toughest rallies you can get. In fact, it's probably the toughest one. It's the one in Wales because it's just waterlogged, mud, everything you get, but it's exciting. Don't know if it's still on the calendar.
I haven't seen it for a while. I don't know if it's on anymore.
Yeah, WRC rally. It's still on, but I don't know if they go to England. Wales, beautiful Wales, beautiful country, lovely houses.
Hey,
It's more. It looks more like
Dude.
England than England. Wales, you know.
Jen, this guy needs to know about Martin Ledecky over there in Wales, huh?
Yeah, Martin Becky. That's right.
Who is he?
Who is
Martin
Martin?
Leakey? Is it Becky Leakey? Which one is it?
All right, have you ever heard of a thing called Tartaria?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I have.
What do you know about Tartaria? I hate to use. It's like saying flat Earth. It's the same fucking Tartaria and flat Earth are the names that have been given, and we must live with the names that we've been given.
I think it's old civilization that might have been worldwide more advanced as us, or more advanced as us. You know.
Yeah.
There you go. It's
the Martin dude. Yeah, he's a bit of a.
Yeah.
And it was deliberately dismantled to set humanity back. That's what they did, didn't they? They set us back.
Yeah. That's what I think.
That's what they did. They set humanity back 100 or 200 years.
We still use some of their technology a little bit, or they squirrel it away.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
That's what's happened. You see? Because I remember as a kid walking to school, and now we're going back to the 60s and 70s, yeah? And I used to look at these buildings, I used to think, they can never make that now, can they? How the fuck did they make that back then? Wow. They had some skill, you know?
Oh shit! You think they had skills? They had skills that we can't even do today. But we got some amazing buildings we build today, man. Don't get me wrong, man.
Oh, I don't know. What? Oh yeah,
amazing.
The Twin Towers.
There's a couple of buildings here in Los Angeles. I'm like, oh my god, they built that shit. Fucking stadiums and. I'm like, oh
yeah, but nothing like. But it still doesn't compare, though, does it? Still don't compare, man. Don't compare to some of these Gothic buildings.
But the Gothic stuff, yeah, man, that's it's hard to get past. I get it, man. It's hard to get past. If they only had a horse and buggy, maybe, and a couple of chisels, fuck off.
Yes, the intricate craftsmanship and the workmanship.
That's my point, man. Fuck off. They couldn't build that shit today unless they 3D. Hey, how about this, Jen? I think they might have had giant 3D printers. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
What if they had big giant 3D printers? Dude, they 3D print airplanes now. I don't know if you guys and buildings.
Oh yes.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they can 3D print fucking buildings today. Period.
Yeah,
you guys don't believe me? Check it out for yourself, man. Don't believe me. Thank you. Don't believe me. Yeah, so yeah, they can 3D print some shit, man. And I watched a guitar get printed right in front of my very eyes over 4 days. I watched a printer print a fucking guitar. And I was like, shit. Shit.
You're obsolete now, Flyers, dude.
Fuck off. I was like, it blew my mind, man.
So, do you like the 3D printers then? So are you into the 3D printers then?
No, I'm not. No, but I know of the technology. I'm not into the technology. It's kind of like, I'm very aware of, aeronautics and sailing, but I'm not into. I'm into sailing. Don't get me wrong, man. Sailing.
Oh, of course you are. Yeah, so am I.
Sailing is so cool when you can
Sailing,
grab
boating,
the wind.
yes please. Yes please, man.
And
all
you
day
can
long.
control the wind. Doesn't matter which way it's blowing. You can outmaneuver the wind.
Yeah.
You can tack against.
You can play with the wind. You can play with the wind.
It's
that's magic.
Sailing is so cool. It's like flying an airplane in a lot of ways. It's the same principles, but it's you're on water and you got a beer. You got a beer in your hand. It's like, dude, I'm sailing. Fuck yeah, man. This is awesome. So keep sailing, my friends. I want to shout out to Terry.
Sailing, I am sailing.
What's up, Terry? One big pond.
Across the sea. That would be Rod Stewart's I Am Sailing song from the 80s, I think. Yeah.
Well, sailing, flying, shooting through. Hey, Jen, they tell us we're shooting through space at 1 million.
At breakneck speed, 2 million miles an hour. Wow.
1 million miles. Come on.
650 miles a second. Whew.
We are hauling ass through.
We're hauling ass, man.
Hauling ass, man. We are ripping through space at over 1 million miles an hour, man. Come on.
At brain reeling speed.
We are just ripping. And I just want you guys to get that through your head. We are flying through space very fast.
Right now, we're bombing, man. We are bombing it, man.
We are bombing it. Yes, we're bombing.
As we speak,
we are kicking this universe's ass. We are kicking the universe's ass.
Rotating, gyrating, hurtling through breakneck speeds, 2 million miles. That is amazing. And we don't even notice it. A single thing.
And we don't even feel it.
Smooth,
That's what the coolest part about it is that we don't even feel that we're shooting through millions of miles an hour. Shit. Fuck it. That's what makes it really cool. Because we can't feel it. Because we don't feel it. And that's
as soon as the 16-wheeler goes by, you feel the ground rumble under your feet. As a 16-wheel truck goes by. You know?
Dude, last time I passed a 16-wheeler, man, my car got blown completely to the left. And so like, boom. I'm like, whoa, man. Hold on. I gotta straighten out this correction here. Damn. And we were only doing 65 miles an hour, maybe. Yeah.
Wow, and the truck passed too. Wow, that truck was hauling ass. Whoa.
But we're going through space at millions of miles an hour.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It becomes ridiculous. Exactly.
It's like they say, the North Star being 430 light years away. When you look at that, that's ridiculous as well.
Hey,
one light year being 6 trillion miles. One light year is 6 trillion miles.
Oh, fuck. The closest star's 26 trillion miles away. The closest one. is only 26 trillion miles away. Now, if I was traveling at, let's say, a mile per second,
Ooh,
how long would
yeah.
it take me? How long would it take me to get to a trillion miles? And I'm
37,000 years.
yeah, 37.
37,700 years. And that is
It's fuck off, right? It's fuck off,
Yeah.
Jen, man. It's like,
Yeah.
come on, man. Quit pulling my leg, dude. It's like, this is the best car you'll ever own. It's like some dirt lot used car salesman. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, fuck off. Nah, I'm not buying 30. Yeah, I'm taking 37,000 years to go like only 1 trillion miles. Fuck off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long
You're
time, isn't it?
supposed to tell me that Venus, this beautiful bright star in it's our planet. They call it a planet, Venus
Yeah.
planet.
Yeah.
It's going to reflect this beautiful bright light in the sky that's reflecting the sun from like 850 million miles away.
Yeah.
And it's one of the brightest things you'll ever see in the sky is Venus, man. It is booming bright, man. I mean, that's what they call it. They call it Venus. But it is so bright. But it's a dusty little remnants of a planet that they know, what the core is made out of. Everything. They know everything about Venus. They know everything about Venus, but they've never been there, but they know everything about it. Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It's a joke, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a joke, man. That's my point, man. It's a complete ridiculous joke. Come on. And that thing's one of the brightest things you'll ever see in the sky is Venus. Sirius is pretty fucking bright, man. If you ever get a chance to check that bad boy out, man. Whew, that thing is really popping. But Venus it's a popper.
Yeah. I misspoke with the years. It's 31,709 years. I misspoke. 31,000. Still a lot. Nearly 32,000 years,
Just to go 1 trillion miles, right?
That's to go 1 trillion miles, yeah.
At 1 mile per second.
And 1 light year is 6 trillion miles for 1 light year. And the North Star is 430 odd light years.
400. Let's call it 433 Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, 433 light years away.
Yeah.
Come on,
it, man.
And we can see that light. Can you imagine how bright that light would be? If you were going to go there, you'd melt. The light would melt.
Polaris. 433 light years, and not like a trillion miles. Now the closest star is 26 trillion miles away. The closest star is 26 trillion miles away. And that is an incredible number to claim.
It's an incredible number. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. Bearing in mind 1 trillion miles take you 37 years to do 1 second, second by second. 31,709 years. Ooh.
It's ridiculous, man. I hope I can.
You'd be dead.
Harmony, the revolution, whatever you want to call it, Jen. I hope we can wake somebody up, man, for fuck's sake. Please wake up to the reality.
Please wake up. Yeah, Bill Cooper said it. Why the fuck won't you not wake up? Bill Cooper. William Cooper.
Bill Cooper, yeah.
The hour and the time. The hour of the time. He
Yep.
said, "Where the fuck? When the fuck are you people going to wake up?" He said.
Well, we woke up, man. A lot of us woke up, but nowhere
I think
near.
that was back in July, a few months before 9/11. A few months before 9/11, he was predicting it, and then at the end of his show, he said, "When the hell are you lot going to wake up?"
Dude, back in like 92, 3, 4, 6, in there somewhere. I was listening to a guy named Craig Hewlett, and he would come on this radio show saying, "Hey, man, you guys got to get a hold of this global thing, man. Stop it." And you guys can go check me on this, man. Craig Hewlett was his name.
Yeah,
man.
Craig Hewlett. Go on.
This guy was spot on. If you go back and listen to him, man, he's like, this system is absolutely 100% been compromised, corrupted. You know? And if anybody can't see that this system has been completely corrupted, man, I don't know if I can help you, man. At least take a look behind the curtain and see who's running the show, because the show is going on full steam ahead right now, man. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but maybe
that's why I like looking back. I like going back. I like going back to the 60s and the 70s to see how everyone was being fooled and deceived, but it was just one big rip-off. Yeah? But people were so naive back then.
Yeah. Yeah, we got psyoped, man, left, right, center, man. And it sucks, it sucks to sit here and look at it all, man, and go, oh, okay. But when we notice it, man, we have to call it out and laugh at it, and
that's right.
Poke fun at it, and
educate others on it.
We can be real about it, man. We can be real.
Got to be real about it.
No curve, dude. The fact is, there's no curve, and you can't show me curve. You can't measure curve. Fuck off. You know, get your ass out of here.
You don't detect the axle rotation. You don't detect the motion of the Earth on a spin on its axis. You know, yet alone hurtling through at 200 miles an hour through the space. Yes, stupidness. I mean, really. Come on, folks. Stop thinking about it, man. Wake up.
Wake up, man.
We are not.
Jen and I are here to wake you up and say, hey, man, there's a different way of looking at this shit, because when you look at it with your own two eyes, you're going to see things that you might, it's going to maybe go against your programming or your
your beliefs,
bringing your family. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. I want you to
go against everything you learned.
Fact out, prove the globe, man. I always say, man, the new flat earthers coming in here, I'm like, hey, man, I want you to go out and know everything there is to know about the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
I want you
that
to
heliocentric
know everything
model. You need to believe it.
About the globe. I want you to know. Once you know everything about the globe, then we can talk. But until then, man, I'm not going to talk to you, man. Fuck off.
Yeah. Don't study the globe. Come back and say, I can't find the globe anywhere.
You have to know every radius, distance, star. I mean, I want you to know everything about the globe. Okay? Bring your globe. You know everything about the globe. Until then, we can't even have a conversation, man. You have to go into some other room here on Discord or something, man. You're not gonna. You can't come into big house. You can't come into big house unless you know everything about the globe, man. Everything. I want you.
Usually they don't know about the globe, do they? They don't know about the globe when they come here, but yet they've got this strong belief that they know it all. And
I want you to know all of it, man.
You better know anything about the globe.
You better know every diameter.
Only the globe. Listen, they only know it's a globe. That's it.
Moon, star.
They know nothing about the globe. and it's
Polaris,
dimensions or anything.
you better bring your fucking A game in here. Because if you don't know everything about the globe,
Yeah.
we're going to have a very, very short conversation. Very short.
So
So
usually,
get
it's
your
the
globe
globe and
history,
that's it.
get your globey mathematics and circumferences and figure that shit out and get your ass in here and tell us all about that beautiful roundy spinny shooty water ball thing you got going. We'll talk, man. We can talk. All right, you guys are the best, man. Thank you. It's a journey, boys and girls. Oh, I can't say that. It's a journey, people. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
I can't say boys and girls because I could identify as a can of tuna tomorrow if I want to. You know that, Jen, right?
Yeah.
I identify as a can of tuna today because I
I'm a
feel
tomato.
that's fine.
All cans of tuna are flat, similar to the Earth, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But I identify as a globey spinning
The firmament.
water marble thingy. I identify as that. I can't. How dare you guys deprive me of identifying as a spinning globe?
I don't know. I think we're
God.
getting to something with this flat Earth thing.
I identify as a citizen of planet Earth.
See, there's no way the AI can keep up with this kind of sarcasm, man. No fucking way.
No way.
No.
If it tried, it would blow up. It would blow up trying to work it out.
It's too sarcastic. There's no way.
Yeah, the AI machine would blow up.
It would blow up. The machine would overheat. It would fry.
Do you know that animation called Archer? Archer?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know the guy who makes all the robots? He made a clone of himself, like several clones of himself. And Archer asked one of those robots, "What is love?" And then the machine just broke up and fell apart.
There you go.
Cracked up, man. That was so funny.
Yeah, man. They're not that good, man. They portray they're that good. But they're not even close to as good as we are, boys and girls.
Yeah, they're not. They're not, are they?
Oh, people. Oh, you people.
Ladies and gents.
Yeah, they want to restrict your vocabulary. How dare them? Fucking cucks. The fucking cucks, man. They want to restrict your vocabulary. How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? The audacity of the man. The audacity of these people.
Those fuck off, man. You have to tell them to fuck off at some point, man. Say, that's not going to work for me, man.
They're run and jump.
And you can just kind of brush them off and live your lovely life, man. Live the life you love and love the life you live, man. That is most down.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on, man. You know, it's not the resolution. It's not the revolution, Jen, you and I envisioned.
No, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming along. It's coming along,
right? It's coming.
Yeah, man.
Don't worry.
And
they keep trying to keep us busy with the little stupid little game they're playing in Ukraine. You know, the little game of soldiers over there. Okay, a little distraction, but flat up, it's not going anywhere.
Hey,
flat up, it's still moving forward, mate.
We got distracted for the last couple of years on our.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't really distracted
with the whole COVID-19 thing. Man.
Yeah,
man. That thing derailed a lot of shit, man. It really did.
It stopped. You know, it just put the brakes on it for a short while. That's all.
It didn't
derail us. we weren't derailed because you know what? The reason why I know they're not, we weren't derailed is because they were likening flat earthers to anti-vaxxers and anti-vaxxers to flat earthers. So
Right.
they know we're there. They're scared of us. They know we're there. So no, they've actually helped us along a little bit, actually.
Well,
because anyone who's got any intellect and any intelligence would think, well, if they're calling flat earthers anti-vaxxers and anti-vaxxers flat earthers, there must be something in both of those things. I better have another look. Yeah. And then they're going to learn. So they're only doing us favors all the time.
hey, I'll say, man, this last couple years, and we're like right on the cusp of 2 years exactly. I mean, we're within a couple of. Next week will be 2 years guaranteed.
And here in Japan, in the English textbooks, in the Japanese universities, it states that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every year. Stated that. There you go.
There you go. I love that.
And that's in Japan. They're saying that more and more people are becoming flat earthers around the world. Beautiful. That was music to my ears.
I have no doubt it was. I have no doubt that made you smile and go.
Oh, it certainly did. It certainly did. That meant yes. I knew it all along.
Dude, I seen Jen chase down a professor there at the college. One of the colleges.
That's right. Yeah, Mr. Hiro.
I remember this, man. I remember him chasing the guy down and going, whoa, wait a minute. He was like, I don't know if he was an astronomer or.
No, he was actually an English teacher.
English.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, he was working in Mexico for a while, teaching Japanese.
I remember you chasing him down, man, and asking him, will you come to my class and speak, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we set him up to come to Hangouts as well.
And
do you remember? He was going to turn up to Hangouts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he blew it away in the end. He goes, no, I can't. Wow.
Yeah, he blew it off, man. Can't do it.
We got
can't do it. I can't do that, man. No. Yeah, so that's the forbidden fruit.
He knew he was going to be held to task. He knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was talking to him yesterday, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's doing these translations for an animation known as One Piece here in Japan, and they were doing an English version, and he wanted me to proofread his translation. There you go, the professor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anytime we can get a professor in here, man, that's good, man.
I was always wondering how he got hold of that job. He got fired. He got fired from his university because he was, discussing the flat Earth and also anti-Korean sentiment.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because he's a radical kind of professor. He's well known for speaking his mind here in Japan. I think that's why they sent him out to Mexico.
He gone. Yeah, they kicked him out. I get it. Yeah, they kicked his out.
Yeah. He was kicked out of university. He's also suffering with cancer. He's had the chemotherapy. Yesterday he was coughing up.
What?
Man, I got you don't. I said, you don't sound healthy, man. Wow, yeah, coughing and spluttering. Fuck.
I heard today, man.
He's not that old. He's 60. He's not that old either. He's like 67, 68 possibly. He's not that old.
Well, hey, a lot of young people died for these wars, man. Remember that, man.
I remember that, yeah.
That's a bitch.
I asked him how he ended up getting this
war
cancer.
Seems to be like maybe that's not a cool word to use anymore. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't use the word war. What do you think, Jen?
No, it's not war. This is just a game of soldiers, isn't it? They're the ones that, like I said, if we were living in, if this world was correct, right, and running properly, you would have the UN peacekeeping forces in there in Ukraine lined up to push Russia back. But that's not happening, is it? You see? What is the point of the UN?
Hey, I heard the UN showed up at Canada's protest.
Oh, did they?
I heard they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's when they shut it down. That's what I heard, man.
Well, that's
But
out of order, that is. Yeah, it's well out of order.
it might be
Yeah, that's
I watched the
disgusting.
video
That's
today,
not
man.
good.
There was this big rat running through a crowd, and the big giant rat, everybody got out of the rat's way, man. It was a cool video, man. It was cool because
United Nations.
the one rat,
The UN, the dog without teeth, they call
the
it, the
one
UN.
fucking rat can break through an entire crowd of people, dude. One little teeny little rat.
I don't know what people are scared of with the rat. Why? Silly.
Because I don't know, they are scared of the rats, dude.
That's
I don't,
stupid.
but I watched the
You
video.
put some food down. You put some food down. It doesn't bother you. You know, drop some food and the thing is under control.
I like your solution, man. That would be smart, man.
Yeah, what's the problem with these people? Drop some food and then put a box over the thing and then you can take it out. Sit into the wild.
I love it.
Wow.
Keep it simple, man.
Yeah, you don't have to kill
Keep
the rats.
it simple, man. Where's the
kill 'em.
curvature, man?
Yeah.
Keep it simple, man.
Where's that curvature, man?
Where in the fuck is your curvature, bro? Come on. Bring me direct evidence I can test for myself about that curvature, man, because we're all about, measuring shit around here.
That's right. You got to measure up to the globe, man.
Yeah, measure up. Bring your
Measure
globe,
up, man. Where is it?
bendy water thingy, man. Bring it on, man. Because we've been waiting here for 6-7 years now, and you ain't got fuck all. No
You
bendy.
haven't presented niche. You presented niche.
Oh, man. Hey, I got to go to bed. Love you guys.
Yeah, nice one, Kenny Dude, man.
Always good
Have
to
a
talk to
peace.
you.
And enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
well,
no doubt you'll be measuring up again tomorrow.
got to measure shit tomorrow. Fuck. What a pain in the ass.
Untold measuring to do and curvature.
Yeah.
You'll have that curvature
Got to
sorted
get
out
that
as well
curve on the guitar neck just right, man.
On that violin, on the violin.
How dare you curve the violin neck? Damn it.
My violin's going to be a straight square.
Bo Diddley style.
Yeah, square. Corners, 90 degrees. Plumb. Parallel. Level.
Flat
level,
violin.
flat violin. No curvature at all.
I'm going to build a flat violin. Fuck this.
Yes, 90 degrees neck. Everything. Square.
All right.
Carry on. What it sound like? I wonder what that would sound like. A square violin.
Be the flat. Be the flat.
Be the flat that you want to see in the world. Yeah.
Instead of be the force. Be the flat.
Be the change you want to be. Be the change you want to see.
You got to be the change you want to be, man.
Be the flat you want to be. You want to see in the world.
I love that, man. I'm going to leave it at that, man.
Be the flat you want to be, see in the world. Okay? Right.
Just see with your own two eyes. Do not be deceived. Just see. I find it interesting, man. Deceive and see are very kind of similar phonetically.
Try to be as excellent as a blade of grass.
I think it's interesting.
Magnificent, a blade of grass. When you look at it, the magnificent green color, all that integrity, full of nourishment for animals.
I love
the integrity of a blade of grass, yes. Most of those scumbag bloody go-heads don't even have that integrity of a blade of grass.
No, they don't.
No, they don't have that blade of grass at all. No, they're lower than a snake's belly.
Yep. They're digging in the dirt, scummy bags. Bags.
Scum-sucking scumbags, as Winnie Cooper used to call them.
That's what they are, man. Yeah. I'll call them to their face, man. Scumbag.
Be the flat you want to see in the world. Yes.
All right.
The one.
Be safe.
Be the flat earther you want to see in the world.
I gotta go, man. I gotta go to bed.
All right. Nice one, Kenny.
Cheers.
Cheers. Excellent.
Cheers, man.
That was fun. We're having big fun. The party's just begun. Yeah. We're having big fun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That was a great track, that was, back in 1988. We're having big fun by Inner City.
Ooh, that's
Great
a good year.
track. Yeah, that was a good year. Do you remember that track?
No, I was born that year.
Fun by Inner City.
Start of the rave scene.
Great track. Oh, were you? Yeah, started the rave scene. You got it. Jim was right there. Brand new motorbike, Honda Dominator, 650 single. And I used to go out to those raves, right out to Peterborough. Yeah, man. Ugh. We're having big fun. And then the government stepped in shortly after. Started banning all these live raves. Do you remember them? Yeah, that was brilliant.
The criminal justice bill took care of that shit.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That was brilliant. That was that scene. It was. It posed a threat to their order because people were waking up. It was a very good way of waking people up. That people were united together as a force, all under the love banner. And once you're in that frame of mind, you start to compare and question your existence. And once you start to do that, you begin to wake up. And they didn't want that to happen. Do you know that? That's why they did it. That's why they tried to shut it down.
Yeah, it was almost like how they're trying to stop protests now, and it was gatherings of people.
Yeah. That's right. And that's wrong in itself as well. They could never stop that. Thanks to those who were out there protesting, taking it on the jaw on our behalf. We thank you all, every single one of you. Because I would have been there as well. Had I been in England, I would have been there. But I would have been there. I would be very noticeable because I'd have body armour on, all my motorbike body armour. I'm not going to go there in flip-flops and shorts, not to a bloody protest. I'm going to be armed up myself, mate, because I know someone's going to try and do something silly, and I'm going to give you a kicking. Now I'm talking about those police officers. You know they want to get funny. When they see you dressed up, ready to fight, yeah, they're going to, yeah, that's it. They're going to think twice. Boots, knee pads, body armour on top, helmet, glasses, goggles. Yeah, let's go. Knuckle dusters on my gloves.
Yeah, I need to invest.
Carbon fibre knuckle dusters right on the knuckles, so you could really give a good bosh on the jaw to these cunts. There you go. When you go to a protest, because they're going to try and give you what for.
Yeah, we just ignored it. We had a generator, our little PA, and our lights, and our Technics 1200s on the beach. We just carried on.
Yeah, the old techniques on the beach. That's a good technique, that. Pun intended. Yeah, it's good when you can do that. Yeah, I think, it's all gone shit in England recently. It's just gone shit. The last 10 years or so. I mean, this government that you've got in there now, I mean, they're the worst liars ever. I mean, we know they lie all the time, but they're the worst liars. They're not even good at it. They're not even good at lying. Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to see what happens to the English people now, see if they're going to be running up in their drones to vote after what's been going on, you know? Because it's unforgivable what they've done. People have died, people have lost their livelihoods, they've died unnecessarily. But, you know, I'm expecting more from this. I'm expecting the citizens of Britain to fight back and not be voting and, you know, don't be rolling over and giving up already, because that's not good. There's more to come yet. This is not over yet. Can't be over. I can't believe that they would forget the 2 years that they just lost. That was stolen. Can't believe that. We'll wait and see. This is the whole world, not just Britain. I'm watching the whole world now to see how they behave. If they fucking vote, then we got no chance. It's hopeless. Sick fucking idiots. We voted, and then they created this hoax and jabbed you up. Right. Now they've created a war there. Look, it's Russia's turn now. And then next it'll be China. Well, Russia did it. Russia's allowed to attack Ukraine. Mine will attack Taiwan. This more to come, man. More to come. I'm going to go and get some dinner, actually. I'm hungry now. So I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
See you, bud.
Take care, Jen.
fears. And we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Grover, if you stay, you will never be fly earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, Angry Grover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
They all use the same program. That's why it's called a television program, to program you.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Stop. Let me out! Let me out!
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on their birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially when it comes to their birthday.
Absolutely.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's smile is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
You know, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. You like that?
In consumer news, economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some of the spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year. Economic factors may take the spring out of the step of the Easter Bunny. Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
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 Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Did I say that right?
Yeah, say it right. Yeah, baby.
Talk show host Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Well, Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope once again on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien is looking to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be preparing to push the late night envelope.
And welcome back to the show. I scream, you scream. You know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream,
Well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all, well, you know the rest.
Got it.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, we all know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all know the rest of it, right? I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
Well, I scream, you scream, well, I think you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, and everybody knows the rest.
I scream, you scream. Oh, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
Who are you really shopping for this holiday season? It's okay, you can admit it, if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Well, it's okay. You can admit it if you have bought an item.
And for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you've bought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you bought maybe an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Is it okay? You can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 3 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you brought an item or 2 or 10 for you.
It's okay. You can admit it.
If you bought an item or 2
It's okay. You can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10. Say for yourself. It's okay. Admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay. You can admit it if you bought yourself 1 or 2 or 10 things for yourself because a lot of people do it.
Sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and
Let me out. Let me out.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space, while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars, it's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
A single idea from the human mind can build cities. An idea can transform the world and rewrite all the rules. Which is why I have to steal it. He's hiding something and we need to find out what that is.
We gotta break out of here. Give him the kick. This one's not a part of the plane. Wake me up! Wake me up!
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think.
As the galaxies go whizzing by over the glass domed ceiling, now tell me that does work for you.
If it's true, does it change how I live my life? This is something that is not an easy answer because of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. How it will change your life, first of all, when you understand it, is dramatic, to say the least. Will it change you from having to go to your job every day and the things that you typically do every day? No. But when this knowledge becomes more mainstream and these agencies are starting to be held accountable, and you understand that they're all participating in this, not just the United States government, not just NASA, but China, Russia, India, all of them have space programs. They all have the same symbolism. They're all doing the exact same thing to their citizenry. And the first thing you have to understand about this is that the deception goes all the way to the top. And when I say all the way to the top, you have to kind of get rid of the notion that the people at the very highest levels are working together. Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator, and because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
Think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, form possible.
You have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing, or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite, because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie.
Why do you believe what you believe? Prove it without using NASA or any other space agency, the government or military of any country in the world. Why would I say that? NASA has been proven to be liars time and time again. I could spend a whole weekend here showing you the lies of NASA. How many of you believe your government is 100% honest and can be trustworthy? And how many of you know the military answers to their government? Okay, so if those three sources are all proven liars, why would you trust them? Fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I say, continue to believe pathological liars and you're an idiot. But that's what we've all done. And so, I look at these stuff, we've all seen the textbooks, we've all seen the videos and movies and all these things, and there's so much of it. Do you know what the budget NASA has? You know how much they get, how much money they get? Have you seen the movie Gravity? That's made for about $100 million, give or take. And if you saw the movie Gravity, that was pretty impressive. I saw it on IMAX, big screen, like, wow. I mean, I felt like I was with Sandra Bullock flying around in space, freaking out myself. Okay, this is what they're able to do with $100 million. What are you able to do with tens of billions of dollars a year since the 60s?
Now, in my opinion, we're being lied to not only about the shape of the earth, we're being lied to about the very nature of reality itself. In 1954, Admiral Richard Byrd, a highly decorated naval officer, conducted an interview where he alluded to the idea that there may very well be land beyond the poles.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So there's a lot of adventure left.
Well, do you hope to see that?
We don't know. That's the big problem. We don't know where we are, okay? That's what we're all trying to figure out here. But there is the Antarctic Treaty where, 53 or so nations have signed saying that no one's going to lay claim to Antarctica and that there are massive restrictions for travel there. You can't just get up and go to Antarctica on your own. You have to have a tour guide with you. There are only certain entry points and there are limits on where you can go search.
Personally, I think the unconquered South is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheet of all ice. that's never stopped before. Welcome.
No, I just want to stand on top of the wall and piss off the edge of the world.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Yeah, that's their favorite line. Got a lot of people, what difference does it make? You can't figure out what difference it makes? If you can't figure out what difference it makes that the people running your world are lying to you over and over your whole life, if you can't figure out that someone lying to you is trying to control you, suppressing of information, of knowledge, is control. Deception of information and knowledge is a form of control. So what difference does it make? It makes a big difference, because once they start omitting information or lying about information about where you live, they're doing it to control you. Period. Why am I having to explain this to critical thinkers in the truth movement? The way you control billions of people is to keep them divided and fighting each other. Flat Earth is not a psyop. Flat Earth destroys the psyop. Every psyop that's been used to control us for as long as they've known about it. So this system has been in power and control for hundreds of years, ever since they convinced the rest of the world that they didn't know where they lived. It created this fantastical scenario to make people feel insignificant and to follow those that appear to know better. Why is the flat earth so important? Because it shows the deception. And if everybody would just come together and demand answers, they would be in checkmate. They would not know what to do.
Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I believe that's why we have so many who are indoctrinated to still believe and fight so hard for the heliocentric model. The reason being is because we've been taught the globe model since before we had the ability to think for ourselves. Think about that. Before you could think for yourself, before you could form rational thought, you've been taught that you live on a spinning ball, although your five senses tell you something totally different. Our senses tell us that the earth is flat and stationary, that the sun and moon and the stars rotate above us just as we see, that they make their annual cycles in such a way that we can calculate days, months, and years of the passage of time, just like in Scripture. The earth in itself works like a well-designed timepiece, and we all know that any timepiece that we can think of has a designer. What if the lie is to hide the existence of that designer? What if they're lying to us about this because they're hiding God?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hi, man, right? No, what kind is he? Nah, no. Where are you? Oh, you're on the end. No, I didn't see it or heard anything. No. What's his name? If Cooper, because he might come to me if I call it. I got it, General Cooper. Hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. You been there? Wearing everyone's sick, buddy. Ah, I hate turn dogs go. I can't keep. It's like kids going missing or something. Like, you know. Oh, I know. I bet you're an expensive bastard as well. Nice, man. You come and see me, do you? You come and see me, do you? Go, go to daddy. Go to daddy. Oh, good boy. You can smell my doggies, you know. Oh, my dogs would love you. Come on, come on. Come back. Good boy. Come on. Go see daddy. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man.
world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is you saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning. See, no 8" per mile square. That's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
Just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
see. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away, the moon is not what we see. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what we see. 600 miles using stars, our only compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away, the moon is not what we see. The sun is not so far away, and the moon is not what we see. The thinker thinks is on its own, the song adjusting to the tone, and dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystic's home. The sun is not so far away, everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away, the moon is not what they say. Sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away, the moon is not what we see. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what we see.
to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More of our people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day, when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup, I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. Oh yeah. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun? And people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On a spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Tavern in Plymouth, our adventure awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waits from her gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made could set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat they've sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your lives, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier reef of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance of every attempt impenetrable resistance. Gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. Like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around to go. Like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I see that beneath us scrapes away those drowns on get back. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our two ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mountain treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on the board they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds and cut through the sea. Beyond all horizons, the ends of the earth we have seen. Hang on for your lives, you're living in dreams. To find a place can't be found, leave you lost now, so know where it be. Looming monoliths of Easter Island, nearly lost our lives, attacked by savages with rocks thrown in battle cries. On the Great Barrier Reef wrecked and almost capsized. But nothing compares to the endless sheer ice cliffs through
met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my 2 eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheep believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs have gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Grace, Karma, and lyrics by Aramiston. We pray for your speedy recovery. As I walk the arena, loudly shouting who's next, I break a globe on my dome and utilize my weapon's chest. I've been flat-smacking bait, snatching so long. Even Obama thinks that his globe is gone, but I ain't never snatched a wig that didn't deserve it. Flat Earth being debunked, you know that's absurd, cause you gotta cite what you're claiming, cause I'm not playing, or you will be muted when you're trying to talk. Reality's the grip that I gotta hold. As they slip, I see myself fully in control. Fool, I kick gravity and the ball is right at me, wiping tears from their eyes, playing fair till they get it right.
Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise.
3-point conversation we're embracing. We're tearing down the lies, flat earth is the truth. So we shut them all down with their globe schemes. Too much television watching got them chasing dreams. The indoctrinated fools are out of their mind, thinking they can debunk flat earth online. I'm a devout 3-point wig snatching player with my homies in town. We are the global slayers, fool. Their best ain't nothing but a flat smack away. I'm spitting truth on the mic. What can I say? I got 23, you're giving that wig to me. 20 for the way things are going for the globe.
Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise.
Power and the money, government and power, deceiving every minute, seeking to devour. Ballers scatter gunning, and none of them are winning. It's going down on the Discord. We know the earth ain't spinning. They claim the earth turns as I listen to their preaching. They don't understand it. How can they teach me? I know they can't. I know they won't. They got debunked. That's why the globe is out of luck, fool.
Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the
listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe comes to die. Shout out to our many good moderators: Blaze, Hyder, Meadowlark, MJ, Morvis, Reverend, Spiral of Love, Crack Villain, The Emerald Monkey, and Gospel Bearer, to name a few. Special thanks to Crypto.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Stop the 1960s technology to get us in the mood, and it's the people process to bring it back up again. I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn. 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 On television data, the new mission is lost, and you're in a fight and you can't play it back. What the fuck? I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn. 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 Prime Minister in 1969 fighting Apollo 11 astronauts with a fucking bang. I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn. I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn. I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn. I don't believe NASA, think the butcher learn.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for.
They make short photographs from standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
High and dry, everywhere, I'm looking for someone evermore, sunshine evermore, someone evermore, sunshine.
ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got space. They're gonna rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to space. They go to space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, no ponytails, just to get laid, just to get laid.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious, keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants, rabid psychopath power addicts, and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result, it's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmud Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep
If you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
It's fun, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So I'ma let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind if I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brandis clocks like a dog, see too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So I'ma let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cogdice causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. globe earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Globusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Get the shovel for the spice hubble, piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble, got the ball, you gotta fumble. You get mad, cause at this fight I'm about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes of the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is evidence, and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. No.
Hey, yo.
Chocolate saying, it's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core, scientific, well it's thicker than prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan? Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Damn it! I was on mute. I was trying to be polite. Hello?
Yo,
All right, well, somebody was in here a second ago with a Beavis icon. I don't know who it was. Hey, y'all mind if we play a song? You guys want to talk?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm seeking help.
Oh, well, well, I apologize. I'm just going to be listening anyway, so I'm not going to stay. But you can go down below. I think it's the other or additional information tab. There is everything categorized by topic for your convenience. I mean, have you actually done any homework on the topic? Are you familiar with the old heliocentric theory? Like the
No, don't
model?
worry. Don't worry. I'm from the OGs here. So
Oh, you are
yeah.
good. Okay. My bad. Okay.
I was actually
So you're a
looking
globe
for.
earther?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to talk about these kind of topics. I'm here just for. I want to find a book about gravity. So I forgot the name. That's why I'm here. If someone
Well, I'm just
knows.
gonna tell you I'm not interested because you seem a little bit sus to me, like you don't want to talk, but you just want to you don't know how to research stuff.
All
I
right, all right.
mean,
Ask me whatever you want.
well,
Okay.
well, why do you want to know about gravity? What is it that you think you know about it?
Um, I think the density of air that causes.
I don't think that's what the scientists priests tell us that it is, so I don't know what you're on about. And so yeah. Anyway, there's one or two people in here. I got other stuff I got to do today. It's my day off, so you guys have a good day. TTFN.
Well,
question. No.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, all a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Toon's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Toon. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical, and it uses absolutely no assumptions. And that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations to do it. On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees. Exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees in any triangle. There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, then you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mctoon.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. This shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites. Very, very precise. Better than 1 arc second of precision in this. In order to site them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction does not affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are in Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these three angles from these three mountaintops, nothing more. It sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mctoon.net/SE. You can see here, 50 degrees, 50, these are arc, and it's over. So that is right there what I would ask anybody to explain. If the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin. Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many. It was very like accepted even like over 2,000 years ago, and there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that the whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars. In the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere, and you see the other stars rotating around Polaris from our vantage point. Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross. And also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also see the same face of the moon wherever we are, right? And that would not be possible if we were on a flat plane. So for example, if we were on a flat plane, if the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different face of the moon than someone beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to know a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so many things that prove that the Earth is spherical. But that's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Witsit and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
And I am Witsit Gets It. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see. Can you see it?
Yep.
Exciting. All right, we put this together really fast, but the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. We didn't lie about it. So anyway. So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. Is it when we're at 100 feet or 10,000 feet or 33,000 feet or 7,000 feet or 128,000 feet or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? Which one isn't the real curve? Blue crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting. Of course, the globe earthers literally throw this guy under the bus. They act like he's a complete moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. It can't make up its mind. So very interesting. And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature according to this astrophysicist here from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then of course you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up too. Doesn't matter. We'll just throw this guy up. So here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped a flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change.
Yep.
You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say that the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, I'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth's curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here. This explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. As the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything. It's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which of course they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The globe Earth belief system loves to hand-wave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
So you can see here gas inside a vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. There you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum, and they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17th torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with the pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about determining the brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way that you can even design an aircraft is to assume the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, or people would literally die. They don't assume that the Earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the Earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it, and this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess, but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the Earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe Earth has asthma, so it's breathing, it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the Earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe Earth math, bro. Like the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I'll go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you could just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles. So you can see here in the chart, Obviously, the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably, hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong, right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet, so it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal. Right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right? We have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have two black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word, they're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat it's not for you, bro. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's your boy.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have
That is just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Witsit and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times feet in height? Why didn't you look that? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that, and you didn't answer me. Don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want people to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from Andrew Young,
the subject matter expert. Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Is this being shared? Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's where Quantum Eraser got it from, okay? That is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young. Quantum Eraser loves this guy.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert. Excellent. So the problem is that Quantum Eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial point of your black swan image there, is that there's no refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet, Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from Quantum Eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that Quantum Eraser likes to look at. Now,
Okay.
Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
Over and
That's
over
why
again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from
So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department.
Yes, he did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Dude, we heard it, bro. You took
That's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
My man is tripping. All right. It actually comes from geometry, Tune. It's the radius value of 3,900. The number comes from. Now, of course,
but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Witsit.
All right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around acting as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable. Anyway, but when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating, you know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, in tune? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And never the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro. No, include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so, bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
if you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say it better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how
I'm sorry. You yourself demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights, right? So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical actual location based on... I didn't claim.
Well, this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
So you do claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience, because some people are new to this conversation? Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering all of it.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6 stars just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And then you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary. So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing. And then you have to invoke light rays, which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually
but
the R value.
Here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that.
Okay, but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis. Here, go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that there's a medium? There's a medium.
Live on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on your in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that both are
see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so
both
stop
are
strawmanning me.
Are you
can never see it
No,
because you're strawmanning me. I'm not gonna sit here and let you strawman me.
You're making contradicting statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the Earth. That's what
you never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it through.
So if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into that. You don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the atmosphere?
Yeah, you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry, you don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it, you quantify it, you figure out how it is affecting your observations, and then you include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see?
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature, but since we know that there's
you only see modified things, Austin. We stop strawmanning me. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to. It's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man
identity politics, your identity politics. What is it with his id poll? Aren't you like what the heck?
Wow,
he's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What? No, you have to measure with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying, and you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said with
you literally said you don't think that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is going to see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting a woman. I'm sorry.
Can she talk yet? Can she talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk? Thank you.
Okay. The info is just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value. Of course. If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false, because we can measure refraction and we can control for so if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there? So we can see the curvature, but it is as you're saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and have an actual accurate measurement.
What a terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to there's a separation between Earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between Earth and sky?
Watch our PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing? Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location, like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
Horizon is purely okay, we can see the curvature of the Earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting off the Earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that like, oh, there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the sun is disappearing behind a physical location.
And it's interesting.
But now
because
you're
it's from the
saying
bottom
that
up.
you're saying so there's the ball is a specific size and it doesn't change, right?
Correct.
It doesn't change. Okay, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It doesn't change. But what you're saying is that we're seeing the horizon change in distance. And that can't work if the horizon is a physical location.
Do you? It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you look, when you see a horizon,
Thank you.
you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting a woman? When you see a horizon,
That was pretty funny.
when you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So there's going to be some variables within that curve, right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception. We don't have like telescopic vision, and similarly, there are some elements, there's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we can measure those things. We can measure effects that it has on our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
It means you can control. You can control for that variable. That's what she means.
Control. No, you can't control the atmosphere. So
That's not what she's saying. Don't straw man.
One sec. All right, just to have order. Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to hear your ideas, and so you just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting. So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond, Witsit, maybe a minute or 2, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or 2 as well.
Thank you, man. So like what her analogy was, you don't see the tree, but you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there, hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird, okay? We're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there. We're trying to find out if it's actually there. And then you shine a flashlight on the tree. So you control for the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction is outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the GIF.
But you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand must be happening.
Right,
So,
but the difference.
so I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is.
You need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here. I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand
audience.
wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth's a ball. You are.
So what the flat earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, Muktoon. So you are...
I'm not claiming that it changes. So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the...
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Or you want to throw him under the bus?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
The light is, the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7/6 R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. So don't straw man me by saying it's a reification.
Well,
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth. Right. I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time, okay? So like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value.
Don't straw man me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni.
Which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you straw manning me again?
How am I straw manning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about him or not, it's irrelevant. We're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth, Muktoon. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took a fluctuation of the horizon, made different measurements, and came up with an average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Muktoon. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Muktoon and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates its apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead, either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up, I think your black swan analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because you again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere. We actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but we don't have these positive claims. We just falsify the positive claims of the globe.
Okay,
we
so
can never know. We can
you
never
think it
know.
might be a square, or do you think it's actually flat?
No, we know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat. So you literally are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas pressure without a container.
So when you're in an airplane, do you observe?
Earlier, when you cracked open your little soda can, you just demonstrated the second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like. All we know is that 1, it measures flat. 2, it's stationary. And 3, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. The vacuum of space cannot exist.
Do you understand that a vacuum?
Long story short, we don't have a model.
Okay. Do you understand that a vacuum doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum is just
low
nothing.
Pressure.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But you have space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective has no particles in it, right? So, but the gravity, our Earth has. Do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
yes.
Let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has
there's
for this discussion is a force. It has a direction, and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
For science, first of all, just for science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis of science. But what you're
does
talking
gravity
about,
exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the Earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force. I'm saying it's acting as a force. Correct?
Gravity is not a force.
I understand that, but it's acting as a force. It's acting as a force.
It's not
correct.
It's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. Do you believe that there is a vector?
That there's a downward acceleration?
That has to do with some type of force-like component.
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue, is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time, which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use a scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
But we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything that you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes. Yep.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air around us, which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Right now, so right now
density.
you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying it's
No,
downward
I don't.
acceleration.
I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we have lighter particles, those lighter particles are going to rise until they are no longer lighter than the air surrounding it.
So density disequilibrium, you agree with us?
What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you agree with us?
And when the air goes up, there's fewer particles. Therefore, it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh, okay. So you agree with us.
Yeah.
So downward acceleration.
Don't straw man again. Don't
No,
straw
she
man
just-
again. You're just
Do you
straw manning.
understand? Okay,
That's all
what
you
is-
have. That's all you
What
have
do
is straw
you
mans.
believe is air? What is air in your opinion? Do you think it's
What
just
is
void?
air?
Yes.
Error.
Do you
Yeah,
think
we
it's
need
just
to make
void?
it simple for you guys.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have downward acceleration on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average.
Oh
of
my
9.8
gosh.
Yeah, he can't just
He can't just answer the question. It's ridiculous.
No, he can't. He just has
What
to
is
try
air?
to
That's your
Yes.
shotgun
Do you
word
see it?
salad. Yeah.
Is it
There's a
oxygen
combination
particles?
of different gas pressures that couldn't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. Feel free to stop interrupting me.
Again,
though.
yeah. Go ahead.
Now make sure you keep interrupting me. It'll make the Earth a ball. It'll make the Earth a ball, dude. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared of an observed phenomena called downward acceleration on the Earth. Now this is just an agreed upon average for intents and purposes.
It's not
There's
agreed upon. It's measured.
Is it
measured.
always exactly 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, but it's
Okay,
measured.
it's an agreed
It's not
upon
agreed
average.
upon. It's not an agreed upon average. It's a measured average.
Okay.
You don't know what a measurement is? You don't know how to measure the downward acceleration? It's measured, not agreed upon. It's empirical.
All right, calm down, bro. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration on the Earth. That is the effects, okay, of things falling. Not everything falls, as she just enlightened you. Helium goes up, and as your teammate has said, it's because of density alone. That's her explanation. We
What
agree with
is
that.
air?
Another straw man.
What is air? Tell me.
She thinks
the
that we
chemical
would know about
composition. The particles. Tell me the particles. What is air composed of?
Hey, calm down, Chris. Can I finish my point, please?
Can you answer my
It was her
very
point.
simple question? It's
Air is
just
a combination of
elementary,
different
maybe in middle
gases.
school. No,
I'm sorry
particles.
that
I'm
you-
talking about particles. I'm talking about
You're-
the
you're out of
elements.
your league,
The table of
Marissa.
elements. The table of elements. Just tell me. Okay, if I'm out of my league, then please just answer my simple question.
What a dick.
Okay, calm down.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The Earth's not a globe, but don't make it weird for a sec. Okay. So look, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters.
A measured average.
Okay, McTim, calm down. So that's just an effect. Okay, it's just an effect. Downward acceleration. Gravity claims to be the causal agent of that. So when you invoke downward acceleration, cool story, bro. No flat earther says that some things don't fall to the ground. But actually, what you guys run around acting like is as if everything falls to the ground, even though things go antithetical to the singular vector down to the relative mass of the center of the Earth, right?
Of course they do, because they're lighter than the particles.
Welcome to Flat
surrounding
Earth,
them.
Carissa.
No, it's welcome to 8th grade science class that we need to teach you again that you didn't pay attention to the first time.
No, see, we know that density disequilibrium results in different directionality.
Here's what you don't know. You don't know that multiple forces can act on the balloon at the same time.
No one said they
That's
couldn't.
what you
in
don't
theory.
know. No,
We're
you
asking
don't
to
know
prove
that.
it. We're
You
asking to
think
prove the
that only
hypothetical.
you think that only one thing can act on the balloon at one time, and that
Straw man.
if it goes up, then gravity stopped acting on it. In fact,
Straw
both
man.
density, both buoyancy and gravity affect it at the same time. Just that the buoyancy is larger than the gravity, then it goes up.
Larger. It's larger. Okay, so stop interrupting, my man. Okay, so we know that relative density disequilibrium will result in directionality. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than the surrounding air, so they go up. That's antithetical to the singular vector of down relative to the center of mass that gravity invokes. When you have downward acceleration, as Carissa was enlightening us stupid flat earthers about, that's just an agreed upon average of an effect, right? You're claiming the causal agents, right? Now you're claiming an additional force is present that hasn't been isolated. You haven't manipulated the variable of space and time bending and warping and dilating. You presuppose it, right? You presuppose the causal agent, seeing the effect and say, look, the effect proves my cause. I don't have to prove the cause, but you do. That's what's in contention, okay? So whenever the only thing you can empirically verify is the density relationship affects directionality, and that's what we say. I can actually get much more specific, and McToon, I can guarantee you, I'm trying to give you a heads up here. You're not ready, bro. Okay, so she already handled Carissa and you very sufficiently. Would you like to acknowledge that you don't have an empirical evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model?
Not at all. Eddington, 1915.
1915 proved space and time bend and warp? Please enlighten us.
Eddington, 1915 was the first empirical confirmation of space-time bending.
When did they isolate space-time? How do you do that?
It was an I'm sorry, I'm not playing your you don't understand science game. Okay, it's a peer-reviewed, published experiment that Eddington did in 1915.
What did he do?
Confirming the bending of space-time.
How did he do that?
What do you do?
That was the eclipse of 1915.
Wow. So he looked at the sky and proved that space and time bend and warp?
Okay, well, you go ahead and you go ahead and I'll just let you read it and
Isn't there a difference
probably
between
go over your head.
correlation and causation? Don't you learn that?
Almost as if most people see the Earth, most intellectuals see the Earth as being a sphere. And
appeal to majority.
No, I'm not making that as an argument. I'm saying it's been empirically proven in 99.9995 of any academic sources that are going to tell you that.
I've not seen any academic sources saying otherwise at all.
Because they're censored and people will be fired. But anyway, her turn.
So hold on. I want to get back to my point. So I'm going to explain to you and to the audience what air is. So air is a collection of elements: nitrogen, oxygen, many others. And if you look at the periodic table, you see helium, and that is one of the lightest of the elements. Therefore, there is buoyancy and there's density. When something is lighter than other things, it will rise. But when it gets to a point in time where it is so high and there's not many other particles around it, then it will not rise any longer. Because it is heavier than the void, correct? Therefore, it stops rising because of gravity. Therefore, that is why all the particles on all the gases do not go all the way into space. It is really not that hard to understand. It just is how density and buoyancy and gravity interacts. And this is literally middle school stuff. So I don't understand why you have this smugness. It's like, oh my God, I can't even tell you what air is because I'm just so buff you. When you literally can't even answer a simple question. It's so sad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
No one is disagreeing. Flat earthers do not disagree with relative density. A great example.
Then you wouldn't have given your definition in the first place with the gas going up.
Okay, no one is disagreeing with relative density. And also, we are not disagreeing with the downward acceleration. What we are disagreeing with is the cause of the downward acceleration. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay? So, yes, because you weren't even educated on the
that's not how a law
cause.
works.
You weren't even, guys, I haven't talked very much. It's my turn to shine. Okay? So this is the thing. You want to say that the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. The cause absolutely matters, Carissa. You weren't even educated on your own model. It's not massive.
What are you talking about? I said it acted as a force. I never said it actually was a force.
What a straw man.
Let me finish. So, okay. The cause, establishing the cause and effect, which is the whole purpose of the scientific method, okay? And what we want to know is how they actually established that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, McToon brought up an eclipse. And I have a question for McToon. McToon, what is the difference between correlation and causation. What is the difference?
Yeah, correlation is not causation.
Okay, thank you. So how do we actually know then if we're observing, just observing, right? Observing, because there's no manipulation going into the eclipse, right? We're just observing. How do we actually know then, because that's the key part of the scientific method, is manipulating the independent variable to establish causation. Just for the audience, a good example of correlation, the difference between correlation and causation is every time I see the sunrise, I hear a rooster crow. So therefore, the rooster crow is causing the sunrise, right? We're observing two things happening at the same time, but that which is correlation. But to actually know that the rooster is causing the sunrise, we would have to manipulate the rooster, right? We'd have to take the rooster out of the equation. Oh, the sun still rises. Okay, it's not causation. So when you're just observing, how is an observation establishing causation?
It wasn't just observing. They positioned themselves and waited to the appropriate time for the sun to position itself relative to the star.
They observed it.
Did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated
Okay, so they
their
just
look.
observed. So
Hold on, I didn't finish what I was telling you that what they were manipulating. They were manipulating their position relative to the sun and the star so that they could see if it was bending around it or not.
I understand, but did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated their position.
So they just manipulated where they were looking and observing.
Where yes, absolutely.
But the independent variable, which would be space and time, they did not manipulate. They just observed, correct?
The independent variable is not space and time.
Yes, it is.
Space. Sorry. First of all, there's no and between there. It's space time.
Sorry, space time.
Okay.
Space time.
Well, actually, it's made up of space and time. So I'll say the and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, they here's the deal. You always go on about, because this you get from Quantum Eraser parroting him, that somehow this independent variable, dependent variable is absolutely required in an experiment. It is not, actually. Your only source for that is Quantum Eraser, and his source for that is a 7th grade How to Do Your Science Fair project website. So that is not the only way to do an experiment.
I understand, and shout out to QA, love the guy. But I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the bending and warping.
Okay, here's the deal. If you don't
sorry.
like it,
I didn't realize that you were still talking.
Just to be sure, I promise we'll come right back to MC Toon, but just to let let Kai finish.
A lady.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't realize. I think McToon just takes really slow breaths, and I'm just not really paying attention. But I understand what you're saying. I read your website. I looked at your sources regarding the scientific method. But that's why I wanted to bring up correlation versus causation, because right now we are talking about the bending and warping of space-time causing downward acceleration. Correct? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about causation. So what I want to know is how you differentiated between correlation and causation, because the only way to do that is through manipulating the independent variable. Observation alone cannot differentiate between correlation and causation. And if you don't manipulate the variable, then at best you just have correlation.
Thoughts, Chris or MC2?
Well, but do you want to take it? Because I think you were saying something. I don't want to.
No, you go ahead.
Your thunder.
You go ahead.
My response to that would be, regardless, I think we obviously don't know everything about gravity. And I think that's fair to say. There are things that we do not fully understand. I don't know if you would totally agree with. That's my understanding of it. It gets into like general relativity and just a ton of stuff that you don't even get to until like PhD level plus, right? But generally speaking, you don't need to get into that level to see that gravity is consistent in the way that it proves a spherical Earth, improves the globe.
All right, real fast though, just because James was right. McToon and I do have some history, but I want to talk to McToon about this, right? Since we're talking about gravity, and I usually keep this in the chamber. Most people aren't ready for it. I know you're not, McToon, but you keep talking about gravity, invoking it. It proves the ball Earth, as she's saying. No, you look at the lights in the sky. You presuppose a distance, a certain mass, relative nature. Then you presuppose a causal agent called space and time bending and warping and dilating, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, whenever we presuppose a theory of relativity, apply it to the universe, it's off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. Not only do you not know how to fully explain gravity, or have you ever proven it, it's not even mathematically viable yet. It's off by 95%. You should look into it. But McToon, here's my question for you. If everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, how is it that you isolated gravity and proved it to be the causal agent of something?
Well, if you think that electrostatics is somehow doing it, then I would love to see how it gets that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, Coulomb's law was actually hijacked and then changed into the little g. But I asked you a very specific question.
Coulomb came after Newton, actually.
Let me rephrase it for you because you don't seem to understand it, okay?
Wait. So you just claimed that
Coulomb...
You
will never answer it. I want the audience to know McToon 100% will not
Austin,
answer.
this is important. You just claimed that Newton stole from Coulomb, even though Coulomb's law came after Newton's
I didn't say Newton stole anything, buddy, okay? What I said is that electrostatics explains the phenomena as well, right? But here's the question.
It doesn't explain it at all, because in a because here, lead is diamagnetic. It has a light lightly repels from electromagnetism. Lead would float if it were electrostatics.
Hey, is electrostatics and electromagnetism the same thing, McToon?
I don't know. You brought up Coulomb's law, but tell you what, you show me.
Yo,
you show
you're
me
so
how
out of
it
your
works.
face, McToon.
Hold on. In a Faraday cage, things don't just float.
Are the things in the Faraday cage electrostatic? Yes or no?
Well, you were claiming everything is electrostatic, and electrostatics are cause for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So please present how that happens.
Okay, you had to straw man me. I want the audience to take note. 100%, I'll bet anything on it. McToon cannot answer this question. Okay, so if electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic nature, which I could cite Purdue University saying that it's just objective. Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power, that's 39 zeros, stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot isolate gravity by controlling the variable of electrostatics, how can you verify that the gravity is there, McToon?
Oh, it's easy to isolate electrostatics. You just have a common ground.
So when you ground something, is the thing that you grounded electrostatic, yes or no?
Both. If you have a common ground, both things are at the same electrical potential.
No, not electrical, electrostatic. Like I said, you're out
electrostatic
of your league.
or electrostatic, whatever. So explain to me then. I'm waiting for you. You just keep asking the question. I studied electrical engineering. You studied nothing.
Which is why it's so sad.
So go right ahead and explain it. All you're doing is saying there's these forces, but you don't understand that they're all at zero potential differential.
Okay. Yeah.
How are they different?
You can never actually exclude the electrostatic potential of anything. Hence me just now citing Purdue University verbatim.
What's the link?
I'll get in a second.
Yeah.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That's fine, but if they're at the same potential, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if we use a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics, it will change the directionality of things. They will go up and down. Lightning, electrostatic phenomena, bumblebee, actually using electrostatic resonance, Spiders and beetles do as well. So we have naturally occurring phenomena where electrostatics affects directionality. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic. Glass, lead, you name it, anything. If you ground something, it's still electrostatic. It's intrinsically electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and way stronger than gravity claims to be. The official heliocentric explanation for this is that out on the bigger cosmological scale, when you get out to much bigger masses, it overrides it due to the scalar nature of gravity. So you should learn your own idea before you act like I'm dumb. And so that's just a side note, right? So you cannot, she already demolished you, bro. You didn't manipulate space and time, bend and warp it, and verify it's the causal agent. And electrostatics is still
No,
present.
you asked something and you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
I'm still, you all you need to do is understand that there's no differential. The electrostatic force happens if there is a electrostatic differential. But if there is no electrostatic differential, there's no force applied.
How do you control the differential of the Earth?
You were wondering about electrostatics, and I was explaining it to you, right? And then you changed it to something that wasn't about an electrostatic differential.
Does the Earth have an electrostatic resonance?
A resonance?
A resonance field, yeah. Yes or no?
I don't even know what you mean by an
know.
electrostatic resonance field.
Okay, I'm sorry that you're
just making up crap.
Okay, so let me just all I'm saying is we can move on from this. This is more technical aspect. It's actually not necessary, but all I'm saying is everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power strong, and gravity even claims to be. Okay, she explained to you that in 1915 it was superseded. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. It's now considered an effect of the bending and warping of space and time. This has never been verified, scientifically manipulated. In fact, it's off by 95% when applied to the cosmological scale. It's called dark matter and dark energy. And then you can verify that causal agent. You certainly don't have some intellectual high ground where you can make fun of us with fifth grade science jokes. It's laughable. I read the theory of relativity. You don't need a PhD to do it either, Carissa. So here's the deal. You can't verify your causal agent claim, which is actually what your entire model is dependent upon, as well as the R value, which we've demonstrated that is falsifiable and in fact been falsified. So that's the crux of the whole issue. We'll never get answered. We'll just get ad homs. We'll just get little like shots about how you're so smart in fifth grade science. We'll do what, blah, 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 Pilton majority. But there you go. So until you can actually substantiate the cause of the downward acceleration, the fact we see the downward acceleration doesn't matter. We know that.
But it was empirically confirmed in 1950, and you just handed it away.
No, it was not.
Carissa destroyed you on that, bro. Were you not here?
Confirmed. That's what we're trying to tell you. It wasn't.
High five, Carissa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
Yeah, Kai did. Carissa destroyed you earlier by disagreeing with you about the horizon. Sorry, I get mixed up.
Because obviously he thinks that there's a static horizon, right? Don't you?
He
Right?
thinks there's a necessary static horizon.
I love
If
it.
the Earth is a
What
sphere.
if
the globe or
No, no, wait. No, guys, wait. What's the definition of air? Let's pause it.
Yeah, please tell me. Well, I already gave you the answer, so it would be quite fair.
Hey, Carissa, do gases have an inherent shape?
Atomically,
They haven't. Well, what's their shape?
it depends on their chemical makeup.
Do gases
Their
have an
molecular,
inherent shape?
their molecular makeup. It depends on their molecular.
Hey, Richard Feynman would disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that each atom in the gas is going to have a molecular makeup, and that would generally, there might be some variation in the shape depending on how they interact with each other, but it honestly is, yeah. So it's not, of course, gas itself isn't going to be like, it's amorphous, right? But like on an atomic level, of course, there's going to be a shape to the atom.
Okay, so gases don't have an inherent shape. Okay, cool. I guess I got it. I was gonna say, so can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without a container.
Gas structure?
Pressure.
Pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes, you can.
You can you demonstrate it? Well, before we ask for your demonstration, we have a demonstration for you. Okay. So
You hear that sound?
you hear it?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Okay, so the pressure actually spontaneously sought equilibrium to the lower pressure around it once you remove the containment. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So do you understand that the gas going into the air is floating up and it's being buoyant because it's lighter than the air around it? Of course, when you have a vacuum,
Maybe you
it's
should
not
ask her.
going to go up. It's not
She'll
going
ask
to go
you.
up.
Yeah, maybe.
Can you stop interrupting women, please? It's going to go up. It's not going to go up.
The
obviously.
joke reached its expiration.
Oh, I'm glad that you're able to determine that.
Someone
So if you're able to go into like a vacuum, there are no other molecules or any other substances to help it float and disseminate into the air, because there is no air. Therefore, obviously, it's not going to rise.
So to clarify, you just didn't answer the question when I said, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes, we have gas, an element of gas pressure here. I think it's probably determined by some effective gravity.
So the reason that we're asking this is because they tell us that the separation between our gas pressure here on Earth and the vacuum of space, which, as you brought up, is not like a vacuum cleaner. Everybody knows that.
It's not sucking.
Of course, yep, yes. They're saying that it's uncontained. It's uncontained.
Yes.
Now,
because the molecules still have.
So they're saying
mass.
it's uncontained, but
There's still mass.
The reason that we are puzzled, okay, because you want to talk about science. So we're curious because this is a good source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure of a gas. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So what's happening is the gas molecules, for example, like in your tire, we just filled up air in my tire today. That was a great example of gas pressure. It's the air inside, the molecules are colliding with one another and they're bouncing off the walls of the container, which is creating pressure. And the container is the antecedent to gas pressure. Okay. So, but here's the problem is they're just saying that the container that's keeping the air in from the vacuum is just air. Okay. So that's the relevance of us asking, okay, the heliocentric model is claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container. So we would need to see this demonstrated on some small scale here on Earth. Because again, we can show you the Perrier can, my tire, a balloon. These are all gas pressure inside a container. So just show us one example, not using the thing in question though, which is the Earth's atmosphere. One small demonstration that confirms that you can have gas pressure without a container.
So number one, you're going to have to have such a huge gravitational force, right? Because right now what's happening is that the gases are being gravitationally pulled on a molecular level toward the Earth's core, right? So you can't reproduce the same situation unless you have such a broad scale gravitational pull, which is not something that we're going to ever be able to replicate. Unless I guess we want to go to like another planet and have like this huge experience. It's just not going to be practical, right? So generally speaking, the reason that it's still, I'm assuming that definition is assuming that it's within our atmosphere, right? And that there's going to be air around it.
If I can,
go ahead,
Carissa. There's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. So there's a distinction that you're missing there. So the definition you read doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
The atmosphere
It applies to gas within a physical container. It's not speaking about the atmospheric gas.
To clarify, atmospheric pressure isn't gas pressure, right?
They are distinct, yes.
So the atmosphere isn't made up of gas pressure.
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are different things.
But is there gas pressure in the atmosphere?
There is pressure, but it's not due. Your definition doesn't apply to atmospheric pressure.
Okay,
it applies to specifically that definition that you read is specifically talking about within a physical container.
We have just a few more minutes, then we have to go to Q&A, as we do have a number of questions, and we are excited about them, so thank you very much. Folks, want to remind you a couple things before we do that as well. We'll give
gas pressure,
MC Toon and Witsit and Kai a chance to draw together some of the threads from this debate in just a moment, but I want to let you know, folks, Carissa and MC Toon and Witsit and Kai are all linked in the description, so you can check out their links if you'd like to hear more. Highly encourage you. What are you waiting for? I mean, the links are already there. So with that, Carissa, MC Toon, Witsit, and Kai, any final concluding statements on tonight's debate?
Then go first.
Go ahead. You can start off.
Okay. Well, Austin, I sent that to you more than a year ago. I don't think you've looked at it, but we didn't get to it. Maybe next time. mctoon.net/SE. Go ahead.
So I guess my closing would be that it's interesting. I think both Whitsitt and his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I don't specifically remember your name because it's not.
It's just 2 letters.
Hi, gotcha. I think that they.
Until later
I
date.
think they're getting really entrapped by the semantics
Somehow
of
you
things
can
when many
can
of
change your region to Mexico.
the Earth can be
get it.
obviously proven to be spherical without being like, oh, we need to understand gravity to a precise and dark matter and all this stuff. There are many ways to condense these perspectives and realize that the Earth is spherical. There are observational ways to realize that the Earth is spherical. There are many different ways to do so. And I think it's very interesting that they aren't even able to give a map or any indication of what they actually believe the world looks like. They seem very focused on like, oh, this is, common sense and stuff, but they aren't actually able to provide a map or anything, any model of their Earth. They say that it's not a positive claim, yet their shirts literally say the Earth is flat. They won't even say that they believe that. They're like, oh, well, we don't have to do that, right? Because they're worried they're spineless. So with that, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate talking to the both of you. Carissa, I would love for you to join us. We have a Discord server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we educate new Globers on. Part of it is that you don't know your model. And when you learn the model, you find out that there's so many holes in it. So I invite you to come. We have Ladies Night at 5 p.m. Again, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. McToon, I appreciate speaking with you as well. I would just ask that you, take a time to just think about the difference between correlation and causation. But overall, just to wrap it up with a nice bow, it's really good to question things. And I think everyone can agree with that it's very important to question things. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So with the spherical access, by the way, McToon, I don't know why you keep bringing up our DMs, man. I guess I'll have to tell the audience now. You DM me 1,000 times, dude. So believe it or not, no, I don't read all your DMs, bro. I think it's super weird. So there you go. There's your interest in that.
I did it in a debate on this
platform.
I did it in a debate. I sent it to you during the debate last time you were
Not
here.
my boyfriend's DMs.
Yeah, McToon, I think you actually interrupted my closing. It's cool, but I get it. You get triggered, but I haven't checked my DMs during the debate, and you've sent me hundreds of messages. It's all good. Spherical excess, you actually look over a vast distance. You say that there's no refraction, but then right after that, you can rewind for the audience. He literally said, well, there is some. You got to account for it. And whoop-de-whoop. Yeah, of course, there's refraction is a fluctuation. You take an apparent location, presuppose a radius value, presuppose the Earth's a sphere, and then you take the fluctuation of the differential in the apparent location, and then you say, look, here, it's more than 180 degrees, and we don't need refraction. It's not really here, but it's kind of here. Wow, dude, that was really difficult. Please send me some more through the DMs. So, and then she said, oh, if the moon's a sphere, we don't presuppose the moon's a sphere. We've seen the same side of it forever. So no, that doesn't prove the Earth's. Well, I can go through your entire intro right now. It's not true. It's all dumb. It's all presuppositions. What we'll always get, and oftentimes, is how many times will Austin say specificity or presuppositions? I'm sorry that Globers make me say presuppositions to every one of their postulations, but that's what it is. So here's a quick recap of the situation. We pointed out that the horizon that we see is nothing more than an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. That's what we've all observed. Anyway, so then we looked at long hallways and railroads. They always converge optically, right? That's what we know. That's what we can replicate. That's what we can demonstrate. That's what we observe. You say, well, that's what we observed, but there's something else going on that we just don't ever see because NASA went to the moon in 1969, right? Like that's what you're saying. And that there's an apparent location you can't tell. You can presuppose that it's there, presuppose a radius value, fluctuate it with the category error, then come up with some mathematical equation that doesn't even work, and then that makes the Earth the ball. Cool story, bro. We've seen mountains 273 miles away, 255 miles away. We falsify the radius value. It is impossible that we live on the radius value that they say that we do. It's impossible that we live on the radius value that we say that we do. We falsify the fact you don't have the causal relation for gravity. So there you go. We talked about the basics. Just look into it. I do this for the third-party viewer, as does she. Just open your mind. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was crazy. Don't be a zealot and try to defend the government via Stockholm Syndrome. It's okay. Don't make this weird, bro. They lied. I just encourage you to look into it, and then you will find out that, in fact, all the empirical evidence is on one side. Thank you.
Move into the Q&A. So do want to say thank you to all of our guests. As I had mentioned, our guests are linked in the description. Also have to let you know a very special link is pinned to the top of the live chat. Folks, we know a lot of people enjoy debating these topics, and maybe you have a new YouTube channel, a podcast, whatever it is that you want to get exposure. Well, that's how Modern Day Debate works, is it's all built on exposure. So for example, all of our guests that are here right now are linked in the description. We encourage you to check out their links. And if you want to come on and debate either flat earth versus globe earth or creation versus evolution, I have pinned a Google Doc or spreadsheet at the top of the chat. So if you'd like to come on and debate one of these topics, or maybe you don't even have a channel that you're trying to get exposure, you just enjoy debating because you're sick like us, well, go ahead and enter your info into that spreadsheet that is pinned at the top of the chat right now. And with that, thanks so much for your patience. We're jumping into the questions. Alex Stein, old friend, says, Austin and Kai makes my heart swoon. Love flat earth for the win.
Yeah, shout out Alex Stein. What a legend. And go sub to Conspiracy Castle where you could be super lame. Much love.
Let's see. Melvin, MC Toon, you might enjoy a debate with Alex. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have a good chemistry. But made by Ben Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the physical properties of space-time?
The physical properties of space-time is 4 dimensions. That's what it is.
You got it. And Chris Gaiman, thanks for your question, says, Flats, how much does air weigh? Do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Is that for us or for, sorry?
Flats.
For the flats. The flatties. Ready?
What's the question?
They say, how much does air weigh? And do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Okay, matter is no longer has an intrinsic property of gravity. We've already explained that gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. But anyway, like what is air? Air is certain types of gases. What is the weight? What is weight? It's acceleration relative to its location and to its density disequilibrium or relationship. Very simple. Gas always fills the available space. A gradient is a non sequitur. So there you go. Like, yeah, there's a gradient, but there's still pressure. That's delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent requirement for X, which is that there is a container. So that's called a non sequitur.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from C. Mitch Play. Says, Flat Earthers, can you determine where a heavenly body will be based on a time and location on Earth? Because Globe can without using historical data.
Hilarious enough, actually, NASA still utilizes the Cero cycle, and yeah, it's in a repetitive cycle. Hence why you know why it's there. You're just explaining to explain the cause. It's called post-diction, not prediction. So you looked at it.
You should look up ELP 2000. You don't understand it.
Oh, okay. First of all,
welcome.
Juicy, this one coming in from Sofa King Sleepy says, KY, they are going to stick with that. Obviously, when stuck, they will need some more teaching from an astroglitticist.
Great. I just tell if they would like to talk to me personally, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're smarter than me, let's see what you got.
You got it, and thanks very much for this question coming in from GPS. Says, both sides, how does GPS work?
You go first.
The satellites send their location and the time from the specific location that they're at. The receivers get the time and the location from multiple satellites and trilaterate the distance from the different satellites that they're at. And having that, they can get their exact position. It's an open standard. Anybody can create their own antenna and capture that data themselves and see if it works and see if that location is where it appears to be from.
Interesting. Yeah. So just for some Globers that don't know, right? Some people say that GPS is global positioning satellites. I think most people know that, and that's global positioning system. Loran system long predates it being called something to do with the globe. 99% of all transmission are using towers and underground sea cables and wires, right? So we don't actually even utilize the idea of space, certainly not free falling in a vacuum of space. Even if there was something in the sky, which I can actually give you plenty of scientific evidence as to how that was possible on a flat Earth. It doesn't verify the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. So almost all the transmissions are using that. The Loran system came long before you called it GPS, and that's the exact use case of GPS. So it's certainly not exclusive to a globe.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from Sarcastic Barman. Says, Flat Earthers, what's the distance around Antarctica? Please bear in mind before you answer, there is a race around it.
Yeah, so the supposed sailboat race that goes around Antarctica actually goes down and pops back up. They publish publicly their actual route. It goes down and pops back up. So that just shows how little people research. We couldn't actually verify the distance around Antarctica because it's illegal to do that via the Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. Longest lasting peace treaty, not even up to review till 2042.
What page has that you can't go there? Can you cite that?
Yeah. It tells you that it all adheres to beyond the 60th south latitude, and you cannot privately or freely explore it without.
Can you show the exact?
Sure,
which article of it says you can't go there?
Article 6.
You just make that up.
We done?
John Rapp says.
So we can.
John Rapp says, GPS. Evil NASA rubs their GPS satelloons vigorously, makes them stick to the dome. Flurfs. Hashtag rub your satelloon.
Straw man fallacy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Sunflower says, MC Toon, when we set up a vacuum chamber and observe things in it, there is no medium modifying or obscuring it. Correct?
That's right.
You got it. Andrew Rouse says, statement, you two are the perfect couple. I think that they're talking with you, Richard. Gotcha. Next up, Roger Polak says, MC Toon says, MC Toon, please make a soundboard for greatest hits, PTS.
PTS.
I think they mean make a soundboard of Austin.
Oh, I already did.
I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's getting weird. Get out my DMs and record my voice, bro.
Kang024, thanks for your message. As a reminder, want to remind you all, folks, in the live chat, attack the arguments instead of the person. Super important, folks. We really do want to encourage you to rise to that standard. 99% of you do a great job. And for those of you who are not yet there, believe me, you're going to get there. And Joshua Alex says, for both, take 2 cesium clocks, one at street level, one at the top level of a building. The tower clock will soon be behind. How do you explain this?
Right, yeah. So what they do is they say that space and time was proven by the oscillation rate of a cesium atom and its degradation. Of course, they don't account for the vibrational pattern or where they are within the vortexual, movement of the electromagnetic field. We'll say for intended purposes, not to make people spiral. So yeah, there's numerous different variables they don't control for, and then they just look at the degradation rate of a cesium atom, the oscillation rate, and then they presuppose the causal agent being space and time, which is called a reification fallacy.
You got it. And Peace Pie says, can Fletcher explain the moon's shadow in all phases? Who is Fletcher?
Flat earther?
Maybe they mean, I don't know. If Fletcher, yeah, it must be you, Austin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make unfounded claims. Actually, you can actually create, people spiral over this. I just don't care what people think. So you can actually replicate a naturally occurring hologram with the polarization of the electromagnetic field that replicates the color changes, the appearance of shadows, and the phases of the moon. We've only seen one face of the moon for all recorded history. You claim it's entirely locked. It's a coincidence. So cool story. Falsification is independent of replacement. We have the Stellanian eclipse, the eclipse where it actually the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
We're never going to get done if he just waffles like this.
Where the Earth is blocking the sun, supposedly casting a shadow onto the moon and going the wrong way. So we falsified your claim, and falsification is independent of replacement.
Gotcha. And then Andrew Rouse says, Austin, in 15 years, when you look back at all of these debates, how are you going to deal with all the cringe? I don't know if they mean cringe from you or from the opponents. I'm baffled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard to rewatch Mattoon implode like this, but I'll try and make it through it.
This is next up. The Science of Science says, MC Toon, a convex surface does not mean the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
Next up, RT96 says, our view of a pencil in a glass of water is affected by refraction. Witsit says, quote, there is no pencil, bro. That's my best impression, sorry.
That's a good one.
Okay, at least you do the bro in there. It's not too bad. Nah, dude, no one said there was no pencil. That's not analogous. That's a much more dense medium called water. So cool story. And in fact, you require the isolation of a physical location called the geometric horizon. So cool story, bro.
Kango24 says, Witsit, Earth's curve can be seen. Its location is just refracted. Just like looking at a pencil in the glass of water, is the pencil not physical?
Earth's curvature can be seen. You just don't actually see it because it's completely refracted, and we see something else. That's what he said.
McTone already elaborated on that.
We can physically manipulate the pencil, not the curvature of the Earth. Next
up, Science of Science says, Carissa also thinks a convex surface means a globe. That's a pretty big leap in logic to think convex equals globe.
I don't think I ever said that.
You got it?
No, because I don't necessarily believe that. So.
Deal. Don Kedick says, I love modern day debate. Gets me through my workday. Thanks for your encouragement, Don. It means a lot. And Fat Man says, KY, you can't compare, I think they mean Kai, says you can't compare a laser sliding on a table to the sun setting. The sun is not suiting on Earth sliding away from us.
That's literally what it's doing.
Sliding.
That's literally what it's doing.
I think they meant
And you can
sitting.
even see this with the videos of the shrinking sun. That only a shrinking sun can only happen if because of angular resolution. That's it.
Gotcha on this one coming in from Digital Demonic Dabro says the damn Santa silly man argument is a red herring by Witsit. This man is not even addressing the argument in this argument. He strawmanned the whole conversation.
No, it wasn't a red herring. And by the way, I said Superman, not Santa, because she said there's an actual tree that we know is there. We don't know the curvature's there. That's why her thing is laughably rudimentary and inadmissible when it comes to empirical evidence. And then she said we control the variables by using a light, which you don't control the atmospheric refraction. So I was being very specific as to say, well, I've never seen Superman. That's why I still know that he is there. That's what she's saying. We've never seen the curvature, but we know it's there. So try again.
No, I just was specifically addressing your claim that just because we have to account for something doesn't mean that we don't actually see it.
Specifically, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's
No,
not.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Well, I
about
can
this
cut you out of the
specifically.
debate saying it 3 times. So
No, I'm talking about it specifically. That you can't, just because you don't see something directly doesn't mean that it's not visible by controlling elements around you. That's my only point. It's not a one-to-one comparison on all values. But go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No worries. The Batman says, Austin triggered MC Tune, good and hard, LOL Globies. Very good. All right. Next up, John, he told me how to pronounce it. Sudlick says, I love Witsit, but Kai is better looking. Sorry, dude.
no offense taken, bro.
This one coming in from Displaced Gamer says, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space spherical?
Wait, sorry.
What?
What happened?
I think this is, yeah, so that's for you. So they say, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space? Why do they all tend toward being spherical in shape?
Wave. Yeah, see, actually, you can't even substantiate sphericity or terra firma. I actually document them all the time. They're pulsating, quote-unquote, orbs of light for intensive purposes. And even if I look up at a cylinder and say, there's a light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. That's not very adequate information now, is it? Plus, you presuppose the mechanism that causes it all to happen. Presuppose the medium being a vacuum, which is literally antithetical to the natural law called the second law of thermodynamics. It looks like a more fluid-like medium, but that's for people that are open-minded.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Rai says, make sure you wear your NASA shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. I think that's for you, Carissa. Are you going to wear your NASA shirt?
Yo.
I am being deafened right now.
That's hilarious, bro.
Was that for me? Of course I'm going to get booster shots.
Oh, no, I was just in general.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah, because
okay.
I'm pro science.
Next
Yeah,
up,
hopefully we get 33 of them.
Raza 43 FC Tune. You're not going to get a booster shot? Jeez, man. Okay. Raza 43 says, if anyone lets go of a helium balloon atop Mount Everest, it will fall. Why is that flat earthers? How do grown-ups not know this?
What happens when you pop the helium balloon?
Deflect.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh my gosh. Lasers are so dumb.
Let's see. Thy Messenger says, I never have seen McToon so triggered. Ha ha, he lost. It's just so trollish. They say it's so blatantly. They say, ha ha, he lost today. He needs more anti-truth media training. Hashtag Black Swan photo. MC Toon, any thoughts?
I've definitely been more animated in some. I think people might be able to identify when even. But this was fun.
This one coming in.
And it wasn't you, Austin.
I wouldn't laugh too much, Austin. We got a juicy one. Xanos Carthage says, Hey, have you seen the footage of Witsit getting beat up by an MMA fighter? I think he tapped out 6 times. Is this true, Witsit?
No,
That was-
complete lie. I got hands, bro. Leave with the left.
Was it against MC Toon?
No, I got hands, bro. Leave with the left, James.
Next up.
What do you? Wait, hold on. Was that you, or are you talking about? Did somebody mistake you for right the hand?
I didn't get tapped out by anyone. That's all I can say about it.
All right.
Witsit doesn't get tapped out by anybody, folks. And then Snake was right. Says that density creates direction. Thank you. Snake was right. Thank you for your question. Says if density creates direction, why do things not fall up toward the less dense air? Clearly, the direction of most mass is what determines direction.
That just made me lose brain cells, but it's the object's density relative to the atmosphere or the surrounding medium. So if something above it is less dense, that's non sequitur. It's more dense than the surrounding air where it's currently residing within that medium.
Like an ice cube, you drop it in room air, it falls to the ground. You drop it in your cocktail, it rises to the top.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, Robert Summers says, Flat Earth wants to claim science is on their side. Can you tell me one model in the Flat Earth that makes testable and accurate predictions?
Well, models aren't science, so that's convenient, and we're actually not allowed to privately travel past the 60s.
Models absolutely are a necessity in science.
Look, man, all the super chats are for us, okay? Just in case you weren't paying attention, but so you're not allowed to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So to make claims outside
but
of
you
that
didn't. But you didn't substantiate that claim yet, Austin.
So you're even triggered in Q&A, McToon. You need a jail, bro. Like,
but you didn't substantiate that claim. You're just lying.
Okay.
Maybe if you
You're
just stopped
lying.
lying, we wouldn't have to
Asar,
fact you.
Asar,
Are you done?
You always lie.
Yeah, all I know is the super chats are for us. That's all I know. So you can't go past the 60th south latitude.
That's a lie. Why are you lying again, Austin?
Next up, Asar,
why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar M. Ka says, if gravity doesn't exist, have them explain the cause.
Oh, yeah. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. To be more specific and technical, incoherent dielectric acceleration. You can use a Van de Graaff generator, affects directionality. You can slow me down to 0.5 since it's just word salad, even though it's all coherent, very hyper-specific. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and since it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity and claims to be, you certainly can't claim gravity, so everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density disequilibrium is the relative characteristic that is most prominent. Write it down.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Scotty Osborne says, MC Toon, do you abuse human growth hormones to get those unusually large muscles, which is actually cannibalism? Are you on the roids, MC Toon?
Not. It's just
from the Roy's Institute. Bring your
Pseudonym,
chocolate.
thanks to your super sticker.
Where's my
and
chocolate?
Made by Jim Bob says, MC
Can I get
Toon,
some chocolate?
are the necessary constituents of
Is
a
this still
scientific
going?
experiment.
Can I get
scientific
some
experiments
goddamn
are not
chocolate?
dogma. So the necessary
I love
constituents that you're talking about are
The
again from
chocolate.
Kiwi, where he tries to make science into
Did you
a
get
dogma.
Did you have
No,
enough
it is not
sustenance
the
that
IVD dogma that
you
he talks about.
suckled from the
Independent,
teat
dependent, and control
of
variables.
idolatry? Yeah, but control variables,
are
which you
a
never do.
statist
But those are
cuck.
just dogma. That is not actually
You're a
the
statist
necessary constituents of a scientific experiment. That's too rigid.
You got it. This one coming in from, made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, how can you justify the bending of space-time if it has no properties and requires time and space to be constant to measure its bend?
It has been empirically confirmed. So I'll stick with empirical measurements.
This one coming in from Nephilim Free says, the flat earthers are interrupting too much.
Wow, literally, we got interrupted the entire time.
Yeah.
Maybe rewind it.
Nephilim Free might be up for a debate with you, Austin, on Flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying. Dr. Bass Ackwards says, Carissa, draw a circle on the ground, then draw a circle around that, then another circle around those circles. If you continue like this, will the circles keep getting bigger? Can the circles ever shrink?
It would literally just be your latitude lines, right? So yeah, it would keep on getting bigger and then they would start getting smaller again.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much. Andrew Rouse says, could everyone please just say what higher education degrees everyone has, starting with you, Kai, and Austin?
I got a PhD from Critical Thought University, and she got from Free Independent Thinking, not Brainwashed. Actually, you can actually answer.
I have a bachelor's in science, so suck it.
What science?
Irrelevant. Bachelor's in science. You can look it up.
Okay.
That's the name of a degree.
She got
Okay,
she
yeah, but
fucked a
typically you can
bachelor
get a
in
BS.
science.
What about you, Chris? Why don't you answer the question?
Sure.
Does that answer the question?
In December, I'm getting a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Right.
Okay, so you're almost where she is. Why are you knocking her down?
Bing
I know,
bong.
I'm not. I'm just asking
Bing
for
bong.
further clarification. I think it's cool, and I'm curious what specific
Please,
degree
prove
she got. Why
that
are you
cartoons
being
are
so
reality.
bad?
Please prove that we're
All right,
standing
go ahead,
sideways.
Melvin.
That would be really great.
I study electrical engineering and computer science.
And you still don't know what electrostatics is, James. We got another question.
It would be so cool if people realized
Next up,
that
in
we weren't
Rouse,
standing sideways.
Richard Ashton says, shamefully embarrassing show from the flat side. Unbelievable.
I did so bad. I did so bad because I didn't believe. I didn't believe like the cartoons told me to believe. Like, didn't you see Marvel? Didn't you see the Marvel? Didn't you see the DC? Oh wait, the Marvel and DC, they're fighting. Oh, you didn't see that? Oh wow, they're so fighting. They're infighting. And guess what? And your globe is there right in between the whole gasps of it all. You fucking cocoons. We're surfing here. We're trying to have a good ass fucking time. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I blocked? I'm probably blocked.
No, you're not, but you were interrupting the
little stream. I love that stream. I love this stream. This is just it's like we're eating popcorn. I mean, isn't this amazing that our entire lived reality is of a steadfast, immovable earth, and NASA even assumes it. Oh, we assume a steadfast, unmovable earth. But I really dig that, from that, that little debate that they had. But it's like really not a debate. Like every day you wake up and it's like the real debate is like, are you going to turn your TV on and like learn what you need to be absurd about? Are you going to learn what you need to be upset about? Like whether it's bat soup or people trying to put noxious gases into your air supply. And that's sort of like what Flat Earth sort of immunizes us from. It's like an immunization. This is the vaccine. Oh, you didn't know that everything that you believe in is a goddamn lie? Wow. Guess what? That's your immunization. That's the immunization. And people want to put it off like, oh, like, no. And then they immunize themselves later on. And I find it so fantastical that these... Because I don't want to believe those conspiracy theories, I don't want to believe it. But it's like, was everything here? Was everything already here? Because this is just the logical conclusion. Everything was here. And then we have the creation myth after that fact. Like literally people living in togas, people wearing togas, people doing society and all that. That all exists as if them having the belief that is their realism. And we
Hey,
all know
guys,
that we.
right here, man. You having fun ranting?
I'm just trying to
Hello?
open up this. Yeah, I'm trying to open up the phantasmal. Let's get past the what's real there in your.
I agree with one thing you said a minute ago. This is really not a debate because you can't debate objective reality. It is what it is. I agree with that.
Yeah, you brought me back. But I mean, that was a really good debate that they had, and that was just basically bringing forth like every sort of lie that they've told us on the TV screen. You know, it's like, am I the new TV screen? And that's what they wanted to try to tell. Like, oh no, it's you're the new TV screen. And it's like, yeah, that's right, because the Illuminati has very little power. That's like 1%. Like these 1%, they hire, they run these corporations. Everybody works for them. And it's like, I don't work for you, you know. It's like that's what flat Earth is. My flat Earth is that, like, I think that you're a joke. Like, I don't want to work for you anymore. Like, that's it. It's not a cult. It's not anything. It's literally the disbelief and of your belief. You know, if you believe in something, guess what? I'm gonna come up and say, guess what? You believe in some fucking dumb shit. That's my fucking belief.
Yeah.
Is I have no fucking belief. And they want to say, oh, you're in a cult. Every day I hear this. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. Yeah. That's my cult. My cult is fuck you, you're a retard. That's my cult.
That's just the
I
initial.
just accept it. Over time, you just sort of accept it. And it's like, yeah, you're right. You're a retard.
That's just people.
And I accept that you're a
That's just
fucking
people.
retard.
Are you ever going to shut up, man?
I guess.
That's just
Thank you,
people's
sir.
first. That's just people's initial reaction. The shock of hearing flat Earth. They just assume we're a cult of crazy people. I just got to let. I mean, I can't worry what people think about it anymore. I'm tired of it. I've been doing this for 6 years. You know, people either going to wake up or they're not, and they can go on with themselves as long as they leave me alone.
I mean, when you say 6 years too, that's not even like 6 years. That's 6 years like dominant. Like I've been looking at like alternatives to the heliocentric model, and then you just sort of get put into this whole flat Earth bullshit that we're put into. You know.
Well, it is what it is. We're all just seeking truth. So.
Yeah.
Let's check if there's any new people here to talk to real quick. We got Choom has got no rolls. I don't know if there's a mod here who wants to roll the dice. The rest of the list looks like globe deniers. So if you want to keep talking,
I mean, that's
right,
what's funny. Is no. I'm on my pedestal, you know, on my soapbox, you know, like That's what's the most funny is that they would say that you're in a cult because you disbelieve their religion, and it's like that's kind of odd, you know. It's like the flat Earth is more of a philosophy. It's more of a philosophy of here's what the scientific method is. And here's what the scientific method isn't. And that's all it really is.
Accepting reality as it presents itself, what we can prove, all stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and precisely. Except and this is the scientific method. We have Boyle's gas law. We have entropy. We have all thermodynamics. We have everything from. But at the end of the day, then they're like, you have a disbelief because you don't think that you're standing sideways. You don't think that you're standing sideways, and that you're spinning at the speed of sound, and like that's when the odd
you're starting to robot a little bit.
odd
Hang
cult
on.
beliefs start to derive themselves. Because I wake up, I'm literally standing here on a flat stationary Earth, looking out. I'm on my little porch, and like that's reality.
That's what we all experience, flat and motionless, but they want us to think it's the exact opposite, right?
And there's no evidence. There's no proof. There's no
We
proof
do
of
have a
it.
VC verified in here. Sorry to interrupt you, but we got Johannes Midgard has joined us. Let's see if he wants to talk. Hello, Johannes. If I'm saying your name right.
What's up, Dave?
How's it going?
What
brings you by the service?
I've been here for a while. My old account got banned, so I'm.
But how do you explain the disbelief? How do you disbelieve reality?
We don't know what he thinks.
You're a globie. Like, just show us. Like,
We didn't ask
why
him
do
that
you
yet.
think that we're standing sideways right now?
Don't
Spinning at
jump to
the speed
conclusion.
of
Let him
sound.
say what he thinks. Hey, into the break. Let him say what he thinks the Earth is. What is the Earth, Johannes, to you?
It's flat, man.
What makes you think it's flat?
Water. Water's flat.
That's actually a good answer for me.
Pascal's principle does work for me.
The natural physics of water debunks the globe. Right off the bat. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to do any gravity shit or anything. Water doesn't stay in curves in the ocean form. You know? Anyway. So how long you been looking at this subject, Johannes?
Yeah, actually, I've been here for a while, Dave. I think we talked before.
I'm sorry if I forgot. It's been a month, a year.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 years on this server.
I mean, isn't it just crazy? Like after even 2 years, like there's like nobody's bringing new evidence to you. Like it's like, oh, I've heard this refracted horizon. Like if that shit's debunked. Like your radius value is debunked. Like isn't that just like it's just weird. It's weird. Like if we were supposed to live in the simulacrum, the simulation of reality, then
it's weird.
And nothing works with each other. We have paradoxes after paradoxes after paradoxes that are supposed to explain the toy model that we live on.
I know. You got a really good point there. Isn't that strange that they're telling us, just like you said, you're in a cult or you're some weirdo because you don't make believe.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you said, because you don't make believe that you're on something that can't be proven, has never been seen, and no one ever has experienced. But if you, don't just make believe and just pretend because we tell you you're spinning
Because little
around
kids
on a
are really
sphinx,
good when they bring us that indoctrination. We're really good at like making believe. Like that the mobiles in front of our head are good, and then the space shuttles that our parents put up on the walls of our doors.
Yeah, what a cruel hoax
What
was.
a cruel! It's worse than Santa. Like it is so cruel.
Hey, Sonny. You want to say hi to Johannes? I got to bounce off voice for a second, but he's new to the server. He said he's been here before, and he says he's a
No, he
flat
said he's
earther.
been here for two. He said he's been here for 2 years.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about here.
I was just catching you up, Sonny, in case you want to talk to him.
Good to talk to you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Come back on later, Dave. I like hearing from you actually, and you're not dead air, Dave.
Well, I'll be listening.
No,
I'll be listening.
No, Dave is a pertinent air, Dave.
Exactly.
Pertinent air that we breathe every day.
But Dave is humble though, so that's a good way to be, you know. But yeah, we need you here, Dave, and we like hearing from you. And you actually have great things to say. You're very intelligent and you're concise. Thanks. Not like me. People
Yeah,
are going 5 minutes later.
I don't
When are you
even
going to
know
get
what
to the point?
what
Sorry.
the goons are saying anymore. You know, the goons. I sort of left them. I just just came in here have a brief discussion because Wits is very very good arguments that he raised in his discussion. It just it just brought me in to love it all. I just love it. I just love this. Anytime you can question your reality is a good thing. That's a good thing. But people don't want you to be able to question anything. And I think that's very wrong. And if Tim Osmond has something better for us, please, Tim Osmond, come tell us how you looking up at because I saw him this morning. He's like, what's the horizon? Oh, I'm looking at the horizon 45 degrees up from up at a mountain range, and I can't see anything else. That's the horizon. And it's you're literally a retard, Tim Osmond. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And
Yeah, we
this got
know
me excited to talk.
We know from about 4 or 5 years ago, that he's controlled op. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
And controlled op. That's that.
Yeah, he is.
That's
He's a
that
dumb shit.
buzz.
He's a dumb shit.
I love the buzz, dude. I just love that buzz, bro. It's funny to me. It's funny how relevant flat Earth is to everything, because it is everything.
Everything.
It is
You're right.
everything.
It is.
It is. If you know the fuck you're talking about. Oh, I want to say science. Well, you better know what the fuck science is when you're talking about it. Oh, you don't? Well, now you're actually the antithesis of science, and now that's a big problem. And it's that's the thing. What do we call the geometric, where they negate Euclidean and they want to go into Riemannian?
Yeah, we'll have to think of a good name for
But
that.
they don't. It's they need another name for that. It's they're not.
It's basically anti-reality, is what it is.
Yeah, reality deniers. Yes,
anti-realist. I'm gonna start calling them that. Are you an anti-realist?
Yeah, no, I've been calling them that for a long time. I've been calling them the bat soup, fearful, and all kinds of weird shit.
Dempsey, are you an anti-realist? I saw him light up. I guess he's away.
I'm just thinking, with 6 months' time going around, cartoon, right? And you go around your 6 months, that your night would be day, because literally you're on the other side, and the night would be day. And so I've been trying to come up with what's that paradox's name. Is it the flat Earth 24/7 paradox? But I don't want to give it the FE name, because I like
no, it's their summer.
It's negate their model.
I would call it their summer winter paradox, because see, you're right. On the other side, then they're on the wrong side of they're on the wrong side. They're away from the sun.
They're on the wrong side the whole time. I mean, there's so many paradoxes. There's 20 paradoxes out of that.
Yeah. What about in the winter? We're closer to the sun.
Yeah. What is that paradox called? Is there an actual nomenclature of the paradox of that?
They don't address it, I don't think. I've never heard it addressed.
Well, they address it. They say, well, it's just because of the angle. Our atmosphere protects us.
What about 29 February?
No, Sasha knows. Sasha will help us. Is that Sasha?
No,
Yep. Yeah, that's Sasha.
Sasha. What about
you, my
29 February?
29th of February. Yeah, what about that? How do we have a
No,
quarter
tell me.
day?
No. Tell me what about it?
Yeah, because sun is circulating, in the same path all the year, and then the fourth year we have 1 day more.
But then, but we've
Just
gone around the sun,
But
and
sun,
we haven't.
listen, the sun is circulating 3 years the same path, but 4 years that the sun has 1 day more to circulate, or Earth or whatever. But how that's working? How we can add something like a day, but there is reality that's going on. Sun is the same speeds, the same path all the time. And now, 29th of February, sun is doing 1 day more. That's strange.
Yeah, and in the mathematics, they just divide the day by 4, then you get a quarter of a day, then you add a quarter of a day to every year, and in the mathematics, it works well. But if the Earth turned an extra quarter every year, your sunrise times and sunset times would be out by a quarter of a day. So it would be noticeable if there was this additional quarter rotation leading to a full day after 4 years in the leap year, but there isn't. It only works in the maths.
Well, that's sort of my confusion is how we go around a cartoon, and then we're on this side of the cartoon, and then we're on the other side of the cartoon, and so that would mean that light source is coming from the other direction, right? And that's what I'm really trying to wrap my head around is that how day turns to night in 6 months.
Correct, yeah. That's something that should occur every 6 months, is that our day and night should completely flip around. 12 a.m. should now be middle of the day, and 12 p.m. should be nighttime. We should actually change our clocks.
Right. But we're changing our clocks at the wrong time, so and the wrong day. Hey,
yeah,
Solar.
no, that's very weird. That's very weird.
Good to hear you, Solar. Sorry, into the break. Good to hear you,
Solar is king. Like that's who I'm at. That's why I came here only to ask questions. I'm not the big authority. I can chat with the goons in the chat, but I come here to. This is what's on my mind.
Yeah. Hey, Solar.
Hey, guys. No, but that's exactly the point, is that, this room, I learn more in this room than I probably did in 5 years of college.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible. It really is. Hey, Solar, my plant is going off, man. I was going to ask you some questions, but maybe I could send you a DM. But basically, it's getting all the way near the top, and I was going to ask you, the ones that are going way up high, getting too close to the light, I run out of room, so should I just I bent them over some. Should I just keep bending them, or should I clip the outliers that are going up higher?
My personal preference for that is something that they call super cropping.
Yeah.
So if you look at the word, you've read about it. Okay. So effectively you squeeze the trunk of the stem just till you feel it breaking between your fingers.
Right.
And then you try and bend it over at a 90 degree without splitting the outer sheath.
Yes. I've done that some already. I'm like, I don't want to hurt you. So I had to do that once right when it started flowering, but now it's just going straight up again and it's reaching the top. So I'll have to just do some super cropping again. Yeah.
And use some restraints. You can tie a piece of string with a weight to keep the branch down, because as soon as it goes into flower, there's a lot of hormone release.
Right.
So the plant is going to stretch over the next, say, 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And it will almost double its size.
It's
so
wild.
You must always plan that you enter flower with enough space between it and the light source.
Yeah.
And the super cropping, you're effectively turning the side branches into a new trunk.
Yes.
And then from that trunk, each of the little bud areas that would have just given you normally a popcorn bud will now start to develop a trunk or its own stalk.
They're doing
You'll
that.
actually much larger buds out of one branch.
Yeah. You're right. Because once I turn sideways, yeah, they're really just like coming up, outward. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Good,
And
buddy.
You know what I find amazing is that, like, if you just leave them alone, you watch those, the new growth that's coming up from the little sectors, where the leaves are coming out. I forget what that's called. But how they spiral around by themselves around the stem. I find that amazing. It's like a little vortex of leaves coming out in a vortex.
Exactly. Now tell me that nothing or something can't come from nothing, because that little vortex of leaves wasn't there 2 days ago, and then suddenly it is there, and then in a few days' time it's going to be a beautiful little hairy bud. So stuff does come from nothing.
It comes from the information. The information part is the part we can't see.
Yeah, that's what
thanks for that correction.
Right? Have you seen the? I had an argument with a close friend of mine about the non-verbal rice experiments, the non-verbal like sort of growth of
intention experiment.
plants, and where intention where your brain chemistry is creating that vibration. And
so it's even better than that.
I mean,
the plants have I don't know how they do this, but they are able to perceive their environment. And when you're in their environment and they see that you're deficient in something, they can actually start to produce surplus amounts of the chemical that you're deficient in, because they actually want to make you better. This experiment was done where they took lettuce and cabbages, and then they made 20 different people from the same cultivar, the same packet of seeds. Effectively, it's the same genetics that you started with. And 20 individuals each planted their own lettuces. And at the end of the study, they tested each lettuce, and each lettuce had different quantities of magnesium and calcium.
Wow.
And it was always the same soil, same watering conditions, same amount of light. Every other variable was held constant, including the genetics that it started with. But you would find lettuces that had
non-verbal and
calcium. And when you go and look at the person who grew the calcium or grew the lettuce, they found that person was deficient in calcium.
Well, this is the debunk. Is that they say that that was something in the soil, that was something in the air. That's the debunk for it, is they don't want us to believe that there's a non-verbal connection between
us and
between us, between anything. They don't want us to believe in the non-verbal, like they don't, and the spiritual. And like all those experiments, I think, because I was like, well, what do you debunk that one? Because they were like, I'm totally fine with, like the negative music adversely affecting plants, and then like if you say you fucking hate water, and then that water particle freezes and is that crystal from Michio Kaku or whatever. It's not Michio, but from that guy's studies or whatever, that was all fine because it was a verbal. It was a pronounced verbal.
Ayamoto, yeah.
I speak something. But what they don't like is the non-verbal, like non-verbally, this rice experiment, which is the same as like all these other experiments, had a negative result. They're like, this is hocus pocus. And I led them to the other ones that the other studies that begat like even this study that people are doing, but they just were like, no, they just fake that shit. And it's like, at that point you just have to be like, no, we just have to I have to show you more of this, more of the inconsequential denialism that is your whole belief system. And it's like, hey, go do meth up your butt and see how good you do after that. You know what I mean? That was a problem with this person that I was speaking, because they're so woke. Everybody's so woke.
So I'm kind of like
they don't agree with they don't think that anything they don't think anything past the supernatural and this would I would say this is Bobby in our chat or whatever. They don't think past they don't want to disbelieve science, right? And so they're all on science, but they don't know what science is.
Well,
and
see,
then we have
you were about to say it just then. They don't look past, and the word is nose. They don't look past their own nose.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
Yeah, most people are like that. They can't see anything beyond themselves.
But no, what was crazy is for me was that they didn't want to believe anything that was metaphysical and anything that surpassed science. Like, this is not science. I was very specific. I was like, this is not science. This is just miraculous world that we live in.
So solar. So when I go in there and breathe on my plant, and sometimes I have a lot of congestion. I've had lung difficulties. Well, they don't really slow me down, but I have some COPD, and sometimes I get congested. So I go in there and I'm breathing on my plants and I'm coughing. So they're saying, "Oh, he needs some medicine for that cough."
Yeah, those plants. Imagine what those plants are thinking, dude.
Well, I hope it hurries up. You can't rush.
No, imagine. I mean, it's like, just imagine the world as not so physical, and then just like, oh, the sunrise isn't perplexing anymore. It's just like, thank you for a sunrise and a sunset. That's
Listen,
wonderful.
I don't see the world as completely physical. I think
I know you don't.
I think I've sensed the spiritual part of this reality most of my life.
I think that's where a lot of the obscurity of like, oh, where are these celestial objects in the sky? It's like, where are you in your reality? Where are you? Where are you? Like, maybe you should think about where are you, over where your celestial objects are. And it's like, and then they're just over a flat fucking plane to begin with. So it brings us all back to here. It brings us all back. Like, it's a beautiful paradox, the flat Earth paradox. Like, and they try to say you're in a cult. Like, no, I'm in a paradox of I believe that I live in a reality.
Hey, so into the break. Tell them, if anybody ever tells you that, tell them. Wait a minute, you said paradox. Yeah, you're in a cult, one that helps people think for themselves. So if that's the kind of cult,
obviously, yeah,
I'm happy.
That's
I'm
the
happy
thing.
about it.
we're in there. We're thinking for ourselves. That's what I'm saying. The paradoxes are numerous in the heliocentrism, and it's just like, oh, how do you think of those? And then what flat Earth is a hyper realistic view of reality. That's all. Flat Earth isn't anything magical. Isn't no cult. And nobody has, any leadership over it. No.
Globe Earth
They're-
is a cult.
Globe Earth, yeah, well, definitely. I mean, they have centralized leadership over who tells you what to believe and not.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a cult. And
Yep,
they're saying
and they have
so far
people.
that
But flat Earth is simply the disbelief of like where you're in the hyper realistic view of where the scientific method meets cultism.
Yeah, I want to
But
take.
And that's why they hate it.
I want to
But
take.
listen,
Hate
this
it so much.
doesn't matter flat Earth. Sorry, Sonny. Doesn't matter flat Earth. It matters sphere Earth, globe Earth.
Yeah, I want to take a quick break. We have someone new named Vulcan Raven. I'm gonna unmute them. Vulcan Raven, you've been unmuted. Can you say hi? Hello, Vulcan Raven. Are you there?
Hi, this is Into the Break. This is what is my other name? Way BMX. Way BMX is my old flat Earth nomenclature.
So let's talk with Vulcan. Vulcan, they're not speaking up yet. So okay, no problem, Vulcan. If you're away, just go to VC1
No, but I'm
or send us
that's
some.
a serious conundrum.
Into. You're gonna have to stop interrupting me. So I'm gonna server mute you again just for safety.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, dude. Don't do that.
Stop.
Dude, I'm stopping.
Stop interrupting me, or I'll mute you. Stop it.
Are you serious, dude?
Yes.
Stop. Boom.
Yeah, stop interrupting me.
I was talking with Sunny and
I'm Sunny. And you're interrupting me. Just be cool. When you hear someone talking you're gonna have to chill until they finish. You're interrupting every sentence of mine. Just be cool. Just be cool. So we're talking to Vulcan Raven. I'm gonna put you on server mute, which is our policy when you come in here and you're server muted. If you don't speak up, we leave you the way we found you. So if you need to be unmuted, you go to VC1 check-in, or you can ping one of us, or ping it in the Livestream voice text. Thanks.
Now you can go into.
I mean, I just the Ogar's paradox. You know why night should be day. I think that's fascinating.
I'm going to turn the water for a little bit, okay?
Well, it'd be really great if somebody would present some sort of information that would convince us that heliocentrism isn't just a big joke. So if you're new to the chat, please just present, any evidence, whatever you have, that heliocentrism isn't a big fucking joke. I mean, where's the discussion at? Sunny.
I had to step away so I could fold some clothes.
Dude, we had that. No, that was you invited somebody in there, and
yeah, they didn't speak up though.
I mean, but who else doesn't speak up? So many people don't speak up.
Yeah, but if you're
about
if you have no roles though, and you're in the live stream,
do I have no roles? Do I have no roles? My roles should be that I am a skeptic, and that I am a degenerate, and that I just like to fucking have conversations. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to push anybody into any corners. Yeah.
It says you're a valued flat earther. Cogdis VIP.
Yeah, I'm a level earther. I'm a level, like, the horizon is derived from the derived horizontal angle, and there is all tangents are parallel. You know, does that make me a flat earther yet? If we had plumb bobs hanging around, we wouldn't have level fucking buildings because they'd be swirling and shit. Bunch of goofy nonsense. Like, I could do very good and I could do very bad. You know what I mean? I love it. I just love it all. I'm here for the philosophical discussion of it all. What do you know? How do you fucking know it? Anything else kind of doesn't mean anything else to me or to you or to anybody. Like, oh, you have a dog. You have a dog, so we can't go into your yard. Like, what the like? This is what this is the philosophical discussions of how do you know something that you don't know. Beautiful to me. To me, it's beautiful. To other people, it draws confusion. Like, these people in the chat, like, very nonsensically, and they want to know how is the best you cook fried chicken. In the chat, literally right now. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in just having a laugh, having a funny laugh. If the Earth was a ball with the radius 3959, we wouldn't see past 1.225 miles past the observer's height in feet. We observe further than that. That's simple. That's very simple. It's easy. Easy math. Easy everything. If you're on an airplane, you're trying to traverse this globe, right? You're going from New York to fucking, what is it? Los Angeles, right? That'd be 2,000 miles. So you'd be having to traverse 215 feet of miles curvature. And so the airplane would have to be changing this aerial directive every square foot to maintain level, to maintain altitude on a globe. Like, these are the arguments that I find very fascinating and fun. Because it's like, did the airplane change its A of A, or didn't it change its A of A? And there's no questions. There's no answers. The only thing is that, guess what? The Earth is flat. It's observed, it's assumed by NASA, steadfast and unmovable. That's NASA. That's NASA with your orbital mechanics. And then you want to go into orbital mechanics? Different reference frames? I'm just waiting. Okay. You going into different reference frames, alright. Thermodynamic, the entropy is out the window. That's something I can't live with that globies. I can't live with that. Like, that everything that you globies believe in is just absurd. I can't live with that. Like, it's not like that I'm like in another culture or something. We live in the same culture. We have to live in the same fucking reality. This shit's fucking bullshit because taxation is theft. And but it's like, you people are so weak. You people are weak. That's the big problem. That's the big problem. Is how weak and docile and stupid you are. Am I talking to myself? Or am I talking to you? Well, yeah. Let's fucking discover it. Let's discover it. But I think you're so weak. You're so weak. You believe in such weak politics. It's just some goon shit. It's just some goon shit that we all just goon believe in. Any which way you want. What do you want? What do you want? Club Zealot.
I want people to accept reality as it presents itself. What do you want?
What do you want from life?
That would be miraculous if enough people did fucking just accept reality as every day of their life. Everybody's life is presented to them.
Am I robot and mobile? I'm just checking.
Dude, I thought I was I thought I was just blocked or whatever. So
not yet.
Oh, you're good,
No,
man.
you're okay, Dave.
But Dave,
No,
that's some real shit. That's the real shit. It's like, why won't these people just fucking accept reality for what it is? Like, why do you have to think it's some other absurd shit?
Why do you have to make up all these bullshit stories about what reality is? Say, well, there's what it is. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's what I always tell people. I was like, the only thing that you're tasked up against is to disprove reality. That's all you have to do. You just have to disprove reality. Because I'm literally standing here right now on the steadfast, immovable earth, looking at myself upright. And like, all you have to do is disprove that. Disprove reality. None of them can do it, Dave. None of them.
Anytime anybody goes out to do anything in anywhere that lives are on the line, it matters money. If you screw it up, they never account for curvature and motion. Somebody prove me wrong if they do. Anybody who's doing anything in reality, figuring ain't curvature and motion at all. At all. Not at all. Zip. None. Zero. I'll shut up.
I take that as we have no Glober ready to defend their fucking horizon.
We have no heliocentric enthusiasts defending their globular fantasy. Maybe rookie 1973. You want to play Glober rookie? It's either AFK or he doesn't want to play Glober.
I think maybe you have some blockage due to some.
I'm I'll shut up.
I can't hear you very clearly. I don't know if any.
I'm going because I'm driving. I'll shut up.
You're roboting a little bit there.
I feel you, Dave. Dave, I'm gonna carry on what you're talking about. Is that nobody goes out in life and says, "Oh, this is a heliocentric model." Like you wake up in your life and you experience a flat stationary Earth. That's all there is to it. It's not even complicated. It's not even difficult. It's like reality is you live on a steadfast, assumed stationary Earth. It's not even difficult. All these people what about why the stars go over our heads? Like, yeah, the stars go over your heads. Wow. That is amazing for you. Why don't you start recognizing how beautiful of a situation that you've been presented with is? We don't need you to tell us that our beliefs in reality, what reality is somehow not as fantastical as it is. Like, no, these relativists, right? Where up isn't down. They're like, no, you're not special. You're a piece of shit. That's what they believe. You know? And I believe, Dave, you are a special fucking being. You know? You're a special fucking person. That we fucking had a conversation. You know? Sonny, all like everybody in here is special. You know, it's special because not because in the sense that people can tell you otherwise. You're special in the sense of that we're here discussing this, you know. And that's what I sort of don't get about these people. It's like we're discussing this. This is just the nature of reality. It's a very fascinating thing. It's a very beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. It's mesmerizing. It's perplexing. It's at times, you know, it's all beauty, you know, but they don't want you to see that beauty. They don't want you to have that beauty. Yeah, and this is sort of the place where you go to. This is where all of your notions of reality come to be put into bouquets of flowers, and we spread them out like bouquets of flowers. Like, just doesn't do anything. It just says, fuck your fucking dumb shit. That's all you want to do. Like, this is the most, anarchist, the least anarchist. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox of realities. Is what flat Earth is. What this flat Earth is. What this flat Earth notion seems to be. But, you know. Hey, you know what? I could be wrong, you know. Put me on life support and fucking send me to Putin's fucking regime and give me bat soup intravenously, and I'll fucking beyond all powers. Bat soup isn't that bad. Bat soup isn't that bad. Guess what? That refracted horizon, it's a debunk of your entire heliocentrism. What kind of songs you got? Everybody's got some good songs. I mean, anybody in chat, like, come in, like, have a chat, you know?
Am I still Mr. Roboto?
I mean,
Mic check.
we want to have a
Sounds
chat.
good, Dave. Sounds good, Dave.
Like, we're not cultists. Well, I want good arguments from
Not working.
somebody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like these people. They seem to like think that like we're cultists, but it's like you're in the cult, buddy. Like you've literally drank the Kool-Aid, and you're like literally on your precipice of like fucking drinking it, dude. Like the shit gets weird, dude. With like normies, dude. These normies in the chat, I don't know, are you in the chat, dude? Dave, you ever go in the chat? Do you have a chat name?
I don't know if my mic's working right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. But are you ever
Can you hear
in
me?
the chat? My chat name is Into the Break. And it's just like it's like just some funny bullshit or whatever. What's your chat name?
Can somebody else talk, please?
What is it?
Can you hear me? Into the break?
You're roboting again, Dave. Give it a couple seconds. Give it a minute. Give it a couple seconds. Try it again.
I was just trying to answer his question. I'll go on mute if I'm not working.
You're okay now.
You're welcome, bro.
What were you trying to say, Dave?
I don't remember now what questions you asked me into the break. Do I ever go in the chat? Yes, sometimes I go out there with the warriors that want to live in their globular fantasy mess with.
I mean, just because some people
Anymore,
have different names or whatever.
Yeah, I just tell them to have a good day and share love and peace with everybody and try to make a difference in somebody's life today, stuff like
That's
that.
just wild, bro. This shit is wild, dude. This is wild. That's why it's like, hey, I love that you were in the chat or whatever, and we're all in the chat, dude. Like, because it's like, even if you do really believe in the globe, because I'm really a globe believer, because it's like it's a simulation. It's a simulated globe. And, I mean, it's just fucking, this shit's so goofy when people are really trying to fucking up for their globe and shit. It's like, bro, just give it up, you stupid There's nothing for you here. Like, we live in an experienced reality where everything is steadfast and immovable. That's our Earth. Like, you would you have to assume that when you
the globe has three main arguments now, pretty much, in my opinion. NASA pictures appeal to consensus. Everybody knows it's a globe, and ridicule of flat earthers. That's all they got.
Yeah, no, that's the goofy shit, dude. That's the goofy shit, because like they can't even do that. Even what you said, it's like they can't even do that. Like, because the Earth is assumed stationary and flat. Like, they're flying. Like, airplanes fly. Airplanes have the ability to fly, right? They're just flying, and it's like, yeah, they need to like break up to like go into outer space or whatever. Okay, well that's an expenditure of, but for the whole time when they're just down there, like we're just down here flying an airplane. We're trying to fly it flat. Like that shit just flies flat, dude. That's the funny part, dude. The funny part is that a triangle is a triangle, and that the reality is that shit's flat. Like, and that's the funny part. Like every day of your life, you've only experienced a flat, stationary Earth. There is no exception.
How strange that things are actually the way they appear and the way we experience? No shit.
Oh wow, I got plants. I got a beautiful little place out here. I'm chilling. Nothing's flying up to the moon, I got balloons and shit. I got balloons literally, and I just let them out. Yeah.
Y'all remember that song? I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. Nothing is really as it seems. Remember that song? Who was that? Can't remember the artist of that song. It really doesn't matter. It's part of the indoctrination.
I don't know. Listen, I was watching this movie last night called Phenomenon. There's a flat Earth reference in there.
John Travolta, it's a good movie, really.
Yep.
What was it?
The guy goes, why do you have to cut him down? Why do you have to do that to him? It's like, I forget exactly the words, but they're like, you want to just prove the world is flat. It's so weird to hear that.
What is it? Propaganda is a symptom of entertainment, entertainment is the symptom of the propaganda. So never think that anything that you ever seen. That's why it's like I'm full on. Like I watch fucking Netflix. I got like a girlfriend's ex-girlfriend that gives me Netflix for free, and fucking same thing with all these other processes. I'll watch these fucking shows. I watch these shows. They're complete predictive propaganda. Like, you should never go into a situation thinking that it isn't propaganda. You should go into a situation being like, how the fuck are they trying to manipulate my worldview for the next? And then, Contagion is very big in what they tried to do, what they're trying to do right now. Contagion. You ever seen the movie? Now we're talking bat soup, because I think that people have scarcity of bat soup, and I think that bat soup, bat soup caused it. I think bat soup will end it. I think enough people have some prosperity of bat soup.
I'm disappointed I never got to
get your bat soup on.
I wonder if I can order that.
Dude, get your bat soup on, bro. And like all this shit, it just disappears. Like, because people are scared of the bat soup, but no, that's over. Like, it's over now. Like, you didn't know? Like, it's totally over now with the whole nuclear crisis. So I gotta come up with the new people. Oh, you fear the bat soup, which is what I was doing forever. Like, for 2 years, people had their faces covered willingly, right? People had their faces covered willingly. And so now we're into this new thing where it's like, oh yeah, that shit was totally bullshit. And of course, bat soup fear doesn't exist. And believe in the nuclear fucking explosions they're about to have that were based on cartoons from 1970s. And 1970s cartoons of cartoons explosions is way better than your fucking bat soup disease fear. So I don't know. I don't know how to place that. I'm working on the little bit. You know what I mean? I'm working on it. Hey, but you know what? Guess what? I had to pay fucking $5 for gas. That's cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. You had to pay $5 for gas. Wow. It's cool. And, people want to talk about little bullshit. The bullshitterometer. And then they're like, oh, hey, yeah, guess what? The earth is flat. I'm upset because you said the earth is flat. Because that makes all of our...
What happened?
No, you just get out for me. I'm like working now.
Yeah, it's a little scratchy, but I can hear you, Dave.
All right. You just cut out into the break. Just ranting on, I guess. Any new people, any old people, any people? How's your day going so far, Sonny?
Pretty good. I slept almost all day yesterday and all night.
That was a good day, and you can sleep most of them.
I was tired, man. I didn't sleep the 2 previous nights, so I needed the rest.
Especially when you get up to be our age, I know what you're talking about.
Shit. Some days, most days I do pretty well, but like some days I'm fucking beat, man. I'm like, I didn't do anything extraordinary, but yeah, some days I'm more tired than others. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with sleeping. That's the
love
the best state to be in. You don't have to really deal with anything except sleeping. Sometimes you have some wild dreams and stuff too. So whatever.
A lot of times I spend more time at night attempting to sleep than actually sleeping.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That happens to me sometimes.
It's like more often than not for me. It's actually, I'm used to it though, because I used to have insomnia for like 25, 30 years.
I remember when I first heard about flat Earth 7 years ago now, and I remember laying in the bed the first night or two after I discovered it, and trying to feel the Earth move while I was laying there.
Me too.
I never felt it.
Going like wow, no shit. Yeah, like no shit. I'm laying in bed. I'm actually still, and I always knew I was, but that's it.
Yeah. I was like, the Earth's got to be turning. The smart guys told me, back then I was still in my Glover mind, so it's got to be turning. I just, for some reason, I can't feel it, And then you get past that, obviously, but and water is the thing that did it for me. Just once I contemplated the big balls of the Pacific Ocean, that's not reality. That's bullshit. We don't have a ball flying around with a bendy ocean stuck to it. That's insanity. But anyway, any new people, old people? Sonny's got a topic he wants to bring up while my mic's working.
Yeah, I'm gonna start carrying around a marks a lot, like what is it called? A Sharpie, and start writing down the Discord address.
That's
like
what I do.
on benches and. On trees.
Yeah. I wrote it on the money. That's technically not illegal. People don't know that. But anyway. We had a new person there for a second, then they bounced right out. So, anybody out there listening to the sound of our voices right now, if you'd like to come discuss the heliocentric model or whatever that is, the globe model, we're looking for that. We keep hearing about this globe, we just never get anybody to show it to us. Sonny's from the show me state. So this globe exists in reality, you need to show it to us.
Yeah. Here comes the globers, one by one. We measure Earth, they say, look at the sun. They think they're dancing on the number 9 cloud. It's a part of your globular fantasy.
My spinning ball fantasy, either one would work. It's all part of our spinning ball fantasy.
That's a good one. Spinning ball fantasy. I like that better, I think.
Yeah, you got to get parody there. I'll write that up and let you perform it. How about that?
All right, really write it up because I wrote a couple of the idea, like for one.
Well, I'll steal your first lyric there. Say it again real quick though.
Here comes the globers. Oh, you wanted me to repeat it? I'm sorry, or no? I misunderstood you.
You say it starts out, here come the globers. What was after that?
Here comes the globers, one by one. We measure Earth, they say, look at the sun.
Perfect, yeah. There you go.
They think they're dancing on the number 9
number 9 cloud.
I forgot, I should, is another line supposed to be a number 9 cloud?
Well, yeah. There should have another line. That's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bad Company Rock and Roll Fantasy, if anybody was wondering what song that was.
Yeah, I'll do that.
1980 something.
Yeah, I'll try to do a parody of that and put the whole thing together.
Am I back?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you're good.
How much is gas in California? I paid $4 a gallon in Kentucky today.
Wow. I don't know. I haven't driven in years.
It's always a little higher out there. They gouge y'all a little more than they do us because y'all make more money, generally speaking. Higher standard of living is the terms they use, I guess.
Yeah, they gouged the hell out of the petroleum here in San Diego because most of the big refineries are up in LA, so you got to pay the extra amount to have it trucked down to here, you know, and so then they add on their little profit margin.
Yeah. All about the Benjamins. Somebody's got to be making money. Anybody else know join us?
Not yet. Don't see anyone yet. Oh, wait a minute. Flip Y axis 180. Oh, that's a silver flat earther.
That's a name change from somebody else. Somebody. I don't recognize the icon right off the bat.
Flip Y axis. I like the name. Says flip Y axis 180.
Guess they don't want to talk or they're unable right now.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. What was your name before, real quick, so we know who you are?
Little G.
What is it?
Little G.
The Dutchie. Okay.
I think he said little G.
Little G. Okay. Yeah, you've been around a long time. All right. All good.
Yep.
You're on board with the flat, motionless plane of existence, not a ball, correct?
Absolutely.
Fair enough. That's where I'm at. Been there for like 7 years. Nobody's got me back to the ball yet. Not gonna happen. Does not exist in reality. This globular object that everybody thinks they live on. It's so funny. Everyone has been convinced the exact opposite of what their senses are telling them, and they're okay with it. Okay. Somebody else talk now.
We've been conditioned since we were children to believe in stuff on TV, education, movies, but given no proof.
Unfortunately, Godric, you are correct. That's pretty much what happened, generally speaking. Globes in the corner of the classroom, that's where we live. What about people upside down? All gravity, don't worry about it. Smarter people got it all handled. Just go on to the next subject and make sure you get an A and repeat what the teacher told you on the test, and you'll be all right.
And that's the thing, you have to put that answer on the test, otherwise you don't get an A. You could fail the test if you don't repeat the answers given. So you have to have the answer they want. You can't have your own independent answer.
Exactly, because they figured out all the answers. All you need to do is memorize them. We got it all handled, you know. There's nothing else really to explore. Like a teacher told Truman in that movie, he wanted to be an explorer, but I'm sorry, it's already all been discovered. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, good movie, by the way, Truman Show.
Yeah. That's part of how they had to kind of put stuff right in your face, so they don't have to feel guilty about it, or they don't have bad karma, or whatever, however that works, you know.
Yep, they're like we told you in the movies. Why weren't you listening?
Yeah.
Oh, you thought the movies were the part that wasn't real, and that what is real isn't real. You were wrong. What's real is real, and what the movies are telling is what's real. Your news is what's telling you the false.
We've been conditioned to believe these fantastic, colorful pictures from NASA about gas forming in nebulas in the vacuum. How does that even work? And we're not told that there's actually CGI and artists renderings. We have to find that part out for ourselves.
Yeah. Having your little fix on that thing.
I mean,
Like
somebody
hot mic, and are they trying to talk, or hot mic?
There's a body in the floor with a bullet hole. With a police officer say, "Hey, get the artist in here. Let's get an artist rendition real quick. We got to see what happened here. Someone draw this shit."
Oh, the artist is running around on the streets knocking on doors asking for motive. Oh, shit.
Yeah, the detective can't figure out what the motive is, so they just say there's no crime. It's end of that.
I mean, would they need to use CGI for a murder scene, or would they just take a picture?
A washer with the inside diameter the same size as this threaded bowl.
Lalo, I can't tell if you're talking or hot mic.
Who's hot micing?
No, he's at work. It sounded like he's describing some kind of work.
Okay, he dropped out.
He's probably at his job.
Still no new people on the panel. I don't see anybody. I'm at a stop log right now. So.
There you go, Lalo. You were just hot micing a bit. That's why I had you muted. You are unmuted now. Lalo is one of the only ones I've seen that is valued with no earth roll. Well, that's all right. We're willing to wait for people to come on board with this, you know. It may take a while. Give it some time. It's best that if you're looking to be as authentic and genuine as you can be, to not believe things that can't be proven or that have never been proven or never witnessed or experienced. That'd be a good start. Stop believing fantasies. Don't believe in fantasies anymore. It's time to grow up. We all had to go through this. Yes, it's disappointing, but you can get through it. We all did. We're here to welcome you into reality.
I was here yesterday, and you I think tried to put me the realm Earth.
I don't think they have.
Oh yeah, I remember that. There's realm Earth and all. You know, we'll see if we can get that done. I can't. I might be able to. I can't. I'm driving right now. So get the realm Earth.
Domo.
I remember him saying that. Is it working now?
Yep. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know. I'm driving, so I can't do it. But somebody should tag him with Realm Earther. He's legit. There is a role called Realm Earther, but we don't have to make it a dichotomy for everybody, I guess, because it's just reality, right? Whatever. If you agree, it's not what we're all taught, that you're on a team, you're on board. It's not the silly globe. All y'all globe defenders, come in here and defend your globe. Where is this thing? Am I still rowboating?
No.
Okay. Well, it's the boss going to talk with my unreliable mic. If you want to put on some music, Sonny, or whatever.
Yeah, I may do that. Thanks, Dave. It's not that bad, Dave.
We'll get some new people in here in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Some people with knowledge will join. Not that you don't have knowledge, but talking about myself. But
We got Andy level up. I don't know if I've heard you speak level up. You are a VC verified with no Earth roll. Jim
I've never heard it.
Panda. Why is Jim Panda sending me a message? Everyone,
Oh, you
please
got it.
help me build my YouTube watch hours back up after I had to delete. This is Gamma Panda saying this. He had to delete a load of stuff to keep YouTube happy. No thanks, bro. I think I won't watch.
Jim Panda's getting censored. Oh my God. He must not be towing the company line correctly.
Yeah, exactly. You better stick to the Google rules and regulations.
How is Jim Panda getting censored?
And he said he had to delete a bunch of material.
You mean like in his Discord server?
No, YouTube channel.
Oh, I didn't know he had a channel.
I didn't either.
He sent you a DM asking you to subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, no, I just got a message because I'm actually on that server, even though I never go in there, so I get messages from there still.
Yeah, I get those from time to time. So yeah.
Rarely, yeah.
Yeah, I never go in there. It's just too toxic in there.
Yeah, after about last year, I stopped going in there last year. I'm like, fuck that. I don't need to go in there anymore. I heard enough.
Yep, if they want to believe in their silly little spinning ball, then go on with your bad self,
Yeah, and if I want to know what the numpties are saying, I'll just refer to QE. He's got a bead on that.
There are people like Chemo give us updates from time to time. People that spend time in there, Everybody do what they want to do. I ain't telling anybody what to do, but I just can't find myself going in there to, you're not going to convince those guys of anything. It'd be just for the audience, but the audience, if they're on that channel, and who are you really talking to? So,
Hello?
Hello, if my mic's working.
What's up, Dave? I can hear you.
What's up, rookie? Give us a full report from California.
Full support.
Now we need a full report. What's going on? What's happening on the ground out there?
Pertaining to what? I don't see nothing. Nothing on the ground. Just a bunch of cars driving by. That's about it.
Is the ground moving? Are the ground moving or the cars moving?
The ground.
I don't know. That's a good question.
The ground appears to be flat and stationary.
It appears to be.
Since the cars aren't sliding all over the place, I'm gonna just guess that they're not moving at the speed of sound.
Of course, it just appears to be flat and stationary.
That would be a sight to see, though, right?
It's really spinning and curved. You just can't perceive that from your perspective.
Yeah.
You don't understand. You don't understand science well enough. I'm sorry.
So yeah, here's what would happen. Go watch the movie 2012, and when you see Los Angeles with all those cars flying on, the buildings crashing, and the earth cracking, that's what would happen if we're in a spinning ball.
We have a no roles person joined us, Calvin, and just bounced. Never mind. So the earth is not moving in Kentucky or California. We've established that. I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be moving. My motor vehicle is currently rolling 35 miles an hour, going through a red light.
No, I'm going 35 up to a red light too. It's synchronicity, Dave.
Synchronicity.
Hell yeah. There was a little bit of yellow, so it doesn't count.
Oh, I had a rolling stop. I'm on my way out of here. Didn't even have to come to a complete full stop. I got you beat.
What's up, Lou? You're coming in a little hot, though.
I'm on the Bluetooth. I'm in the truck. It kind of sounds a little bit. I haven't heard it. I don't know what it sounds like, but I haven't heard. It's great.
Yeah, it's really pretty cool. It sounds like you have aliens in the car with you, and they're talking in the back seat. You're talking to us.
I hear aliens.
I don't have any aliens with me.
I don't believe it, Lou.
I'm not a smuggler, man.
It sounds just like aliens. I heard them before in the movie.
How's everybody doing today? I'm just dropping in for a minute. I'm going to run back to the barn to grab some equipment that we didn't have on the job. Figured I'd just smoking a J, dropping in, driving.
Me too. Synchronicity.
Hey, bad boys, you.
We have someone named Da Baby 420.
Da Baby
But
420.
they only have a listening pass though, so. I guess they're not able to speak. I don't know. I guess we could unmute the baby and see if you want.
You can try. As far as I know, listening past, either they requested or they earned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's just find out. Hey, Da Baby 420, are you there? I unmuted you. Okay. Well, that's a shame. You have a listening pass. I'll go ahead and put you the way I found you back on mute.
Darn it.
Darn it.
Nobody. I was excited there for a second.
Jemsy's a Glober. Anything to say, Jemsy? That's funny.
Mic check. Check, check. I hear you loud and clear.
Yep.
Cheers. How are you, Rookie?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man.
Flatty. How's it going, Flatty?
I'm good, Sonny.
I like your name.
Accent, man.
It's like a badge of honor now being called a Flatty. I'm like, thanks. That's great.
They keep coming up with more silly terms for us, don't they? Flurfers, whatever the hell it is.
Flurfer.
There's a
So
bunch
their,
of them.
their new name that came along with Flurfer is Glurper.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought was funny too.
Or Glurfer. Glurfer.
Glurfer.
Yeah. Glob Earth. Glob. Glop, glop.
How's everybody doing today?
Cool, cool.
All good, man.
Can't complain yet. But I will.
hear you there. I hear you there. So I'm on lunch break right now. I'm gonna give y'all a little Glober experience I encountered yesterday. It was after work. I'm an electrician, and I was approached by this guy in the parking lot. I was kind of loading up inventory on my van, get materials laid out and stuff, and I had this customer walk up to me and he gave me one of those Christian pamphlets. You know, and I was raised pretty much, you know, Christian my entire life. So I was like, okay. I was like, is that one of those Christian pamphlets? And he's like, oh yeah, yes it is. I was like, okay. I said, I'll take that from you, but you got to do me one favor, you know, because you know he's starting to lay the whole spill out, and I'm like, bro, save your breath. I've heard this a million times. If I take this pamphlet from you, you got to look into flat Earth. And he's like, what's that? So I started to explain it to him and break it down. Water always finds its level, you know, the main hitting points we always hit on. And this is the hilarious part is as I'm saying this to him, he kind of stops me and he's like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to look into that because it sounds too complicated.
Gotta love him. That was just basically.
So I looked at him and I said,
he doesn't want to know.
Right. So I looked at him and I said, it's too complicated. And I said, the ironic thing is the heliocentric model is far more complicated than what you're saying. I said, I looked at him for a second. I said, you see us standing in this parking lot right now, bro? I said, do you feel any movement? How is the wind blowing right now when we're, you know, apparently in one direction, only going 1,000 miles per hour at an alleged equator, you know, and we're not even factoring in all the other ridiculous heliocentric nonsense. So where's the movement? And then, you know, I bust him down. I was like, water always finds its level, bro. Show me where water curves on a ball anywhere, you know, and you can just see the cognitive dissonance hitting him, man. But he claims to be a Christian. I was like, dude, go back and read Genesis again. If you're reading it,
it's very hard to believe that people that are religious haven't at least been exposed to water above and water below. It just blows my mind.
I mean, it baffles me.
Yeah, they want to disregard Genesis. That's amazing.
It's the first one. I mean, dude, it's the first verses. It's right in your face. If you read that wrong, you're gonna get. Of course, you're gonna get a completely, you know, crazy idea of what the Bible is in your mind. I mean, you know, I did it for most of my life, and it's like as soon as you come to the conclusion, the Earth's not a globe. Ding, ding, ding. You know, a lot of the things you may have, you know, not understood fully or whatever, you go back and kind of look at them in retrospect, and you're like, okay, there you go. But yeah, I just wanted to share that little moment I had yesterday. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. It's too complicated.
Very cool. Very cool. That's hilarious.
That's a good one, Flathead. It sounded like He's one of those people that doesn't realize what he believes, how complicated that is. You know,
The cognitive dissonance on his face was just abhorred. I mean, it really, I felt sad for the man. I really did. I was like, man, I wish if I had the time, man, I'd sit this dude down for about 6 hours and we go over some things, and I try to toss him a few bones. I was like, man, go look up, the easier ones to digest, I guess you could say, 200 proof Earth's not a globe. I said, go look into some, Dieter, or maybe go look into the moon landings. That was a big one, for me. That was the first one I looked at. I was like, go objectively look at the moon landings and try to tell me that we went to the freaking moon. Good luck.
Hopefully there's somebody in check-in. Hopefully they're going to come down in a second. His name's Calvin, just so you know.
10-4. We got any Globers in the server with us right now?
Yeah, there's one in check-in right now. Old dude's working on him, but I don't know if he's coming down yet. But his name's Calvin. You'll see. Just be open to see it when he comes down.
I got you. Well, hopefully Calvin is on the edge. No pun intended. Shall see.
On the edge of a ball, about to fall onto the flat Earth.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Freaking glorious. It's like I don't even like to use the term flat earther anymore. It's not a glober. It's like we're not saying it's flat like a disc in space. We're not saying anything along those lines. We're not even talking about the snow globe. We're just saying it's not a globe. It's obvious. Well, why can't you go out and find out for yourself? Well, have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty before, sir? And they're like, huh? What? Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and ask my regular question. But has anyone found any evidence of any alleged Earth curvature? No one? No. Looks like they still haven't found it.
Will you accept the opposite?
That would be that it's not a globe?
Yeah.
1,000% it's not a globe. It's unequivocal.
Damn right.
It's objective reality.
I'm straight. Damn flat.
How dare you be flat? Did you get rolled over again?
How dare you not? How dare you're not obsessed with spinning giant balls?
Yeah,
I feel a bit flat.
balls, huh?
You need to cheer me up. I'm feeling a bit flat.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you. Need to come back down here to Earth with the rest of us and get the head out of this space nonsense. Absolutely insane.
You have a major portion of the population lost in space. That was a good show, too.
Yeah, but I loved all that science fiction crap, Star Wars, Star Trek, all that mess growing up. But it's fiction.
Is it fiction? What? All that stuff is true, though.
Have you seen the latest? Seen the latest version of Lost in Space, the Netflix version?
Right, in Star Wars, when they explode, the Death Star explodes. There's this, giant explosion noise.
The new version of Lost in Space is nothing like the old TV show. It's crazy.
Yeah. With Robbie the robot and stuff.
Yeah. The new one's like evil robots and
Rob the
lots of people dying.
robotic operating buddy from Nintendo.
Right. Yeah, they love to push that nonsense narrative to keep your brain out and this fake space and not an objective reality. That's definitely the daily battle.
Once upon a time, there was nothing. Nothing got tired of being nothing and started doing nothing. So then the nothing exploded out of nowhere. Having nothing caused the explosion. Can you believe it?
But we're the crazy ones.
Yeah, we're crazy. Of course we are.
We're the crazy ones, and they're literally saying that everything came from nothing. That's a cool story, bro. With absolutely zero evidence.
Wait, that's not all. Although nothing is inanimate, without intelligence, without life, without conscience, it decided through this explosion to create space, time, and physical matter itself. Then nothing had an extraordinary idea. Nothing formed a place where exactly the right condition ideals for an intelligent life to be created out of nothing. Then nothing gave conditions to form intelligent life. And out of nowhere, male and female appeared and began to multiply, each according to their own species, out of the blue. It's amazing.
You know, it's funny. You know, especially when you break it down in such detail like that, which they love to do, is there's so much BS entailed in everything you were just saying, and then they're the ones that call us religious cultists. Well, it's just projection from the zealots themselves. And unbeknownstly, most of them don't even realize that they're projecting. They truly believe that they're on a spinning, flying magic monkey ball. It's like, we don't believe, we know it's not a globe. There's a difference. You know, people always silly me with that. Oh, so you believe the Earth's flat? I don't believe the Earth's flat. I just know it's not a globe. There's a difference between knowing and believing. You know, there's literally lie within the word believe. Look at the etymology of it. Using critical thinking and objective thought is not.
That I was reading. It's called The Big Bang Religion. I just posted it in the voice text. But it's not from me. I stole it from somebody else, by the way.
I'll screenshot it real quick. Save that little nugget. Looks good.
Well, it makes you realize how just generally silly it sounds, right?
Absolutely insanity.
I have another question for you. You know, I've heard a lot of people talking about people's names, like in history, like Einstein and Aristophanes and all these other people. Okay, my question is this. Why is it that most geniuses never finish school? Like Einstein,
because they're not geniuses.
or school makes you stupid. One of the two.
I would call the modern day schooling system indoctrination stations. There's absolutely zero to do with true education in any facet. It's, you know, they might teach you the fundamentals of mathematics, which is of course just a language used to describe our physics and our and real science, not pseudoscience. There's nothing wrong with using math, science, or physics as tools, but we start conflating these things into the pseudoscience realm of the heliocentric model, for example, which is the more frequently one that is used. You start straying into the nonsensical fantasy land of the globe model. But most people can't come to that conclusion themselves because people have been conditioned so long that they can't have the objective reasoning with themselves and humility with themselves to come to the conclusion that they're incorrect. Which all of us here, for the most part, have done. There's nothing wrong with changing your mind and admitting you're wrong. But when you're just nonchalantly going along with things and just taking it for bond, then you're no different than, you know, a Catholic for example, just listening and not using your brain at all. It's like, for example, the other day, I went out in the backyard in bare feet and I made contact with the earth. And I can't tell you the last time I've made contact with the earth with my feet. Now, in electrical work, when your wire is making contact, it's called grounding. So it's ironic, it goes back to that. We're walking around in shoes in modern society. Not only are we physically disconnected from the earth itself, but we're walking around on our phones. We're watching these TV screens, phone screens, computer screens, et cetera, completely disconnected from the earth itself. So it's like even having that 30, 45-minute session on bare ground in my backyard, it was really energizing. And I don't know how to describe that, mentally, physically, spiritually, or whatever, way you want to call it. But I definitely felt something afterward. And it was just, I thought it was interesting to bring it up on this server right now because it's, yeah, they just want us to be disconnected from the earth. And we're what would be described as down to earth. We're not up in space, in our minds, up in space, thinking all these things are possible and whatnot because we see through the lies.
I do that grounding sometimes. Even when you're wearing shoes, you can take like a stick off a tree and stick it in the ground and grab a hold of the stick. You still get that same like energy flow. I've felt it. Just saying.
Right. It still works. So you're having somewhat of a connection, even though it's a little bit indirect. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And I also think it's ironic that heart is just earth rearranged.
It's obviously to be better. It's a better connection with your bare feet, though. I'm not saying it's the same thing. I know what you're saying.
Exactly. Right. But yeah, you still would be making a connection. But most people nowadays aren't even doing that. And then you think about it, you're like, how many people have been walking around for years and haven't actually had a physical, connection or contact with the earth itself? It makes you think a little bit.
Okay. Nothing.
It goes back into that 6-foot rule they've been doing for years and having us disconnected because there's no science behind that. So if we all have a toroidal field or aura or whatever around us, and we're not having connection with each other, and we're not making physical contact with the earth, and you're just completely disconnected from everything. But the mainstream talking head is who they have to think for them, so they don't have to think anymore.
Just getting the connection to the creation, to the earth. That's a good point to make. I agree.
But it's quite simplistic, You'd think it's, how do I, connect with it? That's not what it's going in your backyard, or at least once a day for 30 minutes or whatever, and make that connection.
I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy. Kidding. You guys don't like the island boys or what? You guys don't like the island boys or what?
Island boys? What are you talking about?
I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy. You guys haven't heard that shit?
To the top.
Unfortunately, I have, and I've lost several brain cells from listening to that nonsense. That's another issue, is people are paying attention to shit like that instead of, worrying about the ground under their feet.
Yeah, that shit is so funny. I don't know what the hell that is. That's crazy. Looks like Homie the Clown.
Those are the type of people that society likes to put up on a pedestal.
He kind of looks like Homie the Clown.
Don't disrespect Homie like that.
Hey, you got that shit's kind of catchy though. You gotta admit, I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy.
Jeez.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. No, what it really is we gotta examine what part of society has structured things so as to put that only in our face instead of like what it should be putting. Like that's obviously been contrived. I mean, everybody's going towards that, but it's got to be very materialistic, and then it can get big. But very everything that's like has actual substance, it's a lot harder for it. It doesn't get selected to get the big algorithms. It's all controlled. It's like they want to keep everybody dumbed down or something.
Hey, John, Archibald, what does your icon mean, if anything? What is that?
Say what?
Your icon, what is that? What does it mean?
An icon?
Your icon, looks like a little nerdy girl.
Oh yeah, it's La Chilindrina. La Chilindrina from Chavo del Ocho, that Spanish comedy show, from that old school Spanish comedy show. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that one. That's why I didn't recognize it. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's pretty famous back in the '80s. Even like English people knew about it. Chavo del Ocho. I don't know what they call it in English, but it was like this comedy show. These kids, and they lived in apartments, and they were grown adults dressed up like little kids, and they'd say funny shit all the time. And Chilindrina was the girl. She was so funny. Like it was one of those classic shows, like Three's Company or something, that you always had to watch it. But it was in Spanish.
All right, I guess I missed that one because it was a Spanish show.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of one of those things. Like, have you ever heard of maybe Cantinflas? Cantinflas. Those are like very famous back in the day. Famous. They went worldwide famous, but they were in Spanish. Characters like that. It was like that kind of thing.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Back to the flat motionless Earth. What do you think about that?
Back to what?
The level motionless Earth that we all exist upon.
Well, it's crazy, like how they got us all good. We all believed it. We all believed it. And I heard flat earthers that say stuff like, "Oh, I always kind of knew," and I'm like, "No, you didn't. You didn't have no clue. None of us did. They got us good." And so it's just really. Have you ever just stopped and awed at its genius? Billions of people living out their lives oblivious.
You have to give them credit in the sense that they literally help people believe in the exact opposite of what their senses are telling them, and they think that's reality. It's crazy.
Yeah, but we get them good once they hear about it. They get presented with a real flat earther, and then they want to laugh at it. But then they go to the beach, they go to the water, and when they see that flat water, they don't laugh so much. I'll tell you that. They stop laughing because that water at the ocean is nothing but pure flat. So it fucks you up once they know, but they just don't want to say it.
Yep. Some people unfortunately can't get to that level of thinking, but it's really so simple, but they make it so complicated, don't they?
Well, they haven't seen all the evidences we have too. So, but I think we got played. A lot of flat earthers don't see that we actually got played because it was genius what it did. It let the flat earth spread to a certain amount of people that it was going to spread to, and then those people all woke up, and it created a big divide between those people and the people who were still asleep. Then it shut it all down. Okay, so it came in, shut the whole thing down. So now it all got, scrubbed off the internet, like the good stuff, and it's hard for people to see it. So now the divide is just there, and we just look ridiculous. Like it's going to be so hard for us to ever get to make it spread to those other percentages of people, because it's been censored so hard now. So it's just a divide, and now they can just ridicule, and yeah, it's pretty genius. Like, it's going to be hard for it to ever really spread to the point where it looked like it was going to. I think it was all planned. I think they planned the whole thing out. That's what I think.
Well, it'd be naive to think that back in 2015, when it was freely flowing on YouTube, that wasn't on purpose. I agree with that part for sure. I mean, who knows what their plan is, but I just trust that the truth will win out in the end, whatever that means.
It just goes in cycles, and it's like a school if you look at it that way. Because once you graduate, you can't go back to the people in the earlier grades and be like, yo, here's a shortcut. They got to go through. So it's like, we obviously aren't running it. We can do our best. We're up against a formidable opponent, But as far as like waking the whole world up, yeah, that's like a pipe dream. That's wishful thinking, I think. We should try, though. I'm not saying we shouldn't try, but I'm just saying, like, the way it is, yeah, it was. There's nothing that hasn't been planned. It's all, someone is foreseeing this and has all the keys, and someone has all the advantage.
Well, we're not going to look at the whole world, but to look at it optimistically, if we reach the critical mass, a certain percentage, and then the rest of the people generally follow once it becomes everybody else thinks so, But I hear what you're saying.
Oh, it could. It could. Maybe they do want it to kind of divide. They like to divide us and have us arguing, so it could. But as far as like really ending the heliocentric paradigm, that's something I don't think that we're going to be able to do. I think that only the actual system could do that. But how could we ever do it when we're a small, tiny percentage compared to the population that know,
Yeah, something like that where the whole paradigm goes away could be like generationally speaking, Like I'm almost 60 years old. It's not going to happen in my lifetime. I've accepted that. So.
Right. That could happen, but you see how they reset us before. So, like I said, we're not at the advantage here. Some people think we are, but I think what we need to do more is it's about acceptance, because it's obviously running it still, God wants it this way. I think a lot of people forget that. They're like, we're going to change it for God. Well, no, you're not. God set up a school, I think, and he wants it this way. So what you're going to do is your best. Do your best, but don't think that you're going to go up against what's the way things are is reality. It is reality.
I take comfort in not to get religious or anything, but Creator, God, whatever you want to call him, they're in control. So as long as you walk your path the best you can walk it and, exist in truth, then you should be okay. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? And there's people that think they can control things, but they really don't have any control. They think they do, but they may have limited physical control over immediate things, but you know what I'm saying.
They're just humans, just like us. So that's why I know that there's definitely a non-human element to all this that people don't consider enough, and it's super sublimely intelligent and advanced. But I don't want to talk about that too much.
Yeah, we can't get into a lot of speculation. There's obviously a spiritual realm. Where we exist is like the material realm, and then up there is like the spiritual realm, and we may never have all the answers for that while we're here in this material realm. You know what I mean?
I think so. I have a lot of knowledge too that I can't even share it because it's like people aren't ready for it. You have to have the prerequisite. And so, yeah, I could try to share some stuff that I think is going on, but then it's almost like God already set it up so that leave that to God. God's gonna handle all that. You know, like you just do what you got to do as far as your life. I think that's important
Yep.
to remember too.
Yeah, you can talk about those things that are projections or, speculation. Just preface your statement that it is speculation, and we're all willing to listen to those ideas. That's what
Yep.
it's going to take for us to move forward.
That's correct, Sonny. We've got a no rolls Finn Coachman in here if you want to try them. If you want to roll the dice.
Wait a minute, which one? I see.
Finn
Oda.
Coachman right below Batman.
They just dipped. I was just about
And
to
he
get.
just bounced. Yeah.
There's someone named Sun, VC verified. You're not muted, Sun. Would you like to speak?
Here comes the sun. Do 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 do. Had to.
Andy Ook 53 there too.
Yeah, so Sun, you are already VC verified, so if you want to speak up, feel free. And who was the other one you said? Andy?
Yeah, he's already VC verified, but I was just letting you know he's.
Yeah, Andy, are you there? Andy UK. Andy UK 53. Okay.
Andy, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Andy?
Andy, are you okay?
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, you?
All right.
How are you doing?
Glad to know you're okay in the UK.
How's things over there? Across the pond?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm on the West Coast here. It's about going to be about 70, 71. It's nice. It's going to be cool. Cool nights and pretty warm days.
It's still quite cold over here.
Cold as a witch's tit, huh?
Yep.
Not that I've ever experienced a witch's tit.
Or a cold digger's ass.
Or maybe I have, just didn't know it.
Yeah, you never know.
She could have been one. I never asked that question, so.
Mm.
So what do you say? What's on your mind today?
So, yeah. Any questions, Andy?
No, I haven't got no questions, no. I just like listening in sometimes. When you get the Globers come in and they try to put their arguments across, and it's just sometimes it's just hilarious.
Yeah. And when you say, like the first part of your sentence, when you said, when the Globers come in, like the way you said, I could tell you're not on a spinning ball in space, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew it wasn't right when I was a child. I thought, I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball.
Yeah, it seemed funny, didn't it? You're like, well, I saw cartoons and they show it on there, but I don't see it anywhere. So these smart adults must know something I don't. I'm just going to go out and play.
So then when you go to school, I think we call it geography, they're telling you that you're living on a ball and you've got a car in the middle and all that. And when later on you realise that's all a lie.
Yeah. I think that's what the cog disc starts, because people are incredulous about people lying to them their whole lives. How they don't think that's possible, I don't know. You would have to be very naive, or you haven't looked at anything in history at all.
Yeah.
Like even going back 1 or 2 years, you don't look at anything from the past.
Yeah.
to know that people are
There's
lying. So
yeah. One thing I always think of, I mean, years ago, like one of the early timepieces, it used to be, didn't it used to be a sundial?
yes, yes,
Well,
and you.
that wouldn't work on a globe, would it? That wouldn't work on a globe because that means the sun's going round, not up and over.
Yeah, not from down below or on the other side, just always above the horizon. I mean,
And then sometimes you get the sun and the moon. If you get it in the right time of the day, sometimes in the afternoon, you'll get them both in the sky together.
Yep.
There's just lots of things you can. The horizon, when you go to a coast somewhere, I see no curve.
Yeah, yeah, and the sun and the moon, like I've watched that where the moon is up in the sky the same time the sun is about to go, it's going down, but the sun's still above the horizon, maybe 10 or 15 degrees, 20 degrees, and the moon's way up there. And then the moon, like day after day, the moon starts approaching and getting closer to like almost like 10 or 15 degrees away from the sun. The next day, every single time, it's been cloudy. Every single time. So I'm wondering what it looks like on that day when it's daylight and the moon and the sun are that close together. Like there has to be a point where it crosses. But I've never seen that. Never seen that ever.
Yeah, only when we have the eclipses.
It's like the eclipses, but if you think in a regular cycle of the sun and the moon's catching up and passing the sun at some point, right?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, the rabbit in the hare. That's what that's about, right?
Yeah.
Not the rabbit in the hare. I'm sorry. The rabbit in the rabbit and the tortoise. My bad.
Tortoise, yeah.
The tortoise and the hare, my friend.
Tortoise and the hare.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then sometimes when you see the moon in the blue sky, you don't see the whole of it. You only see like a crescent. Like you can see through it.
Yeah. Every time. Like you would think if there are different angles.
How does that work? Yeah, that's a good question.
How would you see that straight through every time that it's a crescent? I mean, for it to be the same color as the sky behind it, that's quite telling.
Yeah, no.
I ask people that all the time, and they always look at me and go, I don't know. And I say, well, doesn't that make you wonder how you can see through something that's supposedly this solid ball of rock, right?
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
See, that's a good point.
But nope, it just makes this question of wonder go over their face, and they snap, and they go, oh, well, that's crazy.
So that's a good point to bring up with people that are just normies, like looking up at the, hey, look at that moon. Do you ever notice, why do we see the blue sky through the moon? And just leave it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what physical objects behave like that? I'm not
Almost
aware.
like it's being dipped into something, huh?
No, it's like it's a screen, like it's a projected image.
Yeah.
It's probably just a hologram.
So who made this hologram or screen? That's pretty intense. Like, we're really like. That's why I
think it's clear who made it.
What's that?
I said I think it's clear who made it, but I mean I don't want to bring that into the conversation.
Yeah, but that's okay. I think to bring that into the conversation, and we're not being literalist or whatever. But I don't know. Like I don't know of any physical objects that you can see through. Unless this thing is a crescent when you're looking at it one way, and when you're looking at it another way, it's a circle. But that doesn't seem like it's a physical it doesn't seem like it's a physical object. No physical object could do that.
Couldn't we figure out exactly what what's possible for us to see at a certain distance straight up from us? Couldn't we test that, like with a balloon or something, and distance, and figure out like what the gradient would be on how far you could see something depending on how big it is and when it actually disappears from your sight? Because I think we could probably figure out the size of the moon based on that somehow, right?
Yeah,
Even though it would only be a calculation.
I think it's just a ratio proportion type of thing, distance to size.
Right, right. But I'm saying there would be like a visual, like without any other kind of atmospheric or atmosplanic, whatever, like in things in the way. Like let's say we took a long, like a building that was like quarter-mile long or something, and we took all the air out of it and whatever, and we cleared it so there was no dust and dirt, and we were to look to see how far something could disappear from us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I mean? Then we could decide whether or not we're actually seeing things in the sky that we know we can't really see, because 35,000 feet is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I did that with the Tycho Brahe crater. I took the distance, the width of that crater, and if you take it to 238 or 240,000 miles, it comes up with like a 1 with like 12 zeros before it. So
that's incredible.
Well, our eyesight, the best we can see is something that gets to the point of 0.002, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So something with 12 zeros, way beyond your perceptual visual perception. You never see it.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm sure that there is actually a limit, right, to what you could see. Especially like light would be different, right? If it was a light or if it was lit up, it would be different than if it was just a thing in the sky and let's say sunlight hitting it or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because then you have to factor in that the extinction of light.
Right, exactly. That's what it is. Extinction of light. That's right.
Yeah, you have to factor.
I was just
that in.
saying, wouldn't it be cool if somebody would actually sit down and figure some of that out and actually be able to propose it and show the reality of it? You know what I'm saying?
That would be cool, because if the lumens were increased, would that mean you would be able to see it even if it's beyond your visual perception? If the lumens were like bumped up millions of times, I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
Exactly. That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah. I like the way you put it better though. Yeah, there's just some things that, like if you're sitting around bored and you're looking for something to do, that'd be something, those kind of things would be, to me, I think that would be fascinating. I'd love to get my hands on information like that and test it out and show it, you know what I mean, and make a video of it.
You could probably actually do it with a coin on a nice flat floor space.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying if we did it on a larger scale, it would be more convincing for those of us who need above and beyond, evidence or whatever. Obviously they do.
Yeah, so maybe like a 4-foot diameter beach ball or something, a big, huge beach ball. Take that further and further out. Or even just straight up, because, we have less effects of the Atmos plane above us. We're looking through denser layers as we're looking outward towards the horizon. That's the thickest part. Yeah, that could be done. Send a balloon up with a tether. You just all you have to buy is the balloon and some rope and enough helium to get it to lift the rope up. That's all you'd have to do. Perfect.
I think, hey guys, I think one of the biggest holes or like holes in the heliocentric model, one of the biggest flaws in that model, no one ever even mentions it. None of the flat earthers ever mention it, but it pisses me off because isn't it supposed to be an explosion? And in an explosion, not only does everything disintegrate, but everything spreads away from each other. Like all parts of the explosion are spreading away. So how come nothing ever changes as far as its distances? They give us these crazy distances, and they stay the same, and it never changes, as if nothing's moving. But we're supposedly moving at millions of miles per hour. So when they fly to places and they supposedly fly back, they don't mention that everything should be actually spreading apart. The distances should be changing always. So they treat it like the explosion got paused, and I think that's a big problem that they never mention.
Yeah, that is a problem, because everything stops when the Glober starts talking about it. Like, for instance, the Atmo. as soon as the globe starts talking about it, everything stays still and stacks up upon itself. So no more winds, no more conduction or convection, no more heat waves, no gradients of humidity, nothing like that. It all stops.
It's
so
magic.
that everything can just sit there above Earth and be right in line with Earth. It's such hogwash.
Yeah, it's like magic.
Yeah, it all has to stop. You can't have crosswinds at the surface and be talking about how the atmo is perfectly stacked up upon itself. Crazy.
But they try to act like the sun is holding the solar system together and the galaxy is being held together by gravity. But then again, it just doesn't make any sense. Like things should be spreading apart because it exploded and it's moving fast, really fast.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. Like, how do things coagulate like that in that kind of environment where they say it's spreading out? But the other thing is, with all that massive amount of so-called matter that's supposed to be out there, why wouldn't it just suck right back into itself? Because obviously, there's a lot more matter before the expansion than there would be after. Like outward, further, there'd be like nothing, right? What is it expanding into? Nothingness. So why doesn't it just contract back on itself? All their forces are within. Within. It would just collapse upon itself if their theory was correct. But we know it's not. It's never been proven.
It's literally a fairy tale.
Yep, it's the adult version. Yeah, well, I got a feeling there's going to be thousands of flat earthers going to the coast and actually setting up their cameras and apparatus. And
I've been there.
How the hell are they going to stop that? Thousands and thousands and thousands of more flat earthers on every beach, on every continent, all over Earth.
Yeah, those of you who think we can't make a difference and tell the world about the truth are crazy, because it is possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so how do you like them apples?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can disagree with me if you want to. I mean, everybody can, anybody can, right? We all have our own opinions. But I think it would be a lot easier than we think, you know what I mean? I think that it's a lot more possible than we try to imagine, you know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Think of someone putting a level out at the beach, maybe on a stand or something. You could put sticks, you could mount your level up, level it out with a bubble, and then right on the beach, and then just go view the horizon. I mean, it seems kind of like silly.
But Sonny, you know that there's thousands of globe earthers going out every day and doing that stuff. You know that? Oh, wait a minute, they're not. I'm sorry.
Oh, they're not. That's right.
If they were, wouldn't they be talking about it?
You think they'd be rejoicing about this left to right drop? Yeah, we said boats go over the edge, but we didn't have proof. But we found the left to right drop and we measured it. Why isn't this ever done? All you'd have to do is take a panorama shot with one of these hemispheric rotating mounts.
Just another example, if you had to make this a dichotomy, one side's in reality and one's not. Simply put.
Yeah, those panorama shots, just basically, the one at Mount Everest, that panorama, too bad. Flat horizon all the way around 360. So sad about your ball.
We could definitely affect change, but it would take more organization on our part. For example, I had an idea because we'd have to do a lot of work. For example, we could organize the flat earthers somehow could organize like actions like every day. Try to reach out to scientists or people in universities, people who are high levels in academia, and see if you could set something up where you could start talking to them, and like everybody would have to have an assignment and promote it daily and organize it that way.
we could start to actually break through into these and get it in front of more people. But no one's
How
really
about
doing
this?
that. It's just kind of like, go ahead.
There's
Yeah.
only one problem with that, though.
Go ahead.
There's only one problem is then you end up on a list.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you do it. Wild. I say we do it randomly.
Because I've thought about this, like expeditions out to the beach and stay 2 or 3 days, nights, and just do nothing but observations. Right on the water. Do that for several days, you know.
I don't remember who I was talking to about this, but either yesterday or the day before, I was talking to somebody about we should go to like Monterey here in California, where there's a distance from Monterey Bay. In the Monterey Bay, there's a distance from the end of, the outstretch of Monterey. And if you look down the coast there to Sand City, you can see I think it's 8 or 9 miles distance. And you could look all the way across the beach. You could test that stuff. You could test the light. You could test the distance, all that. You could put cameras in. You could put boats in the water and anchor them, like little inflatable boats with different cameras on it, so you could get all the different angles. This could be done, guys. It could be done very easily and very cheaply. We just got to get together, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a bay or a stretch of water that has a bay, any kind of a bay with a beach, like kind of and a curved beach, like you could just go from one point of that bay out to the other point. We can find 8 and 10 mile stretches easily. Just film the shoreline on the other side. That's all you got to do.
A lot of people talk about, what you can see with your eyes and what you can use, a camera or a zooming device with. I've been in Fairfield plenty of times on a clear day, like a nice warm clear day, like early in the spring, and I can see Mount Shasta from Fairfield, which is over 250 miles away. Now, there's no way I could see that with my own eyes if the Earth was curved, right? That's just I mean, that proved it to me right there. But then again, I mean, that's not necessarily solid evidence. I get that. Actually, solid evidence would be to get pictures from an altitude that we could get up to, right? But I don't think that's possible, kind of like a lot of people say that. I don't think you can go too high. I think you hit something. I don't know what that is, but I know there's something up there.
Yeah, agreed. But that's a great sighting, man. I know. Like Shasta's way inland from Fairfield. It's 250 miles. That's incredible.
But I mean, from north to south, from Fairfield, if you look up towards Shasta Mountain, and you can see it almost always. You can see it unless it's real like heavy dust, because it's pretty flat through that area. It's like a valley through there.
Right.
From like there to Redding and then on up. It's pretty much like a narrow kind of valley with hills on both sides or mountains on both sides.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that you can see that far.
Yeah, that's why it gets so hot down in there. When I was in Redding, it was 104 degrees.
There's not enough breeze blowing in from the coast. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Even though it's only like 20 miles from the coast or 30 miles.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting too. Right, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah, Rookie, the only reason you saw that was because of gravitational refraction. You just don't understand. I'm sorry.
Well, if it would have been, let's say a small thing like, a car or a truck, I might actually believe that. Or if it was like thousands of miles, but I don't know. Or less than 100 miles or something, I might see that being possible on a right day. But I mean, if you look across the water and you film all day long and then you put it, and you skip and you watch it over a period of time, you'll see that your available distance and the horizon will rise and lower somewhat depending on how the atmosphere does change or atmosphere, whatever. But that doesn't mean that it curves perfectly around something so that you can see it in line. It would still be all like out of focus. It wouldn't be perfectly clear. You wouldn't be able to like read the name on the side of the boat if you were looking over a curve and you were seeing refraction. It would be all spatial, right? It would be scattered out and broken. Think about it. Light
that
has
makes
three
too much
factors, right?
sense. I don't have a rebuttal for that. I'm sorry.
I know, damn it.
Be nice to hear Glover say something like what I just said once, wouldn't it? Just once. You got a point. I really don't have nothing to say to you. That would be so refreshing to hear one of them actually say that. But anyway.
Actually, I actually have one person actually have that oh my God moment, where I told them a couple of things and I showed them a couple of videos and they literally just went, oh my God, wait a minute. Why is and then I started showing them, like the difference between an image and a photograph and stuff. And once I started that, man, they were just, their brain just went. So yeah, it's pretty obvious when when a person has an open mind, at least, you know, like, but it is great. You're right. It's like, it feels like, it's like, you know, meeting a girl, you know, that you had a crush on and she finally says, yes, you're going out with you or something, you know, it's that kind of a feeling. It's just this great emotional, like, thank God I finally reached somebody, you know, like somebody heard me.
Yeah, I've had it happen in real life a couple times myself, but when you see somebody actually being intellectually honest and it says in what you're actually telling them, that is the best feeling ever. Wish it would start happening more, you know.
Yeah, I wish I could go back and fix some of the mistakes I made along the way too, like with my wife and some of my friends and family. You know, I kind of went hard on them because I thought I thought it was gonna be easy for them because, you know, they're intelligent people, but I realized that intelligence is a very crafty little thing. You know, like intelligence isn't necessarily measured on just an intellectual level. Sometimes it's a matter of, you know, should I say a spiritual level almost. You know, like you follow your heart more and you realize things are true based on your feelings and based on you know, the things that happen in your life, you know, not just some created thing that you heard on the radio or saw on the internet.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That we're talking about spirituality, people have to come to this truth or these truths in their own terms, you know. Can't force it on anybody.
Right. Yeah. Everybody has to do it on their own. That's why, you know, like people ask me questions and I go, well, I'll try to answer you if you're just wanting to know what I think about it. But I said, that doesn't mean that I know it or that I can prove it. It's just what the conclusion I've came based on my witness, you know, what I've seen. I can't give you anything else. You know, if you follow that pathway and you find something different, then hey, power to you. You know, like maybe, you know, maybe I missed something. But, you know, there's no reason to be angry at each other. You know, like we can help each other learn, you know. One of us is wrong, and if we're both looking for truth, then we should be able to work that out, right? And once we find out the real answer or we find some real evidence for it, then we can both agree, hey, that's the way it is right there. No biggie. I don't mind being.
Yep, I've got no predisposition to what I want the earth to be. It just is what it is. And that's a simple way to put it. That's all I'm saying, you know. Just accepting reality as it presents itself.
Absolutely. All right, I got to cut out for a minute. I have a doctor's appointment on the line, so I can't do this and that at the same time, but I'll be back in a few.
All right. Somebody will be here. We'll be here. Anybody new here? Is there a DJ in the house?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll play a couple songs. Get us through this lull here. It's been nice hearing from everybody. I'm probably going to go out.
This for you here.
Yo, Sonny, instead of finding a song, man, can you find us like a short conversation or something like that?
Yeah. Actually, I have some on my YouTube channel from here. Let me pull something up here.
I'm not trying to like be a fun sucker or anything like that.
Oh no, it's all right. It's perfectly fine.
Conversation just sounds so much better than music sometimes.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. Play whatever you want, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Searching right now.
What are we searching for?
Let's see. Super discussion. Let's see. Here's one from last July. It's pretty good. Let me just check it. One moment.
I've got to shoot now, guys, but thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
Take it easy, Andy.
Come back and see us.
Come back soon.
Will do. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, nice talking with you, Andy. Look forward to talking with you again. Mm-hmm. Okay, this little clip is called July 10th, Lack of Measurement. Who do you think that would be referring to, lack of measurement?
I don't know. Let's listen and find.
I wonder why it's not playing sometimes. Is there a delay added? Hold on. Don't see the bot. That would be why it's not playing.
That should work though, what you've done, right?
Not sure what's going on with. Oh, join. Do I gotta do a join? Again? Maybe. It didn't work.
Yeah, I just hit up Indio to reboot the music bot.
Well then.
Let me try it again.
Hey Dave, I'm not sure if you
Do we have a transcript?
if you pay attention to the text chat at all, man, but me and Creation Bear are talking about using one of your segues as an audio clip. I hope you don't mind.
If you want to make that mistake to use my voice, feel free.
Oh man, we're making that mistake hardcore.
Yeah, we like your voice.
Now.
Having trouble with the bot. It's not responding.
Yeah, I hit up Indio about it. I'm sure he'll fix it as soon as he sees me, sees my post.
Cool.
You got to send some good vibes out to the bot, and it'll cooperate with you, Sonny. Send it good vibes.
Sending good vibes now.
We love you, bot. We love you.
Vibration.
You're such a good bot.
Good bot. Good bot. Come on back.
And yes, for those of you who are wondering, I am fucking crazy.
Send the lobotomist in.
You're so crazy.
I tried that twice. It didn't work.
You're so crazy, rookie. You think everything is just the way you experience it. Silly.
I know. I'm such a dumbass. You know, I've always been the outcast, almost always in situations like where there's groups of people, I always end up being the one that everybody thinks is weird. But what's funny is that I've got them all beat because because of who I am, the way I am, I've actually figured some things out that are, I think, very important. And I think that they'd probably think they were important too if they had discovered them on their own.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny that way, right? How the weird people seem to pay attention to things differently.
Yeah,
Maybe that's because we're not so weird after all.
Exactly. So the people you thought were so different and weird, we're actually we're going by reality. I know that sounds weird.
I like how you were going to say something about knowledge, but you didn't, or at least it sounded like you were hesitating. Is that what you were going to say?
I'm not sure.
Well, no, I always think about when someone's like almost says a word and then they stop. I always think, I wonder where that came from. You know, like, were they thinking too far ahead or what?
I wonder where it comes from too. So we're not alone. Oh,
nope, not alone. Yeah, that's that weird outcast thing. Yeah, it's like a different brain level, or different, or I should say, a different frequency of brain activity or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily smarter than anybody. It's just different, and it's interesting.
I'm just opening my mouth for the audience, for the YouTube audience. I'm not saying that these guys are boasting or anything, but we're definitely not ego stroking. So yeah, just letting you guys know, it could come off as boasting or ego stroking, but it's not.
Yeah, we're
that's
just
the reason why
questioning. It's more of a
like to talk about it a lot.
Sorry.
I personally think we should if we're going to talk about ourselves like that in that light, whoever brings it up, like the conversation doesn't matter. Whoever brings it up, just like have your own back and everybody else's back in the actual live stream, and just right. Remind people that, you know, what's about to be said is not boasting. We're not stroking our own egos or anything like that. We're just calling it how we sees it, and that's just the way it is.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the best way to even slow down the people who aren't doing that would be to do it good ourselves, do it really well, so well that people react to it and go, "Wow, look at that! Look at the difference," and then they'll start doing it too. That's usually the easiest way to change people. When they're, when people are cognitive or when they're being stubborn or whatever, the best way to get there, is to relate to them on a personal level, is to show them in something in their life that relates to it and why it affects you, and then they'll go, "Hey, I didn't realize that." Sometimes there's a lot to say for it. Did I lose you?
No, but I'm going to cut out for a while so I can get cleaned up and go out. I want to go for a ride earlier today.
All right then. Well, I'll let you later, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm sure that bot will be online again soon here. Talk to you guys later.
All right. Easy.
Have a good one.
What's up, Sasha? Yeah, I haven't heard from you today. Quetzalcoatl. Orion's in here. Who else is in here? Godric. KJ's always in here too. How do you pronounce that? Is that Coachel or Cosel? How do you pronounce that, if anybody knows?
Cosell.
Cosel, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I hate saying somebody's name or their thing wrong if I can help it.
Oh
I know
no,
it's
it's like
irritating for me when
Howard.
somebody mistakes me for something else or whatever.
It's like Howard Cosell. That's all.
Gotcha. That's what I figured it was. I just didn't even know how to spell Cosell. To be honest with you, I thought it was SC or something.
Oh,
his name.
Yeah, it was. I think was with the K or something like that.
Yeah,
or
right.
something like
Right.
that.
If anybody has questions or anybody has something on their mind, please do feel free to bring up any flat earth relevant. I'm down for whatever combo. I'm just kind of bored sitting here waiting for my doctor's appointment online. Nobunaga? Nobunaga? Oda Nobunaga? Is that how you say that? I have to look that up to find out what it means. Damn helicopters.
Welcome everyone to Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral platform welcoming everybody from all
is this
walks
McToon
of
versus
life.
Alex Stein?
If you're looking for more fantastic debates, don't forget to like and subscribe, including tonight's debate on was the moon landing faked?
Called it.
This guy sounds like he belongs at a Renaissance festival.
And MC Toon, here to help us find some answers. And if you enjoy what either of them have to say tonight, both of our guest links are in the description below. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Alex Stein for their up to 12-minute opening statement.
Amy, that was the best introduction I've ever heard. Better than the first introduction you gave me. That second one, I swear, the first introduction you gave was the best I've ever heard. Like, literally the best introduction. And then I get two. So that's when you know tonight is my night. I'm already getting two of the best introductions I've ever gotten. So, you know, I'm feeling hot, 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 as they say. But let's get back to the lecture at hand. Yes, guys, it's me. I'm back. Primetime 99, Alex Stein. I know some of y'all in the chat are trolling or, you know, trying to troll me. They're getting triggered. I get it. I'm the king of all trolls, so you guys can bring it on. But let me just say, just because I'm the king of all conspiracies and I'm the conspiracy pimp myself, doesn't mean that I don't want to plant some seeds in your head, especially expose the lies about the 1969 through 1972 Apollo moon missions that are provably false on technology that is absolutely garbage. So let me start with my first point. I have to rehash it because I already did a couple of minutes, but I want to talk about, and I'm going to show an example of, even today, according to NASA today, we do not have the technology to send a manned space flight through what is called low Earth orbit. That is less than 1,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth, as they say. And we cannot send somebody through that today. Obama says that, Don Pettit, everybody at NASA says that. Yet we're supposed to believe in 1969 through 1972 in technology that is so outdated that they can't even recreate. They were able to go there 6 times there and back through the Van Allen radiation belts that we can't go through today with technology. Like I said, we can't recreate, and they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up again. Don Pettit's words himself. We're supposed to believe that the only technology in the world, the finest technological spacecraft that has ever been created, the nicest and most smartest machine. I'm just a boy from Texas. I don't know all the smart terminology, but I'm talking about this is way better than some jumbo jet. This is the lunar lander, man. And not only were they able to get this piece of crap 1969 technology on the moon there and back 6 times with no problem, not landing on a pothole, landing perfectly without getting hit by a micrometeorite, even though the space Nazi that got him there, Wernher von Braun, that's right, the guy that got them to space, guys, is a guy by the name of Wernher von Braun. Wernher von Braun was a rocket scientist for the German Nazis. And what happened was Operation Paperclip is declassified. The United States military got all of the top military brass from the Nazis and used them to develop our space program. And that's right, you're like, oh, is that a joke? No, look up Wernher von Braun. This is true. He became good friends with Walt Disney. And even Wernher von Braun said that if you were to land on the moon, that you would have to go to a cave because the chance of getting hit by a micrometeorite would be, you know, something like 3 out of 4 chances. You'd be nearly like 70% to get hit by a micrometeorite. So not only did he say it was impossible, that you would need buildings, rockets the size of the Empire State Building, 3 of them to get there, but he realized, hey guys, I'm a Nazi. What we did in my country is we just lied to the people. And guess what happened? That's when the OSS, the OSS, our CIA, everything, a lot of our alphabet agencies came out of Operation Paperclip, which were actual Nazis that we brought over. And there's actually a Netflix documentary about that, which I sent a picture of here. Let me, can I do it? Can I get the screen share, Amy? Because I want to play this video because I want to talk about the low Earth orbit. Okay, let me do the screen share. I hope that doesn't mess it up. Share sound. Okay. And let me see. Okay. Let's see. And can you see the screen? I don't know if you can see it. Let me go to. Can you see it, Amy? But okay, I want to show you guys. Okay, I don't know if McToon can see it. I just want to show you the their official story. Oh shoot, because I'm not watching the live stream, so I don't know. Can you see that? Can you see it, McToon? Can the audience see it? Were you able to, because you got to go to a different scene to be able to share it to the audience.
You just have to make sure that you are sharing your audio.
I am. Can they see me?
We can see it, just can't hear anything.
Okay. So this is an official story of NASA about where we can go in space.
This next generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Isn't this?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
And this is what they can't rebuild. This is absolutely laughable. This is supposedly the greatest technological wonder ever created in mankind. And not only did they destroy it, but they destroyed the technology to actually be able to do that. So that in itself is absolutely false and laughable. And not only did they destroy the plans on how to make that, they destroyed the telemetry data. So if you look at that, this is an actual picture of the lunar lander. Not only did it looked like this, it was able to eject a Jeep, and they were able to go and drive around on the surface of the moon. Here, that's all the sharing I need to do. Even though I have a lot of other stuff to show, I'll show it throughout the debate. What I'm saying is it's absolutely laughable, guys. They admit that they would destroy this technology. That's all you have to know. First of all, I can tell you that the spacesuits on Earth's atmosphere, it is 200 degrees in the sun and negative 200 degrees roughly in the shade. It has an instant transition of 400 degrees if you were to step in and out of the sunlight on the moon. And we were able in 1969 to create spacesuits that were able to go to the moon and instantly, without the technology, we cannot do it today with these battery packs, somehow instantly be able to keep an astronaut cool and hot with a 400 degree difference. But on Apollo 17, Eugene Cernan and Harrison Smith, you can look this up, had hand injuries from their suits after when they had a ceremony. And speaking of ceremonies, the press conference after the Apollo mission is absolutely laughable. They look like their dog just died, but we can go into that. But I want to talk about this. These spacesuits were so incredible. They could do technology that, like I said, we cannot recreate even these suits, much less for the Apollo rockets, much less the lunar lander, much less the technology to even get through the Van Allen radiation belts that you just saw NASA admit that we can't go through. But on this incredible spacesuit, the hand mechanism didn't work. So if you're that dull and you think they can figure out all this stuff, but in the spacesuit they can't get the thumb part to work, you are mental. The reason why they lied, everyone wants to know why. There's a million different reasons. You can say all the funding that goes to NASA. You can say the control mechanism, the idea that they went to space, they could show us what the Earth really looks like. There's a lot of different stuff. We can put on my tinfoil hat. I'm the king of all conspiracy. I get it. I got a tinfoil crown. I know what I'm talking about. But sadly, if you have to actually think that they would destroy this technology, yet we don't destroy, we still got the same Lincoln blueprints to make a Lincoln and Lincoln Continental from 1969. We don't destroy that technology. But what you're suffering from is called cognitive dissonance, where you want to believe that the official story is the correct story. But what you don't realize is in the government, they have levels of confidentiality. There's things called top secret information. There's things that are classified. So just knowing that, if you're based in reality, you realize that the government does not have to tell you the truth. They're not obligated to tell you the truth in anything. There is no law that says, oh, we have to tell the citizens everything. No, as a matter of fact, they have a whole system of confidentiality that protects him from letting the public know these things. And that's why we have to get these things declassified. So we know that the government is hiding secrets. Why? That's not my problem. It's about what they did is absolutely laughable when you go back and you look and you realize that the entire space mission was started by actual Nazis like Wernher von Braun. And then when they came back from the moon, they brought a space rock. And in the Netherlands, they gave this space rock to a museum, and they said that it was petrified wood. So they even got caught with fake space rocks. As a matter of fact as well, there was also footage of Michael Collins that they admitted was training pictures. They admitted were training pictures. They got caught using fake pictures, and they said it was part of the Apollo mission when it was really from a training exercise. And then, like I said before, the telemetry data is absolutely laughable. Why would they destroy that? They said that they had to record over it. That's, provably false. But let's even go to the official story that they were able to get through what is called the Van Allen radiation belt. When they went to the moon, they used these Hasselblad cameras that used actual film. Listen, I've never used a lot of film in my life. I've used a little bit playing around. But film is highly sensitive. So if you actually are dull enough in your head, they were able to take this film, go through the thickest form of deadly radiation, and they're able to take these cameras full of film and go deadly radiation. They said it, and they said deadly radiation. You can laugh me too, but it said deadly radiation in the NASA video. Regardless, that's what I'll keep going. I'll keep going, but she said deadly radiation. I'm just repeating hers. They were able to take this film that was highly sensitive that you couldn't take through an X-ray machine. If you took film from 1969 and you took it through an X-ray machine, it would ruin the film. Yet they were able to take this film to space and back. It's absolutely laughable. But on top of that, they actually destroyed all the technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back again. So once you realize that it's a system made by actual space Nazis, people that literally want to put us in camps and throw away the key. These are the same people. Wernher von Braun, he created rockets that decimated Poland. He killed innocent Polish babies and children with the rockets that he designed, that he shot up in the air. Killed families, killed mothers with these rockets. And then what did America decide to do with Wernher von Braun? Instead of punishing him for all the Polish people he murdered with his rockets, we gave him a job as the head of our space program. And let me go to the last guy, a guy named Gus Grissom. Gus Grissom is the guy that exposed the Apollo missions. He hung a limit on it. He was the guy that was supposed to be the first person that went into space. And what happened was on a launch drill, they put a bunch of oxygen in, and his last words to say, how are we supposed to go to space if we can't talk between two buildings? And they barbecued him, and his own family said that they killed him on purpose, because right before he did that, he hung a lemon. So McToon's going to say that he knows more about the space program. He does not know more than Gus Grissom. I don't know more than Gus Grissom. So all I have to do is take Gus Grissom's word for it, that the Apollo missions were a lemon, and that's why they killed him. So all you need to do, RIP Gus Grissom, look into the memory and murder of Gus Grissom. That's very important, because he was the guy that was going to expose it all. And then you went and put Buzz, Michael, and Neil on. Well, of course, Michael didn't go on the moon. He stayed in the spacecraft and supposedly orbited the moon. And this same technology, it supposedly took the same energy that it took us to get to the moon. They say it took 1/6 energy to get back, which is false. You can't even use thrust in a freaking vacuum. So I'm just telling you, they don't have the ability to recreate this technology today, and that's laughable, because my cell phone doesn't get worse, guys. Technology gets better. Use your brain. You gotta stop suffering from cognitive dissonance and wake up. And please look into the death and murder of Gus Grissom and his family, saying how they killed Gus Grissom. And with that, the moon landings are provably false. We have a lot more to get into, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you so very much, Alex, for your opening statement. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, MC Toon, for your opening statement.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Amy. If you don't know me, I'm MC Toon, not Mick Toon, but people who disrespect me call me Mick Toon. It's all right.
Sorry. You're MC like a rapper. Oh, yeah, it's your opening. Sorry.
Yeah, like MC Hammer.
Okay.
I do debates every Tuesday, typically with flat earthers on my channel. So if you're interested in that, popping over to my channel. So I guess we'll get into responding to those things later. But first, I will start with my presentation. I'm going to share my screen.
Pop it over. What the heck?
So let me give a second here. All right, there are in the vicinity of 15,000 photographs across the Apollo missions. So are you sharing? You got my screen there? All right. So this is one of the 15,000. There's a very nice archive of scans of the original photographs on Flickr. There's another set of scans from Arizona State University. There's a couple more. I can give references, anybody who's interested in them. I will give on my website, mctoon.net/moon. All of the evidence that I have is right on there, mctoon.net/moon. But this particular image I like a lot because you can see the reflection of the photographer there in the visor. And you can get the super high res multi-megabyte version of it and zoom in all you want and have a good look at that. There is no fourth wall. It is a all the way around 360 degrees of moon right there. There's quite a few actual photographs that include the visors. So look at those. It's pretty nice. Another thing that they have done that is some fantastic evidence for the moon landing is they have done some high resolution scans of photography of the moon landing sites. This one is Apollo 11. And here's a close-up of it. You can see both the tracks from the rover and the footprints from the astronauts walking around. You can see there kind of a little bit to the right, you can see the actual lander and then a couple of the different experiments that they left when they took off, including somewhere close to it is the actual rover. Those so that is the main thing that I'd like to point out. There's the photographic evidence is not just a small amount, it's a gigantic amount. And for all the people's claims of fakery, nobody has ever once actually done any forensic evidence from a forensic expert in photography to look at the images and see are they real or not. Nobody's ever done that. They just like to say it's fake, but never provide evidence for it. So there you go. Hey, there's me and Charlie Duke. Charlie Duke is he was the astronaut for Apollo 16. He travels now all around the world as a full-time evangelist. That's what he does. He is a Christian evangelist, and he fills rooms full of people to talk about God. That's what he does for the last couple decades. So I find it strange, flat earthers and NASA and moon landing deniers somehow try to wrap religion into it. Well, Charlie Duke wraps religion into it, and he uses his status as an astronaut to evangelize. So all right, there is my presentation. Like I said, mc2.net/moon has the 4 different citations to the 4 different archives of photographs. So
that's the weekend. Is that it? Did I get my rebuttal?
Yeah. I presented evidence and you didn't present. You just made a lot of claims. So
well, I don't need. I said a lot of evidence. You showed a picture. I guess McToon. I'm not trying to be rude, but I guess you don't realize they make movies. You don't realize they can fake a picture. You don't think that's possible? Yeah, so my claim is those pictures are I know the evidence. They can't go through low Earth orbit today, so they weren't able to go in 1969 because technology doesn't go backwards. I presented evidence to them, NASA, saying that they cannot travel through it. So I presented evidence. You showed me a picture on the moon. Listen, McToon, you and I both know that Stanley Kubrick could recreate this. Anybody could recreate this. They could do this anywhere in a studio. But see, obviously, once again, you're not, obviously you don't work in television or film. You've never actually produced something, because I'm saying there's a thing called movies where they can recreate anything. They can make monsters in San Francisco. I can show you evidence how they make a movie. That's very easy. Listen, McToon, I don't need to argue with you. If that's really your argument, let me finish. Let me finish my thing. I said the thing. Let me say the statement. If that's your debate,
guys, we're gonna have to.
That's your debate. I'm saying, okay, listen, McToon, you didn't even present anything.
I just want you, as it's been clear, we're now moving into our 60 minutes of open dialogue. And I enjoy the spice, but we need to make sure that we're hearing everybody. So, if MC Toon, maybe you want to pick a point, and then we can go back and forth.
All right. In
This host is horrible.
1960s, they didn't have computer technology like they do today. They didn't have semiconductors. Computer technology was vacuum tubes and iron core RAM. Iron core memory is not affected by radiation, neither is vacuum tubes. All new semiconductor-based computers, semiconductor-based
check it out on the video,
are susceptible to radiation. So when you send computers through the Van Allen belts, you need to harden them against radiation. So the technology that they had then wasn't affected by it. The technology that we have now is affected by it. I have details of this on my website, mc2.net/moon, talking about the particular challenges of semiconductor-based technology in the presence of radiation. That's why they have these problems. In that particular video that you played, they were talking specifically about the computer systems, but you left that part out.
Is it my 2 minutes to talk?
Yeah. And now, Alex, all yours for rebuttal.
I'd have to say, McToon, that was the most pathetic demonstration of an anti-debate, or try to debunk my even crazy conspiracy by showing one photo of a moon helmet and saying that is real. Anybody with half a brain realizes that in a film studio, they can recreate anything. So I don't even want to argue that. I don't want to argue pictures because they can fake pictures. That is so, the fact that you don't think that in 1969 that it was easier to get to the moon than to fake a photograph shows that you're not based in reality and that you don't have the mental capacity to even debate me. Because if you're going to actually say that that's all you have to do for a presentation is show one fake picture, yet you're just going to disregard everything I talked about, forget about the technology. But why not? Gus Grissom was actually murdered, a guy that was actually part of the Apollo mission that actually hung a lemon. So that's my question for you is, what do you think about Gus Grissom hanging a lemon on the lunar lander in front of the press in a time when NASA, you weren't allowed to talk to the press? And then the same person that was running the space program was a guy by the name of Werner von Braun, who killed a bunch of Polish people because he was the biggest rocket scientist for the Nazis. And then Gus Grissom came up dead in a testing drill, the same guy that was one of the most decorated pilots in the entire United States military Air Force, and he happens to die on a testing drill. And this guy that actually died for our country said that the whole lunar lander was a lemon. Yet you're going to come here and sit here in a sweatshirt and show me a fake picture and say this is proof that we went on the moon. And I didn't even get through half of my arguments about saying how fake it is. So it's just really a sad excuse of a debater. You say that you debate all the time. That was the most pathetic debate I've ever heard in my life, and you should be embarrassed for yourself, the effort and the quality of debate that you just put forth.
So I see you're very good at insults and no good at providing evidence. So thank you very much for admitting that. We chose a point, a topic, and you did. I addressed the topic and you completely ignored it. So could you actually respond to the topic that I was talking about? Go ahead.
The superconductor, yeah, the Hasselblad cameras. There's no way they were able to go through. You're talking about levels.
I was talking about computer technology, semiconductor technology.
But what I want to say is
not supercomputers, not cameras.
Exactly. No, I'll agree. You know all about superconductors. Is it my time to answer? Is it my time to answer?
Are you deaf? No superconductors.
Okay, what is the question? Answer the question. Ask me the question so I can answer it for you.
Semiconductors.
Okay, let me tell you about the semiconductors. It doesn't matter what kind of conductor. It can be a full automatic conductor going through levels of radiation. Listen, are you going to let me answer your question? going through levels of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts that would literally say they would murder you. It doesn't matter what you put through it. They say they can't even put manned spaceflight through it today. Yet you're trying to tell me that this film was able to go through it. They can't even put a spacecraft through it today. So it's absurd. If they were maybe able to do it today, then you'd actually have a point. But they can't recreate that technology. They were able to do it, which is a lie. They can't go back and say we were lying.
What kind of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts?
Bad radiation, negative
What
radiation,
kind?
the bad
What
kind.
kind?
That's the
What
kind.
kind?
Hey, listen, I'm not a radiation expert. I know that
Well, then,
radiation's
okay,
bad.
then-
I don't
then
need to be
why
a
would you
radiation.
make it-
I don't need to be a
why
radiation
would you
expert to
make
know
the
that the
claim?
moon landing's
No, no.
fake, bud.
You made a claim that
And-
the radiation. Hold on, let me finish.
I didn't
You
make that
made
claim.
this-
NASA made that claim.
You
NASA made that claim. I'm not a
Will you let me
radiation
finish my
expert.
Amy, this is going to end.
Well, are you gonna rage quit,
Amy.
McToon, because you're losing so
Amy,
bad? Is that why? Is
Are
that no?
you
I can
gonna-
tell
are you gonna
McToon.
control this, Amy?
Yeah, you're gonna quit, McToon, because you're
I can't get a
losing
sentence in.
so bad.
Once again, we are playing volleyball.
Go ahead,
MC
McToon.
Toon, it's all yours.
Okay, Alex, shut the hell up while I'm talking. Let me finish a sentence after you ask a question. All right? Amy, I'm not kidding you. This is getting stupid. All right?
I am sympathetic and just send in hearts to
You're
both
gonna
of you guys.
no, you're not sending hearts. You're taking control and you're not letting him interrupt me in the middle of a sentence.
I would like no
Yes
one
or
to
no?
interrupt. Yes, I would like
All right.
nobody to interrupt each other.
Listen, McToon, before you start
Well,
crying, I'm not
that-
going to interrupt
please,
you. Go
please.
ahead.
There it is.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and the ball's all yours.
Film and cameras. All right, you changed the topic to film and cameras. Alex, what type of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts? You don't know.
It's magnetic radiation. Is there some sort of magnetic radiation?
Wrong. It's
What?
alpha radiation and beta radiation.
Well, that's
What
why
kind-
that's why it would affect a
and-
magnet. That's what the film is like a magnet. That's why I'm saying that it would magnetic radiation would affect the magnetism of the film.
It's not magnetic. It's alpha radiation
The
and
film
beta
is.
radiation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. What kind of radiation affects film?
Listen, McToon, you and I
What
both
kind of radiation
know
affects film?
all kind of radiation
was-
affects film. Alpha radiation, yes. Listen, McToon, if you want to, sit
sorry,
here and
Alex.
debate radiation, we can. But it's not about
You
that. It's about
brought
the
it
Van.
up.
It's about
You
the Van
brought
Allen
up the
radiation
points.
belt. But my
Absolutely.
point
Oh
is,
my
let me
gosh.
talk about
All
my
right, Amy,
point.
that's it.
That's my
That's it.
point. Don't
That's
quit, McToon. Don't rage quit. Don't be a wimp. Just let's finish. Just oh my God, he quit. What? He quit. What a professional debater.
Bears never
You're
win.
kidding. Wow, he quit. LOL. Come on, Amy. What? That's ridiculous. He supposedly says that he is a debater, and he just got crushed so bad he had to quit, and he was crying. I can't believe he's crying like that and quit. What a wimp, McToon. He can't even handle the truth. He can't even talk about Gus Grissom. He quit because we're talking about radiation. What a baby. And he loses in public in 4K, gets denied and quits. I mean, guys, it's so easy. Like, even these space guys that say they're space geeks and know everything about space, they can't debate the moon landing because they know it's fake. Because none of it makes sense. They know these people that love technology and science are the same people that the greatest technology and science ever created was destroyed. We're supposed to believe in 1972 they destroyed the greatest scientific achievement ever. Basically, the cure to cancer. It'd be like having the cure to cancer and destroying it. I mean, it's absolutely laughable, but, you know, that's easy. Primetime 99, I get to come on and I get to win like that. A guy rage quits. You don't mess with Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Y'all can't debate. If y'all come here soft, you're going to go home crying to your grandmama, your auntie. You're going to be crying because, you know, Primetime 99, Alex Stein is coming for the jugular. Yes.
I'm sending...
He's got to come back. He's got to come back. He's got to come back.
I would like him to please come back.
I mean, McToon got crushed. He couldn't talk about Gus Grissom. He couldn't talk about the space
I'm
station.
going
He
to
talk about
read
film.
some questions, and
Okay.
we're going to switch over into that format. So if you have questions for Alex, please send it to him because we are still going to be doing super chats and we are still going to be doing chats. I would like if he came back
I would love it if he came back to get a spanking again. If he wants to get, but he rage quit. He's going to be too big of a coward to come back. You know that.
But we do need to be charitable interlocutors.
Oh, yes. I apologize. Please come back. I'll be nice. I'm sorry, McToon, that you got spanked so bad. And then when he came with his rebuttal, it was the softest stuff ever. It was like butter that you left out on the counter all day. You know, you could just easily spoon it on the... Oh, $20 donation, JJTK. Thank you so much.
So if you could please tag
Wow.
Modern Day
That was
Debate
exciting.
for myself at Amy Newman. And yes, I can see lovelies in chat. I was trying to get rid of McSpammer in there. And in the middle of McSpammer, that went down. So sending love, though, to all of the people who actually participated in chat as we continue to talk about, was the moon landing fake? And so, skeptics, time to send in your questions as we start with a $5 super chat. Holy Smalls asks, is this enough to get the sound back on? Holy Smalls, it absolutely was. That donation was what it was that did it, so thank you so very much. $5 super chat from Mr. Monster. Seriously, though, why would they fake the moon landing? What could benefit from it? Wouldn't the benefit be more actual from an actual moon landing?
This is the same argument that Neil deGrasse Tyson said it'd be easier to go to the moon than to fake it, which is laughable, guys. It's not easier to actually go to the moon, which is impossible. We can't do it, guys. So it's easier to make a movie pretending we did it.
$2 super chat from Richard Walker. Looks like Alex took Capricorn 1 too seriously.
Well, he's referencing Capricorn 1. That was a Stanley Kubrick movie that actually was basically similar footage of us going into space. And we know that Stanley Kubrick actually consulted NASA, CEOs, like literally the people that ran NASA. There's footage of that. So, yeah, I didn't take Capricorn 1 too seriously. I'm just actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together instead of just sitting there and being like, oh, this is all my cognitive dissonance says the government would never lie to me. Yet you're not in any confidential information whatsoever. You are just a nobody, a basic a work slave for the government. All they care about is managing you, not telling you the truth of what's actually happening. And once you wake up to that realization that the government can lie to you and they don't face any repercussion, your life will get immensely better.
$10 super chat from Tim Pryor. Kind of like new cars will get disabled from a electric magnetic pulse, but old cars won't be affected by it. New technology radiation will mess it up the same way.
Guys, it doesn't matter about the technology. It's about the actual Van Allen radiation belts. You're saying these are thick miles and miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, supposedly, of radiation. You're not just going through it for 2 seconds. So over time, anything would get damaged. Even over time, water can wash away a stone over time. So the longer you're in these radiation belts, I don't care if you're made out of what material, you are going to have some damage because if you go through the radiation belts that NASA describes, I don't know. I'm just saying the intensity of the description of these Van Allen radiation belts, nothing would survive it according to NASA today.
And a $5 super chat from Mr. Monster. If you are going to make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence. The moon landing was real. Get over it.
Listen, the best evidence, you just look up Gus Grissom hanging a lemon on the lunar lander and then dying immediately after. And then Gus Grissom's last words were, if we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to talk on the moon? So, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that you guys know more than Gus Grissom, one of the most decorated pilots in the United States Air Force history. So do your research before you call me crazy. Look up Gus Grissom. Look this up. Lunar lander hangs lemon.
$5 super chat from Wizard of Frobuzz. Alex, the fact that something can be created in a studio does not answer the claim that it was created.
No, it makes the claim of yours. Some people like, what is easier, going to the moon, a technology that we can't do today, or that they faked it? So the people I don't ascribe necessarily to Occam's razor, but it'd be easier to fake it than it would be to actually go. And guys, look up space rocks. NASA brought a bunch of space rocks supposedly, and they gave it to a museum in the Netherlands, and they tested it, and they found it was petrified wood. So guys, and they lied. They admitted that they used photos of Michael Collins that were from testing when they said it was actually from the Apollo missions. So NASA has been caught lying. They have no obligation to tell us the truth. I still can't believe McToon quit like that. I thought he was a master debater. You would think that he would stay. But it is what it is. It's kind of a bummer.
Super chat from Sunflower. Alex appears happier and more fulfilled overall in his personal life. Debate topic aside. Got a fan out there, Alex.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if that's necessarily true. You know, McToon might be having a great life. He just is really bad at debating. I mean, who knows? His personal life is not a representation of his debating skills.
$5 super chat from Small Time Art. Wants to know, MC Toon, what do you think he says the major Kayshun would be? Kayshun. Kayshun.
I have no idea. I don't know. That's for McToon. That's a tough one. Sorry. If McToon was here, unfortunately, he quit. He's a pro debater, but he couldn't hang tough.
I think a $5 super chat from Brian W. I think it was a super sticker, but if it was a question, feel free to tag me, Brian. Send in hearts. And $2 super chat from Mr. Monster. Why is Alex so immature? Uh-oh.
I think that's fair. I'm not that mature. I will never, I have what is called arrested development. So my maturity level has stopped. I probably have the maturity level of like a 16 or 17 year old. They say the first time you try marijuana will actually retard your maturity according to the literature. So I probably have the mindset of a 16 or 17 year old. So I apologize, but that doesn't mean that Primetime 99 is not a conspiracy pimp or that I got the mind or brain of a 16 or 17 year old. I have the brain of a Jedi master. I am Primetime 99. I chew my competitors up and I spit you out. McToon is a clear example. Nobody can hang with me. Nobody can bang with me. So I'm sorry I don't come here like Grandpa Stein. I'm sorry I come here like a young buck, ready to truck. And that's what I did tonight. McToon was on the tracks and the train came rolling through and he got smashed like a penny at the state fair when you put it in the machine and you crank, crank, crank.
$2 super chat from Not a Chump. Alex, you wearing pants, bro?
No panties! You know we got legs! You know we got it! You know we got no pants! But just shorts. Prime time, because we got to keep the legs free. Guys, I'm a calf expert. I got calves. I'm not only a moon landing hoax expert, I'm a calf expert. If you want to get calves like me, follow me, Primetime Stein on Instagram, and you can see a calf lifestyle that will actually improve your sex life, your mental health, and your personal well-being.
$5
It's child's
super
play.
chat from Tim Pryor. So even though other countries and ham radio operators track those missions, it's still fake for some reason because movies can do it?
Well, actually, I like the ham radio because, I do believe if you look up, this is one thing that they say we went on the moon, is that there's supposedly a base that can send a laser and it'll, reflect off the moon. But actually, if you look up USC and another school, they were able to shoot a laser off the moon before we even did the fake moon landing. So I do believe that there are energy sources like the moon or the sun that you can reflect energy off of. I agree with that 100%. But the fact they tell you that it's 230 237,000 miles away should make you think, how am I able to shine a ham radio to it? Is it as far as they say, or is it maybe closer than they say? And that's why I'm able to do it. But you're not able to use a critical thinking part of your brain.
$5 from Dave Rogers. Why can't the moderator keep the insult artist on topic and stop the personal insults?
I don't know. I think maybe I called McToon dull at one point, but I didn't really think I went after him. I mean, I think that he just didn't have any topic. I did make fun of his debate because he didn't even use, I used all 12 minutes. He didn't even use 2 minutes. I mean, he used like nothing, and he just showed a picture of a helmet and a picture, some CGI'd picture. That's not a good enough argument. He calls himself a master debater. So I made fun of his debate, and that's why he got triggered, guys. It's very easy to see. He realized he came with a master, with Primetime 99, the king of all conspiracy. And when you get in the lion's den with a lion, if you're not a lion, you get eaten up. And tonight is a perfect example that he got, and I ate him up like my cat eats its fancy feast, right, Sky Bear? Yeah, he said, yeah, he just meowed. You can't hear him. But that's what I do. Don't come in the lion's den unless you're a lion. Rule number 1.
And I personally am sending an apology to all of you guys out there, because I know you guys wanted a really good back and forth, and I should have done a better job putting people in separate corners. So I just want to
That's not your fault. Do not beat yourself up. If he should have stayed, they did. Listen, Amy, maybe if this would have happened 45 minutes into the debate, we just got started. He rage quit in the first of our opening, and he didn't even have an opening statement. Do not blame this on yourself for him quitting. He had no argument, and he realized that he got in the lines, and he didn't mean to. He didn't realize his Friday night was going to get that serious. Do not blame this on yourself. This is 100% McToon's fault for going number 2 publicly on Modern Day Debate. It's not your fault. You didn't give him the bad food that gave him food poisoning. It was me, Primetime 99, Alex Stein.
I appreciate that. I still want to send all of my hearts out to all of the chat and all of the people watching and viewers like you. And all right, we are going to keep on going along. $2 from Mickey Riot. Good night, Amy. I enjoyed the part where MC Toon spoke. Well, I'm sending hearts to MC Toon once again. $5 from Tim Pryor. Also, college, me like thousands of other college students, I bounce lasers off the reflectors left there. Explain that. Let me read that one more time. Also, and college, me like thousands of other college students, I think he's saying like other thousands of college students, I have bounced lasers off reflectors that were left there. Explain that.
Okay, I just said that. It's funny, I didn't even know that chat, and I said that already. So laser beams, let me find this. This is before I can find the article, but you need to look up. They were able to bounce a moon. Let me see what year it was. Let me see what school. Hold on, let me find it. USC, I believe. They were able to bounce a laser off the moon before the moon missions. Let me find it right now so I can show you this, because that's one of the biggest things for people like, oh, well, we did it. Well, I do agree that you can bounce something off the moon because it's an energy source. I just don't think it's 237,000 miles away and it's a dusty rock that you're hitting an actual laser pointer that was never left there. It's because we were able to do it before. So let me find the article, USC laser. Let's see, after 40 years, ask me the next question and I'll pull it up while we talk. Hold on.
All right.
Or maybe somebody in my chat can pull up where USC shined the laser before the moon landing. Hold on.
$5 from Brian W. Amy Newman. They are belts that are alpha and beta radiation that humans can get through. They are not ionized radiation, i.e., gamma radiation. Grow up.
It doesn't matter. He's the gamma that left. That's only gamma radiation we need to worry about tonight. It was the gamma radiation of McToon crying and leaving. That's all the gamma radiation y'all need to worry about.
And $2, $5 from Rubik's Cube Earth. Congrats on your victory, Alex. You really overtalked your interlocutor like a true professional. Hilarious to watch you celebrate.
I can tell the sarcasm, but I'm not the one that rage quit. I mean, guys, he supposedly debates all the time. This is how it happens. He quit after 5 minutes. I get if he would have rage quit maybe towards the end, because he didn't want any. He decided he got a taste of Primetime 99 and realized he wants to get off the train tracks before he got smushed anymore. And I can say it over and over again. You don't get in the lion's den unless you're a lion. It's for a lot of y'all. Y'all want to mess with Primetime 99. Yes, I like to joke. Yes, I like to laugh. Yes, I'm like the clown. I got to be goofy, poofy. But if I get my laser sights on you, like the same lasers we bounce off the moon before the moon missions, you are toast. And that is proof today, because just
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
NASA calls it their neutral buoyancy lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 30 26,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
Hey, yo, what's up, guys?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
How's it going?
Yo.
Hello. Y'all listen flat earth information. Like, they sound like, was it Robbie Davidson that was on there? A couple of others. Bob Nodell.
Yeah, Alex Stein.
Yeah, that's all right. Kyrie Irving was on there. It's all good, man. Some people wake up, man. Some people don't. I think the majority of them don't. They don't watch it. Ignorance is bliss. What's going on? Who's in the room right now? Sasha's in the room.
I'm here. What's up?
Gospel. Oh, whoa, man! I haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, man. What's up?
How's life?
I got out of that. I got out of that silly corn state, and now I'm up in at the top of the world here in North Dakota.
I've been wanting to move to South Dakota, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, not for a particular governor, though, necessarily.
Oh, who's governing right? Well, I haven't done my research on it.
South Dakota's Christy Neem or Noom or Noam, whatever. She's popular amongst
Normies?
certain. No, not normies. She's done some good stuff. She's done some good stuff. She's logically consistent. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Well, it's kind of cold where you're at, though.
It is 3 degrees today, or right now
cold.
at least.
It's cold in the corn state, man. It must be. I know it's cold over there. Yeah, you live a little bit farther now from me. That's all right. So what's really happening, man? What's going on? Everybody's looking at the current events. Earth still ain't a globe, right? Or did Elon Musk prove the curvature of the Earth? You don't see the curvature of the Earth. Saying what's up to all the FE peeps in here. We got Metal Lark just joined us.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Not much.
Current events, man. There's a war going on.
Hey, Miggy, I don't know if I'm always working or not. I'm just saying, hey.
Dave, what's up, Dave?
Same old, man. Hope you're having a good one.
Yeah, man, despite the weather being what it is, wish it was a little bit better. I want to get outside. Can't do that in this cold weather. Doesn't inspire one to be outside. Does anybody in here think the Earth is a spinning globe out in the